Good evening, everyone. Okay, test. So, how is it? Tell me something about it. Topic? No. It was terrorism. Which schedule you are looking? Okay, you should follow the one which is provided in the Telegram group. There were some changes. That was earlier. You came with preparing left-wing extremism. Okay, do one thing, join Telegram group and follow that schedule only. कोई नहीं, next day, tomorrow we have left-wing extremism. You can write those. So, बाकी का कैसे था? अरे यार इतना मैं कैसे सुनेगा? इधर कोई आओ. इसी ऑफ करते हैं. And come. So tell me कैसे था? क्या लिखा? Overlapping topic. Which one? Second and third, similar questions. So, what is other comments? See, we have made a schedule like first day we have terrorism, second day left-wing extremism and northeast insurgency. After that, money laundering. Or border security. Then cyber security, and last day, whichever it is left out of this. So this was our schedule. So how many topics are there? 5 topics, 6 topics. And how many marks IR से आ रहे? Sorry, internal security से कितना मार्क आ रहा है? 50 marks. And आपको कितने topics prepare करना है? After preparing maybe 6 topics, 7 topics maximum. You take extended, but that armed forces, no question is coming from there. Last syllabus, last line. Rest 6-7 topics, if maximum you include 1-2 organized crime, all those, even if you include those 6-7 topics, prepare karo, you get 50 marks. And I'll show you one thing. This is, what is this? 2022 questions, mains questions. How many of you gone through this? So what do you notice? If somebody has not gone through, just read it once. You should sit here. I will be out of that range. Sit here now. Can manage? Yeah, just go through this once, 4 questions, and tell me what did you notice. Let me check if somebody online. Yeah, so if you're watching online, do comment whatever being asked. So what did you notice? Tell me, you were saying something. Very straightforward question. Straightforward. Or multiple things has been asked. What? 2-3 questions are being asked. Okay. और क्या inference ले रहा है इधर से? Who is attending first class? You two are first. Okay. Tell me. Where is interlinkage? Terrorism and organized crime, they are interlinked in the syllabus also. Like it's not too much of 2 separate topics. Any other interlinkages you can find out? Cyber security, it's having maritime. So, come on, it's okay. Yeah, so basically what you can see is all questions are extremely straightforward. क्या पूछा है? Discuss types of organized crime. Exactly syllabus word क्या दिया है आपको ये पूछा है. Discuss different types of organized. And terrorism and organized crime, you will see this linkage everywhere. And what is next? What is maritime security? Coastal security is part of your border security program syllabus board. We will be preparing this. Technical, organizational, procedural initiatives to ensure maritime security. What is this? Different elements of security, cyber security. Maybe this is little factor. National cyber security strategy क्या है? But still it is not something too out of the box. If you are preparing cyber security, what will you prepare? What are the issues? What government is doing? So somewhere you will have heard this. What is this? Naxalism, emerging issues of Naxalism. What is the strategy to tackle Naxalism? So what you can take away from this? We have to prepare only 5, 6, 7 topics. Say 7, take the higher margin. 7 topic prepare, and question B I say it's coming like very straight. Every syllabus is like, if you are preparing, take one topic. Cyber security. How will you prepare cyber security? What is cyber security? Why it is important? Different types of cyber attacks. How to tackle cyber attacks. Recent government initiatives which has been brought into it. So this is what you prepare. Exactly same is being asked. And कितना marks आ रहा है? 50 marks. You see in economy question, you see other part of the syllabus. It's not this straightforward. How much you have to study for economy if you want to have this much of clarity? You'll have to do so much of works. And for big question क्या रहा है? 15th Finance Commission question was asked. How can you answer this? So this is one area that is so easy. If you prepare, this same question come, you should answer it. So what will one difficulty you will face in this? Exactly. Everyone will prepare the same thing. Everyone will prepare cyber security, government initiatives, exactly same thing. So after all, this is a game of relative positioning. Even if you have 2 pages, other one also has 2 pages. How much? Some incremental improvement you can bring into your answer. That makes the difference. It is not the so much of fact or so much of content, so much of knowledge is not going to help you here. What you want is, you want your paper to be something above what everyone is doing. And how you can do it? How you prepare internal security? Suppose you are preparing the subject, not for answer writing. Suppose you are going to prepare internal security. How you do it for mains? Tell me, Satyam. And any other suggestion? So what he is saying, we will take a source of internal security, then we prepare it, then we will add into it news, current events, all these things. Any other suggestion? See, one mistake you might do in this is, if you study only this source material, whatever it is, lot of source material will come, secure internal security 50 page, 100 page, all this material. If you only prepare this source material and go for exam, what will happen? How much you can replicate? It's not like you read this and you 100% you put it in the paper. There will be some gaps. And whatever you replicate, what you are replicating? exactly what everyone is reading. Even though questions are very simple, questions are very direct, you'll still miss out. If you follow the approach of like, I'll read these 50 pages of internal security and go for the exam. Are you getting? So what we can do for this? Something we should do. He told he will add news, add events, add all these. How much time we have for mains? Abhi se next September mein, suppose 9 months plus December 10 months, less than 10 months, September 15. So if you can do this, this will add so much value to it. But can you do it consistently? Yes, no. बीच में prelims आएगा, बीच में so many things will come. Yes, paper reading cannot be compromised, but making notes for internal security, IR, economy, polity, it's not one subject. And in between prelims, you have to sit and write mains notes, means either you should be super disciplined or something is wrong with you. Right. So what you can do? What we need is something incremental improvement. So I have given you a workbook. So what it contains? Have you gone through it? See, open it out. Open karo. So there are some headings given in this, like blue color. If you're reading PDF or some ash color will be coming, headings. So what is it? First one is, let's see from here. Yeah, this will be your first page. So what is the first thing written? So we will start with terrorism. What is first thing about terrorism written here? Definition. What is definition of terrorism?
But there's no internationally agreed definition.
Very good. Tell me. Use of violence. 3 part it should include. One is use of violence. What next? Why the violence? It should create some fear psychosis, some disorder in the society. And what this fear will do? It will achieve some political, religious, ideological, whatever the person who committed the terrorism, what is they want to achieve? They achieve this through this fear. So if you are so smart, like you can by heart the words, you can by heart, this definition is too simple, it's just one line. But every definition will not be like this. So make a flow of it. Whenever you are writing terrorism, it should include these 3 things. Use of violence to create some kind of fear or fear psychosis in the society. And using this, they will achieve what? Some objectives. So this should be, now how will you use this workbook? See, isme do whatever you want. After all, the point is it is personalized. It should be personalized. Like there is so overwritten in this. In coming workbooks, I will try to minimize my wordings because this is first one. I wanted to give more ideas. So how you should approach. That's why most of the forms are filled and some areas that is not filled. So whatever we are discussing in class, whatever you hear from somewhere else, some other class, or YouTube videos or newspaper. Everything you try to fill in one example to it. And what is most important thing? Only fill those things which you are going to replicate in the paper. So turn the pages. Suppose, look at here. Suppose we are writing different types of terrorism, and we have written nationalist terrorism. So whatever written here, that should be only that much. How much line you will get in mains writing? Suppose this is your page. You will write ethno terrorism. And after that, in 1 or 2 lines, you have to substantiate it. We need that much content only. Apart from the dimensions, even 1 or 2 substantiating elements, one example, that is enough. Don't try to go for making some note which is so much comprehensive that you will get fed up. We need only 1-2 content to substantiate whatever is the dimensions written here. Dimensions add karna hai, add karo. And this should be that much optimized that in exam if a question come, I will simply replicate this. And abhi se start kiya, you have 10 months. If you continuously work out, do some kya? No, I am asking you. All good? Okay. So if you continue working on this from now on, validation bhi ho jayega, it will get fixed into it. Like Seek for Justice, we discussed in IR class. Anyone remember? See, we are discussing same here. If you start from here, you are going through same note for 10 times, 10, 20 times. And it's not that difficult to memorize whatever examples you have filled up. Whatever example. ये नहीं होना चाहिए 10 एग्जाम्पल नहीं लिखे आना है, कोई पॉइंट नहीं है. 2-3 मेजर एग्जाम्पल्स एंड इसका डाटा होना चाहिए, डाटा लिखो, whatever is required, write 2-3 examples. Clear? Idea is clear. All major headings are given here. Whatever you have to prepare from each topic, major headings I have given. Dimensions breakout also given. You have to add 2 things. One is this thing, data. Second is you have to add the framework, how to think. Once we have dimensions, you add this data. Still, this dimension has to come out in the exam. You have to have some framework, like we had a framework in IR. Values, what was this? National interest, strategic interest, all this. So some kind of framework we still need to generate this, opening the dimensions of the question. That we will discuss as per question when we are discussing. So put that also into this workbook. You're getting? You have 2 tasks. One thing, wherever content is gap, you have to fill that. Secondly, how will you generate or how you will think so that you can get maximum out of it. That also you have to fill in the workbook. Clear? And don't do this like if you already have note, you don't need to open this workbook. Don't open it. Add into your original notebook. If you already made security notes, already you have a framework, you have studied security. If you are that kind of a candidate, don't go for this. This is for somebody who want to consolidate the material from right now. Getting? Idea is it will be less than 30-40 pages. 40 pages. In 40 page, suppose you add 20 more page, 10 more page, 50 page. In 50 page, all these topics with all relevant examples, whatever you will write in exam, your personalized examples, something which is much more than the 50 page available in the market. That should be with your hand when you are going for mains, or before you going for mains. That should be your Bible, or what should be you are looking at. Clear? Go ahead. So this is all these diagrams. You can include whatever diagrams you are coming into your mind. Content, you Google search, you will get, add one line, nothing more. Okay, clear? Anyone has any doubt? ठीक है. So we'll start with first question. Topic. Yes. It thing is, it was very easy in IR. One framework was applicable in many questions. You take 20 IR question, 15 question mein, we are applying the same framework. Examples change or here we have totally different 7 topics. We cannot go with a single set of framework. Whenever question is coming, I will add some type of how you can think when we are discussing these answers. Rest, there is no one standard framework. You make this and you follow this, you will get the dimensions. Okay. So yeah, read the question. What is it? Analyze the multidimensional challenges posed by external state and non-state actors to the internal security of India. Also discuss measures required to be taken to combat these threats. So we'll follow the same format. Tell me how much mark it is? 15 marks. How much points we need? 20 maximum. 15, 20. So what are dimensions you are going to open in this question? You are saying first will be challenges by external state. Then non-state actors. Then tell me something. What is the next part of your answer which you are going to write? Measures. Measures. If there is some area where both of these are coming, you can add those. Very good. Measures also you will divide. External, no, I'm saying from the question perspective. For external and for non-state. So how much parts we got in general? 1. Suppose we are not doing this right now. This is a very good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. How much points you need in each? 5. Now tell me how you are going to open this part. Country wise. Which is first country you will take? Pakistan. Then China. Bangladesh. क्या हो गया? Myanmar. One big country you are leaving out. Which one? Afghanistan. So we have 4 or 5 countries. Even if you generate 2 points where this state is creating problem to internal security problems in India, there is more than 5 points you are getting. Now how will you generate point for this? Region wise you can open up. Border, you can start with border, then northeast, Jammu Kashmir border, then you can come with middle central India, heartland, excelism, coastal security. That wise you can go. Any other opening up suggestions? These framework you should note down somewhere in the workbook or somewhere. This mental framework. Not required to follow exactly this. Any other you can think of? Any other framework? What I did, I think in this question is crime wise, security issue wise. What is security issues India is facing? Insurgency or kya? Religious extremism. All these, whatever come to your mind, India is facing these issues. Keep all these and link with one non-state actor. Who will be that? कौन? Al-Qaeda, कोई भी. Lakshar-e-Taiba, कोई भी. Sikh for Justice, all these are non-state. Most of the, it's not dearth of examples. Now in measures also, you are dividing it, we will follow similar pattern. Whatever structure you are opening up here, you will give solution to that. Okay? Fair enough? You can write same also, no issues. Since we are looking to see, same means you can separate, there is scope for separation, because these are, how will you solve these issues? These issues are created by state. There is some element of foreign policy, diplomacy, some element of all these in solving these issues. You cannot go and simply shoot down the terrorist and solve this issue. If state is involved, it will go to war. These issues, you can do the surgical strike, you can write the other aspect to it, modernization of army, all these things. Okay? You can go with that way also. But thing is, in question exactly it is asked external state and non-state actors. And state and non-state actors mean different challenges it is. So it's not wise in this question to mix it. If in some other question you got an opportunity, like he is asking, you got the what he is asking. We go with like economic challenge, political challenge, social challenge. We go with that. If in some question you have to open up challenges of internal security of India, then it is fair enough. Here we have two separate things. These are totally separate. So it's better go with something like this. Move ahead. What do you do for introduction? What is basic fund of introduction? I have seen so many papers with half-page introduction. Your paper, an experienced guy, he is still writing half-page introduction. Not insulting you. Don't take it in that way. Like so many other papers also. Why you are writing? You are not going to get marks for this. Finish it in 2 lines. Take 3 lines if that much good introduction you have. Very good definition you have studied and came for the paper. Take 3 lines. But don't do like 5-6 line introduction. Okay. So what we'll do, one approach is you can use data. Like I have 4 questions we have today. What roughly we are trying to do is 4 different ways of introduction we will see in each question. It's not that this question can be introduced in other ways also. This data where you get from? It's in your workbook. If you see in some work, just add it. Global terrorism index and India's rank just by heart it. How much it is? 12th. Is India that much affected by terrorism? 12th means who are the other countries? 11 other countries. It's like Afghanistan is top, then Syria, Libya, Somalia, all these countries. Is India that much affected? Go ahead. Select. Yeah. This is good. Something we can think of. So what he is saying is, question is asking about external non-state challenges. So this includes not just terrorism. Proneness means it's vague. Say something clear. What will you say? That is a point in your answer. You are saying that golden crescent, golden triangle, opium, smuggling, all this. This will create internal security problem to India. This is not a introduction type material. It should be a point within your answer, but don't make it an introduction. But the other thing is, we are talking here about terrorism, not just terrorism. There are other challenges also. So if some other data or some broader security aspects you can cite, that will be much better. बताओ. You have given introduction, answer to why. How much line introduction you have written? 3 lines में लिखा. बताओ क्या लिखा है? So how would you rate this? No, I'm asking other guys. How would you rate this introduction? GT. Okay. What about this introduction here, sir? One thing you should avoid is, like, it's a very good attempt. We have discussed somewhere in IR, one way of some question is coming, some CPEC question is coming. You are reading current affairs and you will be well aware why this question is coming in the paper. I said no question in mains comes superficial. They are not checking your technical knowledge. Something which is recently happening, some connection will be there. So if you remember that connection, it's a very good way of citing it. And one issue in this is, if a statement is given something like this, external, non-state and state are creating threat to India, don't just repeat the statement in some other, paraphrase nahi karna. Getting? Same statement in some other English, don't write it, and don't make it too vague. India is facing so many challenges, so that become too vague. At least then if you are writing, still writing that, give 2-3 specific examples of challenges. India biggest threat India is facing is these 3. Some specificity should be there in introduction. Otherwise, it's very good. Anything else? Anyone has to? Give an example. Due to hostage, here is also, sometimes it looks very generic. But don't give too much mind into it. Yes. Golden crescent, these are example type, more like. These are one specific challenge India is facing. So you cannot say that multidimensional challenge. It's not everything, right? And the question is not exactly asking about those things. It's a broad question.
In the first four, because otherwise we will not get chance to explain. Because then we'll be missing out on the points which you have said that we should be substantiating the answer.
So what you are saying? Who are state actors? Who are non-state actors? That is also doable. But problem here, that issue in that also is, these are very simple terms. Something if you are getting for defining is best. Even some answer at terrorism define karke bhi start kiya. But in question which are very generic terms, going for definitional path, it look redundant or something less impressive. Getting? If the question is having some specific keywords, some very specific question is coming. Suppose CPSC, referring to it so much times. Still, suppose a question IR, there was a question on CPEC, issues of CPEC. Then it is very apt to start with saying what is CPEC. CPEC is XYZ project between XYZ. It's good. But a question is saying very generic terms like external state actors, external non-state actors. I'm not saying it is wrong approach. If you're not getting any data, do that also. But keep in limit to 2 lines. Problem is very generic words, don't go for definition time. Okay. Move ahead. How much is time? We started at 7:15, right? 7:20. Okay. Yeah. So this we already covered. So what I'm trying to say, whenever you are writing about external state actors, divide it into whatever the neighboring countries are creating problems for India. And is there a scope for including non-neighboring countries? External state actors means it's not just neighboring, can be other countries also. But countries are very less. India is friend with everyone outside. Only neighborhood India is having troubles. Okay? So what here we have done? We have taken one countries. Pakistan, don't just read it. Just you can, I'll give you time. Tell me what are state challenges India facing from Pakistan. Don't read it. Then it's what's the point? Brainstorm it for a while. State sponsored terrorism. Give me one example. State sponsored terrorism. How will you say it is state sponsored? Kargil war. Okay. 2611. Can you relate it to Pakistan state? It's very ISI you can cite still. ISI is state actor, it's state intelligence department. ISI is Pakistan ISI. Indian Mujahideen, that is non-state actor, right? Be careful about using this term. ISI you can still use because it's state department. Otherwise be very careful because all others are not, we can say, but still not convincingly we cannot say that they are state sponsored. So supporting terrorism, infiltration, proxy war in Kashmir, somewhere cite ISI and all this. This policy, bleeding India with 1,000 cuts, what it is? What it is? What is the key idea here? Bleeding India with 1,000 cuts. Go ahead, little bit more. Why bleed India with 1,000 cuts? Why just one cut? Why not one cut? Why 1,000 cuts?
It's difficult to plug.
See, Pakistan GDP is this much, India GDP is this much. Pakistan GDP is less than Maharashtra's GDP. And Pakistan military spending is still less, even though it is nuclear power. India has considerable advantage in non-nuclear warfare. So if you are going to have a direct combat with India, then it's always going to negatively affect Pakistan. So what they do? Avoid the direct conflict, deny, but keep on doing small events so that it doesn't escalate to a full-scale war. Create small 1,000 issues within India, within borders, within wherever possible, but maintain little distance between the state that it doesn't escalate into a full-fledged war between India and Pakistan. Getting? What is this? Pak-Sai war? These all are keywords, write somewhere.
Use of deep fakes.
Use of deep fakes. That can be part of it. What the idea is? Psy war means psychological war. Can you cite some examples recent past?
Showing some photos of Syria and telling them okay.
Yes. That was there. Some human rights violation was going on and some very disturbing pics are said and this is Kashmir or this is India. When this, which was that? Ladakh standoff was happening, Eastern Ladakh. There was some images where Indian army man was shown to be being harassed. There was a video like some guys were wearing similar to India like army dress and they are being harassed in some cabins or something like that. And this video is launched in a very sensitive time. When India-China clash is going on, this video is launched. And it is said that this is Indian army man is facing like this. So what is the purpose? And in fact check, if you see that is not Indian army man and that video is 5 years back or something. But it got viral by these groups or by in the recent context. So what is the purpose of all this? Demoralization of public, creating wedge in the public, developmental initiatives, credibility, all this, whatever you psychologically advantage you have to destroy it. Okay. Study some examples, then it will be cakewalk. Radicalization of Azadi for Kashmir, economic threats. What you will write in this? What is economic threat Pakistan is causing to India? Here also there is issue. This is, you cannot directly link with state. You can link with to the maximum ISI. How ISI is doing this? Counterfeit currency, how they are sending to India? What is the most prominent route? Via Nepal. Open borders, open economic borders are using for. Go ahead. Got the fair idea, right? Then we take China. Tell me some examples which you use for China. China state creating issues for India, internal security problems. Incursions, sovereignty is being threatened, CPZ, all this. Support to terrorism. What example you will write? Masood Azhar. Which resolution it was? Number 1267, exactly. Use of salami slicing strategy. Water threats, we discussed it. Remember? Cyber threat. One example you should have. There is one other very famous cyber threat issue. Which one was it? Mumbai blackout in 2020, I guess. 20 October. And what is controversy regarding it? You got the story, right? Mumbai, all power gone out for kitna time tha? 17 hours? Something like that. And whole power gone out. And why gone out? That time nobody was aware of why power gone out. After that, after some months or next year, one US report came, and what the report says, it was done due to cyber attack on Indian power infrastructure. And later what happened? It got politicized. Cyber attack means it usually comes from China. And there is no evidence to say that it came from China. And some minister also told that it came from China. It's a political advantage in political dialogue. He told it came from China. And afterwards, if my memory is correct, Indian government came with a statement. It is not due to cyber attack. It came due to some malfunction within the system. Which one you will believe? So that's why I didn't cite it. I seen that, but you still can use it as an example of cyber attack. Nobody is going to harm you that much, but don't go and explain too much. It came from China. Don't give so much superficial details. Okay. What next? Arms race, militarization of emerging technologies. Something examples that is going to make the game change. What is China Vision document? Who was saying that day? 48 document. There is a Chinese vision for next century. Chinese 100 years vision plan. They are breaking documents like this. And militarization of all emerging technologies, whatever it is. Space is already going on. AI, artificial intelligence, quantum technology. They will send some quantum satellite, right? 2007 something, 19. Quantum satellite is being tested by China. So all which technologies is coming, active militarization is going. We need only 2-3 points from this. Don't make this whole part of your answer in this question. China is having this transgression now along borders, and CPEC is a threat to sovereignty. CPEC, why India is opposing CPEC is exactly due to sovereignty concerns. CPEC connecting to sovereignty, you have no issues. You should connect. Like that is the official stance of government, that we are not supporting CPEC, BRI, all this because we have sovereignty issues with the project. Which one? Galwan Valley, you can mention. It was a state army to army conflict. You can mention, why not? Doklam also, it's also state army directly involved. All this you can write. Afghanistan, Taliban takeover. Okay. What all you will write here? Spillover effect, most important thing. Radicalization, all these Indian terrorist groups, drugs, that triangle, which one is? Golden Crescent is there. Which 3 countries are part of Golden Crescent? Everyone knows, right? Here we have triangle in the eastern part of India. Here, which all countries? Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan. Here, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam भी है. ठीक है? Thing is, this is the most active. Which area? Active what? Drug trafficking area. And how this Taliban, opium, what they did is they take over all the area where opium is being cultivated, and they control the global supply of opium. They got that monetary resource from this. Move ahead. So what is this part? Non-state actors. So we need 5 points. 5, 6, that is more than enough. We have 4, 5 different part of the answer. So what you have to think is 5 different problems India is facing. From terrorism, from separatism, radicalization, cybercrime, and money laundering. You can add more also, it's not like end to it. Thing is, connect with 1, 2 organization which is not related to state. Everything you can write. Clear? I don't think too much explanation or anything is required from this side. Yeah, Mumbai outrage, all this is given here. Go ahead. What is this shell companies? Give me a small explanation. Why they are? What is their purpose? Base, profit shifting, all these kind of activities. What are some famous tax havens? Mauritius, Panama, all this. What is this? Last part of our answer. Measures to address. We have state actors and non-state actors. Here what we will do? Take pick. Here we will connect something with foreign policy, something with diplomacy. National cooperation. What is this? Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism. What is Pulwama attack? What is Pulwama attack? Pulwama attack, उसमें क्या था problem? क्या issue हुआ था? You remember, right? Tell me what happened. Which year it was? 2019. What happened? Tell me briefly. No. Yeah, that was also part of it. Don't write it in paper. Yeah, tell me, Pulwama में क्या हुआ? CRPF van was going, terrorist with bomb and all explosive came into the bomb, van exploded, and CRPF man, 35 man death हुआ. There was one incident, Iran military commander or somebody like that. What is his name? Qureshi Sulaimani ऐसे कुछ. Remember? What was the issue? Tell me.
His troop was attacked. His car was targeted.
Killed by US.
Army.
Any other suggestion? Nobody else remember it. It was in which year? 2020, right? 19 or 20. So what happened is this guy, Qureshi Sulaimani, I remember correct. This guy was Iranian, very important person, like general, not just a army man, very high post man, strategist, government, a very active person. And this person was killed in Iraq, Baghdad, by a US drone. Very good. US drone, this guy was killed. Now, is that terrorism or not? Is that terrorism? Why we are? Will we use violence terrorism when it is done by US? There is a concept, good terrorism and bad terrorism. That was also given by right. Good Taliban, bad Taliban. So what is the whole idea about? Terrorism doesn't have a clear definition. This constitutes terrorism, this doesn't constitute terrorism. There is no clear demarcation of all this. And then India came up with this Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism. Which year? Which year?
1996.
Very good, 96. So in 1996, India proposed this for UNSC. We should have a definite framework, definite definition for terrorism. There's no such a thing as good and bad. Every terrorist act is terrorist act itself, irrespective of whoever is conducting, irrespective of whatever is the motive. Yeah, so India proposed this, but nobody accepted, and it's still a proposal. No movement was happening on this. So FATF you can cite. When money laundering, when you get the money laundering book or money laundering, when we discuss, we'll discuss in detail money laundering after FATF, whatever it is. Zero tolerance approach, take big actions. What about the non-state actors? It's also very easy. So much connection you can get this question with IR. If you are decently, so many examples we are doing with IR. Only in this question it will be this much. Next question, terrorism, so much connection will not be there. Okay. Dole doctrine. What is Dole doctrine? Offensive defense. We will do something, and example was surgical strike. Okay. Yeah, tell me what you are discussing. Anything? Okay. Gujarat is neighborhood policy. Declaring global terrorist. 1267. We already said. Domestic reforms. What is issue with this UAPA? Like, how many of you are following newspaper for a while? Misuse is there. Very good. Conviction rate is extremely low. 3%, something like that. But that is a little old data. Recently, what government did? Amendment is there. Like this issue was going on, like less than 3% conviction for UAPA cases. And this is 3% against such an important crime case means it's something very bad for the government. And government did said come up with something like central government cases are having a conviction rate of above 90%, something like 94%, and state UAPA cases are having very less. That's why overall we are at 3%, 4%, 6% of this. It's a little bit political, but still there is need for reforms in UAPA. So many cases of misuse, no bail, arrest of urban exiles. Yeah. Overall, you got the idea? Conclusion, what you will do here? In IR, what you did? Here also you can do that, nobody is stopping you. If you remember some statement, terrorism question, you should do that. Because there is so many statements, even in that workbook, one statement is there. At least in terrorism question, you can do that, but don't overdo it. Your all answer is something. Government initiatives, you can do thing like that. Government initiatives is not exactly asked here. So when you are writing it, you write it in some diagrammatic format. Don't waste too much energy into it. राइट सकता है, कोई इश्यू नहीं. गवर्नमेंट कुछ मेजर स्टेप लिया है, मेजर चेंज लिया है इन पॉलिसी, यू कैन डू दैट. ओके, go ahead. So tell me first this question. Analyze the complexity and intensity of terrorism, causes, linkages and nexus. 3 part you will directly get from the first line. 4th part, what is asked? Suggest measures. Suggest measures, it's more easy. What are government measures? If it has, you need specific points. Suggest measures. What happened? Okay. Who is having issue? Yeah, we'll put it at higher. 26, okay? चलेगा? Okay? Yeah, so 3 part we are directly getting from the first line. What is the other part? Suggest measures. This will be 4th part of your answer. So very easy direct question. Whatever you are given in the notes, if you are just did basic justice to it, you can easily write this answer. What we will majorly focus on is how to generate these dimensions. This part we will give a little bit more weightage to it. So one very good way of studying security is go through case studies. What does it mean? Suppose we are doing terrorism. What is biggest India's terrorist attack India faced? 26/11. Now do a basic understanding of this, why this happened, what are India's lapses, what India did afterwards. Getting? Why 26/11 happened? That is lapse. Due to the lapse, they came and attacked, vulnerability. But what was the motive of 26/11? That is motive of all terrorism, to create state fear. Can you be more specific? Everyone know 26/11, right? No need for going into it. Attack on economic capital. Any other suggestions? Wasn't? Revenge. Revenge for what? See, let's go ahead, move ahead. The idea is, who did 26/11? JSET. Taiba, LET, all these guys. Now, there are so many interpretations of why it happened. One interesting interpretation is given by, what was his name? One US spy was caught. US Pakistani guy was caught, Headley. Very good. So he was caught by US for other terrorist attack, and he was facing trial or investigation other attacks with US. Then he revealed that he was a part of 2611, Brain, all these, Masood Azhar, all these guys. And what next? What he revealed? There is two things he revealed. One is politically India and Pakistan were coming together. There were some more political talks were happening. We'll talk about Manmohan doctrine. Trade should be increased. All this was Manmohan idea, how to deal with Pakistan. All this was happening very actively. Now, what is the counter effect of this? An India-Pakistan issue is not becoming a hot topic. All these groups created for this is weakening. And these group are LET, these group are Jaishi, whatever all these terrorist, cross-border terrorist groups, all these groups are weakening. And according to Hadley, his interpretation, the idea of 2611 was break India and Pakistan again, create political, whatever it is going on, break it. And this one attack will give so much of motivation to, again, these whatever terrorist activities is going on, they will again get motivated. People are not coming earlier, issues are getting resolved, not resolved, but still, and all these things will be stopped and people will get motivated into it. And one reason also he given, very interesting it is, what he told is 2611 attack, what was peculiarity of it? Foreign tourists were attacked. In most terrorist attack, you never see foreign tourists being attacked, and foreign tourist means it can be US citizen, and if some US citizen is being attacked, US will interfere, UK citizen, that country will interfere, and if that country will interfere, then whatever group LET, if they did it, they will get global image or global publicity or global whatever it is. So for all this was his interpretation, Hartley's interpretation of whatever 2611 happened. So the point I am making is, one very interesting way of studying security is, take 4 or 5 terrorist cases, take Taliban, take one organization, do their analysis, whatever, don't overdo it, whatever we are written in the book, like why terrorism is happening, what are the effects of terrorism, study everything from some examples, study effects of terrorism from effects of 2611. If a question came, what are India's terrorist vulnerabilities, think from perspective of one incident. Okay, getting? But ये नहीं होना है पूरा आंसर में 2611 लिख के नहीं आना है. Question will be generalistic, don't go into that. So this is definition type. You can start with like this also. If some keywords you can define, just simply define it. Yeah, data is better. I just want to show different types of introduction, that's why I put it. If you have relevant data to cite in the answer, data is always better, should be relevant. Yes, you can cite. So how you will generate point for this? Causes of terrorism. Yeah, complexity and intensity of terrorism. Take pick for one. You want take pick? Take everyone in one time. Done? Yeah. So complexity and what else? Intensity of terrorism. How will you explain this? How will you generate 5 points for this? there is some framework we need to think. Changing nature is very correct. Technology आ रहा है, वो आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है, it is giving, adding complexity to the terrorism. One approach to it is think from life cycle of terrorism. Think from whatever steps in, if a terrorist activity is going on, whatever steps is there. One is motivation. How motivation of terrorism is changing. Earlier terrorism may be only more political. Now religious terrorism is getting, right-wing terrorism is getting prominence. Give some examples so that new elements are coming into it. And motivation, after that modulus of operandi, how they are working. What best example you can cite? Drones are using for attack in Jammu and Kashmir and all this. BSF has shoot down some drones. Arms were smuggled and all this. New cyber warfare, psychological warfare, we already discussed. Thing is motivation. After that, how the attack is happening, new forms, different new ways of attack being happening, vulnerabilities are changing. New forms, okay. Yes. Post attack, what is the difficulties? What are the changes happening? Cyber attack, you can cite. Cyber attack means there is high level of deniability. It's very difficult to exactly locate and trial whoever did the cyber attacks. Role of state is changing. Indirect supports are increasing. All this globally, we are all same. There is no standard definition. There is no institutional framework what constitute or how to tackle terrorism. Clear? This is one way of thinking to generate points. If you have some approach, points will come. Even if you attend the 5 class, we will discuss so much examples. If you have a general framework how to this dimension to you should think in your paper, then it will naturally come into your answers. If you have attend the class or if you have filled that workbook and you have done enough work. Okay, move ahead. Yeah, next part is causes of terrorism. It's a very straightforward question. Take pick whoever want. Make it fast. Okay, causes of terrorism. How to generate points? What you have done? You have done any framework? How do you generate points for this? Political, historical, religious. What else? Like I'm developed. I'm asking any other approach you applied to generate these points. Any structural thinking? (2611). You did like that? Thing is, what we are trying to do is, if you go to exam and have a scattered thinking approach, still points will come. If you have studied scattered thinking, still it will come. Studied. But thing is, if you have a structured mindset to answer writing, at least these kind of topics, IR or these, where questions are predictable, topics are you have in hand, almost certain next year be thoda idhar udhar change hoga. Maximum one question you will get bouncer. At least rest of the question you can think, have a framework, do all the exercise. Okay. So here what I have done is think from perspective of different terrorist group. ISIS, why they are fighting? Religious. Or from cross-border terrorism in Pakistan, what is the issue? Azadi for Kashmir, that means political. And insurgents, what is their issue? Separatism, there is also political cause. Naxalism, what is their issue? Who told? Developmental gap. Naxalism, social also. What else written? Ethnic. Tribal conflicts in Northeast, tribal conflict in Africa. All these will come in ethnic. Psychological causes. What will you write in this? Yes, one guy went on video game firing. Lone wolf attack. One person is getting motivated of XYZ thing, going to school and shooting in US. At least in India, the trend is not there. In US, this is, yeah, no, still it is very much happening. So all these you can write. One approach I am saying is, think of different terrorist groups you can think of. राइट कर सकता है क्या इशू? यू कैन राइट, नो इश्यूज. पॉइंट्स इधर उधर चेंज हो सकता है. No. This is I'm saying all this to generate the points. This is way you think. Think of different groups, then think of their causes, why they are fighting for. See, when I'm saying here, what written here is how you should approach the answer. When you write the explanation, you start from here, you will give a heading political causes and write the name of the organization or whatever. That explanation should be in line with whatever it is asked. In the previous slide, it was complexity. Then your explanation should be connected with complexity, how adding to complexity is. Clear? You can write. That is also fine. You are thinking simply going with syllabus wise, history, polity, religious, social, society, economic, all this. You can do, no issues. That is your option. Where you are getting all this? It's fine. You can write 2 words above it. But thing is, don't make it the full part of your answer. Don't make a big paragraph on it. You mentioned that fact. Afterwards, you should come to something like this structure. Don't finish your answer with this. And if sociology, all this, don't use theories. That also don't do. Naxalism, if you talk about Naxalism, don't write a conclusion of supporting Naxalism. They are not having development, so whatever they are doing is correct. Even though development gap is one cause of, what do you say? Means is wrong. Whatever the aim is, what the means they are adopting is wrong. That should be your line of thought. Okay, move ahead. So what is next part of our answer? Linkages between. Yeah, take pick. Whoever one, take pick. In one, go. Okay. Yeah. Linkages between obnoxious nexus. What is this obnoxious? What is this obnoxious? Yogesh Kumar, NatGrid. Sir, how can online student can send their answers? We can take it. See, officially we don't have any program for checking the answers. You know, I'm speaking for this. Sareen Lodi. Shahista Sareen Lodi. You can send 1-2 answers in Telegram or somewhere, then we can have a look. Otherwise, you will have to join the test series. Then we will have a weekly test. Some you guys are doing, right? So if your test series weekly, we will do a test series on security after discussion. We'll do a test series on Sunday. That will be having 10 questions, I guess. That will have formal checking and all these things. Otherwise, we don't have any formal facility. Still, if you want, you can send 1-2 answer. Try to reach out to some of. Okay. Yeah, move ahead. So how will you do this? Obnoxious means what you got? Yeah. Irritating, bad. Yeah, you have something to add? nexus between organized crime. Something irritating, all this will come into picture. What is thing is this part should be correct. Organized crime and terrorism. This linkage you should study very well. Whatever nexus of terrorism is asking, this nexus is asking. They're not asking some other nexus. Okay, don't fall for this word even if you don't know the meaning. Nexus in terrorism question is mostly nexus with the organized crime. And what is this all about? What is the nexus between organized crime and terrorism? Funding is the, what is this black hole syndrome?
Times organized crime become
Terror group become organized crime groups. Thing is, these two are very much synonymous. Organized crime and terrorism. What black hole syndrome says, when this is happening, it will pull in. Black hole means it will pull everything into it. When terrorism happening, it will come into it. Somewhere these two will merge at some level. That is black hole syndrome. This you can use as keyword only. After that, the main nexus is coming from funding. How terrorist funding is happening? Some criminal activity will go on. Give me an example. Suppose kidnapping. Yeah, arms trafficking. So take drug trafficking. Yes. Opium. Taliban. What Taliban did? Opium they cultivated. They sold in countries like India, Punjab, all these issues, wherever issues is there. And this is a criminal activity. They will get money. What they will do? Money laundering. Money laundering means what? Illicit money, they are making it into a legal form. Technically it is not getting legal, but in paper it is getting legal. So money laundering will happen and it will get a legal channel, it will supply back into where it started. Then it can be used for any funding. Okay. Yeah. So this nexus you have to show through different means. By black hole syndrome, you give some examples. By funding, you give some examples. 2-3 dimensions you cover it up. That will suffice the part. Move ahead. What is else? Measures required to eradicate terrorism. This is quite easy. What is this? Yeah, take pick. This is very synonymous. What is anti-terrorism? Tell me. One is response. This is more like response. This is more like you are taking a holistic view out of it. Causes of terrorism is being addressed here. Trying to address what we are trying to address, causes of terrorism. Here, damages of terrorism, we are trying to limit it. Okay. Should I off the AC? AC, what to do? Are you all comfortable? Okay. So how will you generate points for these measures, government measures?
Immediate, short term, long term.
All these game, whatever game you can play, you can play. Give me some examples. Politically, what will you do? There is written here. Legal measures, UAPA conviction, we already discussed. Institutional measures. What is this? Institutional measures. Politicization of what? IB politicization, where you hear? Very rarely you hear. NIA you hear, ED you hear. ED politicization is always in news. What is ED? Enforcement Directorate. NIA politicization, CBI politicization. These all are somehow connected to organized crime. Financial, FATF, blacklist, grey list. What is Pakistan now? Grey, black. They're out of grey list, right? Capacity building means modernization of armed forces. Which committee you cite here? Shekatkar committee. Integrated theatre command, all those will come into it. We'll deal with it. Where will it come? Border security, border measures. Intelligence analysis. Give me an example. RAW, IB, all this. What police and public engagement means what? Community based approach. Dialogue, all this. Some Indian Army is conducting some exam preparation in Kashmir. What was the name of the scheme? Himayat, something like that. Can cite that. De-radicalization measures. Technological measures, what will you do? Technological measures, how to tackle terrorism, technological measures. See, ISIS, how recruitment of ISIS is going on? Through social media. Video games, that lone wolf attack was related to video games. So some kind of regulation is needed in online media. However, we support free media, we say that media should be free. Some kind of regulation is needed. We cannot let this terrorist organization have a free hand over it. Border security will discuss international. Can cite some examples. Okay, we move ahead. You are getting the basic picture, right? It's not conclusion. This also you can do. In terrorism question, at least you must do this. It's a very famous dialogue also. What it is? Terrorism is an attack on humanity, freedom and civilization. It knows, it knows no boundaries, only a unified, uniform and zero tolerance approach can defeat terrorism. So something like that you can connect with. At least in terrorism answer, if a question directly is coming, you can use this. Don't overuse it like IR. IR, it's more relevant. Security, it's not that much relevant. Still, because terrorism is a global issue, terrorism is something India is always doing. What is India's tactics in global forum with regard to Pakistan on terrorism? Corner Pakistan, isolation of Pakistan. Isolation of Pakistan. So this, due to this, there are so many dialogues between Prime Minister, all this coming into picture. This you can write in way forward also. Okay, move ahead. This is third question, right? What is the difference in this? Tell me parts. Scourge of terrorism is a grave challenge to national security. What solution do you suggest to curb this growing menace? What are major sources of terrorist funding? Kidnapping, correct? So please read online comment also. Sure, I'll try to keep track. Netra cyber surveillance, very good, very good. Move ahead. Give me parts of this question. See, what is difference in this question? That is not that much easy as last question. We have a statement here. Scourge of terrorism is a grave challenge to national security. You are not told to analyze the statement. You are not told to comment on the statement. You are not told to explain the statement. Nothing is told. There is a different question here. What solution do you So just to curb the growing menace, what are major sources of? Two different questions are asked and one statement is given. So how will you address this? This is for 15 marks. What you will do? Give me what all parts it contains. You need more dimensions. Now tell me first part what it is. That you can will discuss. Tell me what is the first part you will write. There is a statement. Don't completely overlook the statement. Don't just jump into the question is asked. Yes. Challenges terrorism as a challenge to national security. That will be your first part. And you have 3 pages. How will you divide in this question? If you are writing these challenges of terrorism to national security, even if you have 10 points, don't write too much. You have written here introduction, just give some space to it and finish it within. Don't take even 1 page full. Why? Because it is not exactly asked. Keep very keen eye on these factors. If there is a term explained, then you can have more liberty. You can take more space to it. This kind of question, only what you have to do is do some justice to the statement. Don't leave it all together. Even you can apply a diagram format. Draw a simple diagram, whatever it is. Just address the statement what is given. Then go to whatever it is asked and allocate the space accordingly. Clear? Kaun banaya mistake? Who made this mistake, like overwriting this part? Nobody. When I check answer, I find so many very basic things. Your answer also. When in talk, content hai, sab pata hai, sab examples you are saying. Then when I check your answer, you are making very fundamental mistakes. Tell me who else? Got the idea, right? Clear? Fixed in mind? किधर भी आंसर लिख रहा है, these kind of mistakes should not happen. Whichever topic, whichever subject, original mains or test series, whatever it is. What happened? Okay. What next? What next part you will write? Now we will go to the question. We don't have this. Solutions we will discuss. After that, very direct question. What are sources of terrorist funding? Very disordered manner it is asked. You have to first write all the solution, then you have to come back and write the sources of funding. Don't do. It's asked in that way, answer in that way. Nobody will come and kick you if you do opposite. But general standard is whatever is asked, follow the format. Don't use too much of brain into what should be exact structure of this answer. Don't do it. They are asking like this, then you answer like this. What do you do? What will do if such question is asked? Sometimes more difficult. We're just giving some examples. India is facing all these issues, some terrorism issue due to these factors. Is another way of introducing answer. If you don't exactly have got any definition, if you don't remember any data, you can simply contextualize. These are terrorism threats India is facing and give an introduction. I put it because just to show you different types of introduction. So, how is terrorism as a grave challenge to national security? What you will do in this part? Same, this question is very synonymous with last question we discussed. What we can do is impact of 2026-11 Mumbai attacks. Think from that perspective. Whatever impacts afterwards come, political impact, economic impact, trade between India and Pakistan, what is the status? How much it is? 500 million around. What is potential? 30 something, 38 billion, something is like that is the potential trade between India and Pakistan. But we are only having 500 million trade. So think from all dimensions. Impact of terrorism. Another way of approach is study or have this mental framework, different dimensions of national security. What are different dimensions of national security? Physical safety, all comes. Consensus, values, energy security, environmental security, economic security, socio-political security, territorial integrity, all this from different aspects. You make one or two how the terrorism is challenging each aspect of it. Cyber security you can include. Okay, open up national security, what does it mean in different sectors, then connect it with terrorism. Getting? Move ahead. This is, we already discussed, suggestion, the same question is repeating. In IR you will get so many areas where same theme is getting repeated. That's why this workbook and only few topics, few dimensions you have to very highly prepare. Sources of terrorist funding. Here also you can think from different organizations. How ISIS is getting fund? Oil trade, donations. Where donations are coming from? Gulf. Majorly from Gulf countries, supporting countries, hostages, extortion, crime, all these crime networks they are running. If Taliban, you think from Taliban perspective, we discussed about opium. Taliban major LET, illicit state funding, ISI. Other groups, Maoists, where they are getting cross-border funding, they are getting urban funding, they are getting urban infiltration or something like that. Urban intellectuals, whatever it is. Thing is, you can think about 4-5 terrorist organization, but don't write this as your heading. Your heading is this only. To generate the points, think from different organization perspective. Okay, clear? Yeah. It's very vague. State means what is other point in it? Almost all point will come under non-state, right? Shell companies, everything is non-state. State means only state, one ISI part will come. Or if some state is engaged, if Taliban is a state now, so that will come just one point. You cannot have classification, there is not that much scope. Okay. So we are not discussing this. Want to take break? So we'll come to last question. So this is a different question, last one. What was it? So why this question was asked? So, thing is, we told so many times, this question was asked because that year that was a very hot topic. We are not remembering data regarding this, not getting points regarding this, not remembering the facts regarding this, there is no issues. Because this is asked that year because that is something very important for that year. Clear? What are the parts you will do? We have a long statement. Banning of this organization brought into focus. Role of overground workers in assisting terrorist organizations. Examine the role played by these guys. So you will write role played by overground workers. After that, measures. See, every question, very simple things are asked. What is the impact of terrorism? What is the causes of terrorism? What is very simple. Role of overground workers. How will you generate points? What is overground workers? Have some clarity on it, rest will come. What is overground workers?
Information exchange, radicalizing the
Directly, they are not part of any terrorist organization. They are maybe common people, they may be very normal people, but some exercises, they are contributing some way to the cause of the organization. Yeah. So how they will help? This is regarding that specific case. The ministry was banned under UAP Act, the organization. Don't give too much into that organization, that is not our key point. So how you can generate points regarding is how these guys, overground workers, how they assist organization before carrying out any attack, how they assist when an attack is being conducted, how they attack when after an attack. Okay, way of thinking you are getting. These three dimensions come into your mind. 2-3 points in this you will definitely get. It's not very difficult. If you don't have this some kind of structure to the thinking, then it will be some difficult to think more points. You will like same point, you will change little bit and write again. All these things come into picture. So tell me how before attack these guys are very important. You want to take take. So tell me before terrorist attack how it is important. Radicalization, building the base, recruitment, where it is coming from, men, where it is coming from. What is this? Systematic entrapment. Exactly. From 7 years, people are being brainwashed, people are being taught different terrorist ideologies. Some kind of like us versus we versus they, that kind of mentality is creating. Some kind of we are always at vulnerable, we are the vulnerable section, we are losing out something. All these complexes are being created from less than 8 children itself, very young ages. Brainwash you can use, no issues. It's normal. Systematic entrapment is one kind of a keyword like. So basically idea is very small ages, the ideology is being pumped into the children. Logistical support, how they give? Vehicles, everything related to logistics. Politicization of demands, what is it? Like pressure groups, they act as some kind of pressure group, will be supporting it. Give me during contact, intelligence gathering, what it is? Information, very exact location of where the truck is, where the XYZ infrastructure is. All these come from public. It's very difficult to infiltrate otherwise without the support of the public. Smuggling of weapons, explosives. After attack, how it helps? Tell me. Spreading ideologies. Like Burhan Wani, what happened? Remember the case? The guy was militant and he was killed by army. After that, kitna log? 2 lakh people attended his funeral or something. Then like big number is there, like everyone's Facebook DP or WhatsApp DP was his. Technically he was a militant. So all these activities are being these are done by whom? Something like 2 lakh, 3 lakh people are doing. They are not, you cannot call 3 lakh people terrorists. They are overground workers. They may have some inclination to the ideologies, but that doesn't mean they are not active members of any XYZ group. Providing shelter after crime, protection against arrest, similar. False allegations against security forces, what does it include? Human rights violation, all these cases. Civilian shield against counter-terrorism, what does it include? that throwing of stones, stone pelting, all this come into it. Okay, get the mental picture. If you're not getting the facts, don't worry too much about it. Tomorrow maybe question, this will be changed. Some other question also, if you can have this mental ability to divide the answer into before attack, during the attack, post attack. That is the takeaway of all this. Factual part, it is 3 years before current affairs, not that much relevant to us. Clear? What is this? Solution, measures. This is very similar to what we have discussed for terrorism question. Very similar. Two different approach you can see. One is, yeah, soft approach. Developmental gap, de-radicalization program, school education, employment opportunities, do all these aspects. Second one, hard approach. If somebody is not turning into violence, then you have to use army, you have to use force to stop that. There is no compromise to it. And इसमें all other aspect will come. Intelligence improve करना है, fencing करना है, insurgency, whatever it is. Sometimes we have to go attack even though civilians are there. Civilians may be get injured, but still certain XYZ is substantiated. Okay. Yeah. How will you link? Thing is, these are all very closely related. Only what matters is if you can cite some kind of linkages correctly. If totally unrelated thing you have written, then it will counterfire. Given CCIT heading in this way forward, there is no issues with it. It's very related to terrorism, but connect with overground workers. It should have some policy framework to address these people also, something like that. Yes, yes. Anything else? Anything else? Nothing much. It's similar to what we have discussed. So, what is our plan of action? Tonight I will upload tomorrow's topic. You know what is topics? Left-wing extremism and Northeast insurgency. Workbook I will upload by tonight in the Telegram group. Go through it, add your examples, add your value addition study. If you don't have your own note, make it as your base note and add into it. Okay. So, thank you so much. So, good evening everyone. बस यार, stop, enough. कब आया था? 6:10. Writing for 1 hour and you need more time. What about you? 6:30. Everyone written? How was it? 2 questions. 3. Which one you left? What about you? How much you have written? 3 questions you have written. Which one? First, second and third. Satyam, you written all. Why fourth one? Why you are not writing? So how was it? How was experience? बोलो कैसे था? कितने लिखा आपने? इसमें एनालिसिस भी था ना, वो किया? सेक्शन एग्जैक्ट सेक्शन नहीं पता, ठीक है, बट द क्वेश्चन वाज आस्किंग समथिंग एनालिसिस हो, और लिखा? कंटेंट नहीं है इसलिए छोड़ा, बाकी 3 लिखा. So most of you have written first 3 questions. Okay. Workbook you have seen, gone through. कुछ कर रहा है? It's in Telegram group. और प्रिंट आउट मिला इधर से? आज नहीं मिला क्या बोला just bring it for everyone if anyone is going it's coming too dark right give me this watermark actually in PDF it is very light I kept it like it shouldn't be a disturbance in print it is yes give me so wherever the columns are left you have to do your work on it not getting too much into it rest all you know right so we'll straight away start the discussion what we are going to do is first two question we will discuss it together it was very much similar questions what was difference in this first question is determinants of left wing extremism and what should be the way forward that is what is asked in the second question what is government approach that is being asked so tell me different parts of this answer first answer you're going through the question right everyone have written what are determinants of left wing extremism in eastern part of India so what will be your first heading or first part of the answer very direct determinants of left wing extremism in eastern part of India okay what is next what strategy should government of India civil administration and security forces adopt to counter the threat in the affected areas very easy what we are approach is strategy we are going to write this may you will write 3 sections government of India what should government of India do civil administration what they should do and security forces so how many parts overall we get nearly 4 parts so at least 4 points in each 20 some point may 3 and 15 plus point you can easily generate I don't think it's very straightforward question what about this one what is the question left wing extremism is showing a downward trend but still affects many parts of the country briefly explain government of India's approach to counter the challenges posed by left wing extremism how much marks it's a 10 marker okay here it is 15 right yeah so we have 4 parts 15 very easy what will you do for this tell me see in this question this is very similar to what we discussed yesterday there is a statement there is a question so you have 2 page I'm drawing too much you have a statement and you have different question not totally different but still a question so will you approach it like here there will be question written 2 line 3 line introduction you are given what else you will do there is a statement support the statement and but whatever space is left don't take 50% of the space for this take in a very small space here you will substantiate the statement whatever it is given and major part of your answer should be answering the question exactly what is asked okay in some question after the statement there will be a word like comment explain elaborate something like that in that kind of question you can take 50% of the space for the statement whatever it is then you can come into the question whatever okay so what will be different parts of this downward trend you told somebody downward trend you will show After that, still affected, how it is. This you can show together or as a separate also if you have enough content for that. What else you will do? Next part, Government of India strategy. What more you can do in this? Way forward, if you have, you can write something. Make it very small. Okay, move ahead. All clear? So this is kind of introduction for both the question. What we are doing is we are simply defining what is left-wing terrorism or left-wing extremism. Whatever term is given in the question, just explain what it is. Okay. Now there is a scope for drawing a map in this question. Which question you will draw the map and all this? In the first question, you will complete your introduction here and finish it off. In the second question, you can show the trend is coming down. Which data you remember? Yeah. Left-wing extremism affected districts. In 2010, it was 96 districts. It became 41. So what happened in exam? It's very high chance that 96 and 41 you will forget. What you will do? Something like this. From in last decade, it reduced by 50%. Somewhere I have used it. Reduced by more than 50%. At least have something numbers too, so that you can remember it. Here also, otherwise you are good at it, you can learn all these numbers. Affected districts, incidents of attacks, civilian deaths, 1 or 2 will suffice your argument. Then it's still not complete, even 41 districts are still affected. You can use a map to show that. Very rough map, no need to show exact state, exact location only. At least the area where red corridor or affected area is there, show that. Which states are affected, mostly affected? Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Odisha. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana was highest affected when earlier times. In peak of this left-wing extremism, Telangana was the major factor, but nowadays it's getting all washed out. So only Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh is one of the major area. Bihar also have some issues. Yes. Go ahead. Saying something? So how will you approach the determinants of left-wing extremism? What does exactly determinants means?
What are the factors?
Factors which led to the rise of left-wing extremism. Factors which are affecting it. If any changes recently is happening, we have shown it is decreasing. So what are the factors that are promoting this trend? All these factors you can show in your answer. So yeah, think from all these perspectives. What is ideological influence? Tell me, what is ideology of left-wing extremism? Maoism. Tell me, what is it? Anyone online?
It is against capitalist.
Against capitalist. Any other? What is ideology of left-wing extremism? What is communism? Tell me, classless society. Say, collective ownership of means of production. Anything else? What does communism envisages?
Capture the state power.
Communism envisages a society where there is no state, no ownership of money or property, and what else? No classes. Classless, stateless, moneyless society. Such an idealistic society is envisaged by communism. Is it practical? So what they have tried? Modified it, give some political aspect to it. Then came socialism. What socialism does? We have a capitalistic order or an exploitative order. Where this communism came from? Karl Marx. Where was he? Europe, UK mostly. So what was UK or Europe going through that time? Industrial revolution. And due to industrial revolution, what happened? There were factories where workers are working, and they were working like 12 hours, and all the miseries of life they are facing. And there is a separate section of city or town where the owners are sitting. Whatever benefits the factory is generating is taken up by the owners. So this is context where the communism came from. Now when it go to socialism, where does it came from? Even though so many places we find the reference, mainly it is by USSR, policies of USSR. So socialism, what does it do? Communism, we are a capitalist or exploitative society. A direct transition to communist society is practically not feasible. So socialism, come up with an intermediate level. And what is that? Means of production. Instead of abolishing everything, let a state come up, and that state let own all this. Then when situations are okay, we will go to communism. So who was propounder of this? Lenin. Now what is Maoism? Russia was also a kind of industrialized society. There were also these factories, this ownership, very similar issues was going on there itself. There also. What was Maoism? It came from China. So what is difference between China and what other countries we have discussed? You say? Agricultural society. It has cultural elements also. Very good. Predominantly, China was not industrialized as Europe. So who are the stakeholders here? If a society is not industrialized, it will be peasants. Agriculture is very poor, downtrodden people. So Maoism propounds something, the same ideology for not the industrial workers, but the revolution should come from peasants, agriculturists, all these people. And they, what is their strategy? People's war. What is people's war? Power come from only barrel of the gun. Use violence, use force to acquire whatever power if you want. And they all system, all this socialism, Maoism, Leninism, everything is against the liberal democracy. What is liberal democracy? That is something associated with capitalism. Capitalist society, US democracy, Indian democracy will say we are liberal democracy. Any of these country is not going to support liberal democracy. They are all some kind of one party rule like in China. So Maoism, people's war, all these ideologies when come to India, who became the stakeholders? All these development affected peoples, tribals, tribal belt in India, peasants also to some extent. So these ideologies came to India and we see what? Left-wing extremism developments. What exactly is left-wing extremism problem? How would you define the problem. Is it a social problem, economic problem, law and order problem, political problem? What is it? All. It's a law and order problem. One of the factor only. The most important thing is this is a political problem. The ideology, whatever left-wing extremism, their overall aim is overthrow of the state, democratic state, and bring in a socialist state or whatever state they are propounding. Whatever agenda they have a high-level political motive to it. That's why it's become one of the greatest internal security problem to India. If it is a limited developmental issue, we can solve it by just one or two strategies. And don't forget this political aspect to it. After all, it is a political problem, and whatever the proponents are, they have a ideology that state should be overthrown and they should acquire the power. Okay, move ahead. What else you will write? Think you get enough to substantiate ideological influences. What else? Political gap, what it is? Non-inclusion of? Anything else? There is something like Jan Adalat or Jungle Adalat. What is it? Heard of it? Not Jan Adalat, Jungle Adalat. Heard of it somewhere? What is it? What it can be? Grievances. Similar to parallel judiciary run by left-wing extremist groups. Why they are happening? Not just dissatisfaction, there is no system of policing. If something criminal thing happened into our society, people will go to police, court, all the system. Suppose police is not there, court is not there, where will people go? There is significant gap in all these. Governance gap. There is significant governance gaps in every aspect of it. That's why the Jungle Adalat, they are doing something, not just sitting, not just doing injustice thing. If a thing has to be resolved, some level they are doing something. That's why they are still able to run the parallel government or parallel system. No, we are talking about extremist groups. We cannot club it with something good or something like that. Don't give a positive color to it, even though I speak in that tone. Thing is, the idea is there is significant governance gap or significant issues with whatever government is delivering. Political और क्या लिख सकता है? What is this? What is it? Local self-governments to tribal areas. Problem is it is not implemented in many tribal states. Wherever it is implemented, regular elections are not happening. What else? Give me some examples of social gap. These are all tribal issues. All tribal issues you are thinking, you can connect with it. Human right violation. It's connected with tribal belt, tribal zone issues. External influences, what you will write? Arms and funding. Funding come from external. Arms. Technology influences. Weapons, drones. Most important is you will connect it with. What is urban nexus? It's a very controversial term. Tell me what is it? Thing is, when the Naxalism or left-wing extremism, when it started or when it is highest peak phase, it was all related to areas where there is no government, like inner areas of forest, inner villages, all these areas. Now government is very effective. They are losing their base in those areas. Now they are coming into urban areas. What they will do? They raise funding. They spread their ideologies among youth, among college students, college organizations, all these. What else? Front organization, pressure group. They act as a pressure group. ठीक है. Urban infiltration, same thing. Okay. So at least 4-5 points will suffice. Thinking line is, think of the factors that influence this left-wing extremism. Geographical features. You can write, it can be. It's mainly affecting inner districts where there is no connectivity, there is no road, correct. Anything else you can think of? Determinants affecting left-wing extremism. You have written something new which I haven't written here, tell me. Yeah, speak about it. What is Britishers did? Historical factors, policy of isolation. You see this in insurgency also. Tribal Panchil, you connect with this. Correct. Jal Jungle Jameen issues continuing, it's still not resolved. What is that? Displacement issue. Dam policy, dam as temples, all these you can connect with. Substantiate. Very difficult point. Which state? Okay. You have to give very solid substantiation for this. You are giving a point that is, I can be counter it. If you are writing a point like that, you should give an example. You should give a very solid thing. If you are writing a point which everyone knows, then no need to worry about it. What is this diagram? Okay, your next part of the answer. Okay. Land reforms. You can connect with that. Legal issues. What is other legal issue you will connect with? Forest Act. What is the issue with Forest Act? One issue bolo. Ownership, giving of ownership as criteria. What is the criteria? 3 generation or 75 years data you should give to the government. Where you will get 3 generation data for tribal people. And there is many cases like it is being rejected. The claims are being rejected and no reason is given, no reappeal is given. So implementation is very much lacking. Forest Rights Act. What else was it? Land reforms, failure of land reforms. All these you can connect with. Go ahead. So how will you explain the Government of India approach to left-wing extremism? What is this? From tribal Panchil we have advanced to Samadhan strategy. Just remember the word. This is not that much required. It's very difficult to remember exactly. At least Samadhan strategy should come into your answer. Okay. Now, what does it include? All these are part of Samadhan itself. It's like a doctrine. We say about Gujarat doctrine, that is just an idea. After that, handling will be different with each country. Similarly, these are all mostly part of Samadhan doctrine itself. So, What is multi-pronged approach? Basically it contains, tell me, different fronts. We told left-wing extremism cannot be categorized as a political problem only or law and order problem only. So what we need is a holistic approach to it. And what is the holistic approach? These 5 dimensions you should by heart or think of. Security aspects, development aspects, these 2 mostly will write, it will come into mind. Second, administrative you can add on, political penetration, community engagement. Okay, these 5 aspects of government's multi-pronged approach to left-wing extremism. What is security aspects? More than that, what is this? Zero tolerance to violence. Best example is greyhounds. What greyhounds did? Infrastructure rehabilitation is one part of it. The other part is modernization of police forces. They use very advanced weapons, night vision cameras, thermal imaging, everything possible. Very advanced training is given to the battalion. So very iron fist approach. What is Cobra battalion? Very same. They are getting special training to jungle fighting. CRPF is fighting for this. CRPF is the major organization. Tell me. Cobra battalion. What is this? What does it does? It contains tribals which is working against these left-wing extremism areas. At least 2 examples will suffice. Development approach, what does it does? Training, yes. You can add training given to police officers. Police officers are also part of security program. This one, only tribals, tribal battalion it is. It's a part of CRPF itself. They will fight left-wing extremism. The battalion will be only of tribal people. What is developmental approach to left-wing extremism? Infrastructure development. Main issue is there is no connectivity. And connectivity, what all connectivity? Road is just one part of it. Road is communication is not there. Even healthcare is not there. Education is not there. Connect with everything. What is how much road, any data you remember? Something like 3000 plus kilometer road was built in since 2014 or something. The problem, what is the challenge in building roads here? Roads are being destroyed also. If a road is built, it has to be given protection also for X number of time. Yes. Thing is, we are not giving road only for left-wing extremists. Road is for public to use now. Developmental issue is there, you cannot solve this issue. If developmental gap is persisting and that is not bridged, this issue will not resolve. One form it will change to another and it will continue to haunt you. Core issue is there is a huge developmental gap and road connectivity is just part of the approach. Of course, this is also being like when road construction is going on, they exactly know where who is CRPF, security or construction work. They are also being attacked, and a lot of CRPF also people are also died on this construction of road project itself. So even though this is happening, we cannot say we should not construct road. What about mobile connectivity? How much any data? Something like that, more than 80% or 90% of left to extremism districts are mobile connectivity is provided. Okay, what is aspirational district program? What is the idea of it? Convergence. It is not bringing out anything new. Whatever is happening, they are converging it. Low hanging fruits, you get it. There has been, this is mostly implemented in these districts. 41 districts we show. Roshni scheme, what is it? Skill development, related to skill development. All these development aspects you connect with this. Administrative adalat system. Jungle adalat has to be stopped, should give something alternative to it. Unless alternative is not provided, parallel government, all these will continue. Providing government officers. There is BharatNet. What is it? How much panchayats are being connected? Yeah, 2.5 lakh villages. So giving mobile was one step of it. Things should start moving more forward. In way forward, you should providing internet connectivity, smartphones, e-governance, political penetration. What is it? Basically, these two we discussed: Forest Right Act and PESA. Community engagement. What is media plan? Counter propaganda. Influence the positive image, create positive image about state, role of state, everything like that. Then you can always connect with SHGs, NGOs, connect with some examples regarding this. Now, how you can give more depth to this answer? These 5 dimensions you have to think, and these points also will come. How you can give more depth to this? Very good. Give me some examples. Andhra Pradesh model we discussed. Bihar, so many models are there. So at least give 2-3 case studies here and there. That will give you so much more clarity to whatever we are discussing. So this is a small list. What is this? Saranda model. What does it does? This is the beginning of developmental approach. Development as an antidote to left-wing extremism. Okay. What is? Yeah. State ने लिखा है. Take. Okay. So this strategy was development as an antidote to left-wing extremism. Not give it as a separate list. Whenever you are substantiating the other part, give this example. What is this? Sandesh, Bihar. What does it does? You write about PESA. Yeah, a very good example when substantiating PESA. You are writing political aspects. Give an example of story of Sandesh. Regular elections were conducted. Alternative was somehow developed in the region. What is this? Asdwar project. What is the idea? Idea is provide all kinds of connectivity, road, infrastructure, everything. Andhra model greyhounds we already told. At least 2-3 examples and case study came into your answer. That will give so much depth to it. Now how you will think way forward? This question becomes a little bit easy. Next part of the question. Government of India, civil administration. What is third one? Security forces. 3, it's very conveniently given. So you can think on those lines. Otherwise, what you will do? Simply way forward, you have to write strategies to adopt against left-wing extremism. What will you do? Think these 5 dimensions: security, development, administration, political penetration, and community engagement. Now, give a little bit extra to this. What more you can do? Think on these lines. What more security forces should do? What more they should do? Intelligence gathering should be improved. Interconnectivity, you are saying. Human rights violation by security forces you are speaking about. That should also be addressed. So a very controversial topic again. AFSPA will discuss. Development, give the next step. What should next come into the next phase of development? Industrialization you can connect with. Administration, e-governance. 2.5 lakh panchayats we are connecting with fiber network. And most of, you know, what is it? Black fiber, dark fiber, optic fiber it is. What is dark fiber or something like that? Not dark net. No, not dark net. We are not talking about dark net. It's completely different. Unused, like we are laying the optical fiber cables, only very small fraction of it we are using currently, but we are laying very big potential cables. Why? Every time we cannot go and dig throughout the country. So in future we will need more data to pass, so we are laying like for foreseeable future. So that all should be exploited to give e-governance in these areas, improve connectivity aspirations. Yeah, this question we will connect it with 3 aspects. First part, Government of India. What Government of India should do? What should be long-term vision for each district? What we will write in it? Idea is that only, but thing is, if top-down approach should go, somewhere each district should come out with its own plan. Why this is more relevant in now times? Because earlier when we draw the map of India, we will show the red corridor, it was very huge number of areas. Now it has been very less. These areas lost their continuity. Now it is become much more convenient to tackle this. At least in Bihar, many areas we case study we see. Many part of the Bihar is left-wing extremism is out. Only in few zones it is still happening. In Telangana we have discussed. Telangana was peak of this left-wing extremism. Now it is almost getting cleared out. So whichever state is having, Jharkhand is one of state where things can be improved with small investment. And this plan will come out from state, from each districts. Challenges are different. Chhattisgarh is one area where still there is considerable left-wing extremism going on. There we may need better plans, bigger plans. But at least in those states where the challenge is very limited, there we need districts to have more autonomy or everything. Okay. Tribal Panchil, you can always connect with this. What is tribal Panchil? Whose policy? Basic idea, what was it? Yeah, they have to develop on their own. Government will not. Government will support the development, but don't enforce policies on them. They have to develop with their own. Exactly remembering this is not required. You are not to replicate this, but this you can use as a keyword or government policy and gives a basic idea of it in one line. Move ahead. Security forces, what they do? Intelligence, we already talked. Take. Modernization of forces. Every time we discuss this topic. Tomorrow's topics, which are they? Border security. So when border security, every time, every standard way forward is modernization of forces. It's applicable everywhere the armed forces are involved. Close cooperation with police forces. Why? At the end of the day, law and order is whose matter? It's a state subject. Ultimately, police is what? Groundwork, everything is done by police. Part of developmental activities. What example you will write? In Jammu and Kashmir, we discussed some educational programs run by army. CRPF is also running similar programs. One example like tribal products, forest products. CRPF, whatever they have requirement, they are acquiring from tribals. So what will happen? They are pushing the developmental aspect. And CRPF has capacity, long demand. Like demand is very flexible. They can acquire even if the product is much more also. What about civil administration? It's very similar to whatever we have discussed. E-governance, social integration, community engagement. Okay. Yes. Ethics is very much applicable throughout. What you will write? Tell me. Ethical governance. Governance gap. Yes, you can connect it. Anything else? Anyone return something new, something innovative? What do you have written? Nothing. You have drawn a diagram. Show me. Strategy should have core psychological. How this is related? Core is security issue. After that, psychological issue. Okay, good innovation. Something like this he has drawn. Core issue, how should we resolve? Then this is developmental. This is something in between you can connect with. Psychologically you are written, right? Anything else? Anything innovative somebody has done? You should have written so much. Satyam. What you have written? Seen your notes yesterday. Okay. But it can be. You have written that also. Somewhere you have read it. Counter. It's connected to insurgency. I have to see here. This is something. We cannot speak something very, can be wrong things. Move ahead. So conclusion, what you will do? You can cite some data. One question we are already giving data, in that don't cite the same data. In the other question you can cite some data, it's already reducing. What we need is continue the whatever efforts government is doing. Whatever multi-pronged approach is being adopted is working very well. Significant reduction we have seen. Saranda model, yes. Yogesh Kumar. Move ahead. Next question, third question. Yes. Approach? Similar. Don't too much differentiation can नहीं बोल सकते इसमें. So what you have done for this? The northeastern region of India has been infested with insurgency for a very long time. Analyze the major reasons for the survival of armed insurgency in this region. 10 marks. One thing is, all questions are very direct. Where is a twist question? At least in security, there are no questions that will really trouble you. Previous years, you look whatever 2013 to 21. There is not even one question that you can say. One question is there. Cyber Dome. Exactly. Yeah, that was a bouncer question. Cyber Dome. If you don't know, you don't know. Security. Cyber security more related to cyber security. That was one question you really miss out. Rest all questions are very, very straightforward. What this is saying? Insurgency. So tell me something about insurgency. Pakistan policy of? We are speaking about insurgency. This argument is correct. There has been some influences by Pakistan. Like before 1970s, East Bangladesh was Pakistan. So they have really contributed to insurgency in Mizoram, all these northeastern states. But insurgency problem root cause is not Pakistan. Can you say Pakistan is not the root cause? They have influenced, they have played the catalytic role, but you cannot say Pakistan or is the root cause of insurgency operation going on. Tell me one major insurgency group or some.
Inter-tribal conflicts also, because there are more than 300 number of tribes. If you will see whole northeast region.
Yes.
So
what you are trying to say?
Two things. First, the reorganization of the states.
Reorganization of state. Okay.
That there are different states have different culture and tribal ethnicity. So it all conflicted in that way also, and it leads to insurgency and also difficult terrain and topography.
What is root cause of the problem? Lack of development, everything is there. Key problem is they are not integrated with India Union. Cannot say Pakistan is the issue. That was little bit outward. So what are different parts of this? We'll discuss when we are discussing this answer. Many parts that you are saying. What is different parts of this answer? Here also you have a statement, you have a question. Tell me. History of insurgency in Northeast. Show the timeline or something like that. But make sure it is just very small part of your answer. Should not be big part. What next? Reasons. Reasons for what? Reason for survival. Anything else? If you have space, you have way forward also, but small way forward. These two, it's very good if you do some diagram for these. Do some diagram for these also. Or timeline can show like this also. Some creativity you can do in all this. This part you try to explain little bit in clarity. So what introduction you will give? For somebody I told you, don't paraphrase the statement. Here what is written is paraphrasing the statement. Northeast is facing continuing political problems since independence. Yeah, come on. Yes, you can start with data also. Recent issue also you can connect with. Which one you connect? Anything, Nagar code. If anything in news which is going on, you can connect with. The idea is you should give a brief timeline, at least connect it with something happened after 1940s, 47. Okay. Brief timeline you should give. Without timeline, it will look like very vague. Even if you are using a vague statement, how you can improvise it? In introduction to you, I told, right? Sometime introduction you may not be knowing the standard definition. Yeah, you will be writing very vague introductions. Even in that case, just give an example. Give 1-2 real cases, 1-2 real arguments, real ground realities. So that will give too much depth to the answer. Here you show timeline. What was the first major insurgency issue India faced after independence? Nagaland issue. Greater Nagaland, demand for Greater Nagaland. Starting from there, this you should remember. So you are read something about insurgency, Greater Nagaland demand in 1950s. That should come into your mind. What was the next issue? 1960s Mizo movement. This is a little difficult, very specific. But what is next? Assam issue in 1970s. This you should be very well aware of. Why? Why? NRC, National Registry of Citizens. It was conducted in Assam. What was the issue? NRC was conducted and 19 lakh people were not in the list. And what is NRC? What is it all about? Minorities. Why it is being done for Assam? It came from Assam Accord. Which year it signed? What does it say? 2-3 timelines are given. I think Jan 1, 1966. Those who have entered before this, what will do? Entered from where? Entered from Bangladesh. Assam was facing illegal migration from Bangladesh. So, according to Assam Accord, those who have entered before January 1, 1966, what will do? Give them immediate citizenship, give them voting rights. They are citizens of India. Everything what is citizen have, they have. Now for next 5 years, till 1971, I think 25 March is the date. This was what we'll do till then. They will also be part of Indian citizens, but they will have to wait 10 years. After that, after 10 years, they can apply for citizenship. Then they will get full citizenship with voting rights. Now, if somebody else came after this, what will do? Whoever came after this will be deported back. Now, how will you identify this? Who came after this date? Who came before this date? So, when Assam Accord was signed, there was a criteria. What it was? Assam already has a National Register of Citizens which was conducted in which year? 1951, after independence. Now, the criteria under Assam Accord was that 51 registry will be updated. And whoever is not according to all these conditions and whoever is not in that updated registry will be deported back. Now, when was it Assam Accord came? 1980s, 85. When NRC came? 2019, 20. 19 or 20? 19. 2019. Now, how much gap is there? 1971 and 2019. Thing is, it should have been conducted in 1980s. Things would have been much better or easier. But due to some XYZ political reason, no government is ready to touch it. It's very hard topic. One thing is, even conducting the NRC, what was the biggest criticism against it? Even it itself is an economic burden. It takes huge amount of resources to conduct NRC, not just economic resource, administrative resource also. All the documents from pre-independence era, they are checking, cross-checking, all these to be done. So, yeah, 1980s it could have been done, but due to XYZ reason, political reason, all this impetus was not there and it was not done. After that, somebody given case in Supreme Court, and Supreme Court appointed some committee and told them, ordered them to do the NRC and give all the support. Then it came into force in 2019 and 19 lakh people were out of it. Now, what will you do with these 19 lakh people? Technically, there is no agreement with Bangladesh. There is no consonance with Bangladesh like India. India is also not saying we will deport it. Means their future is like ghost. They are not getting, if they are not taken away their citizenship, and it's like they are not going to be citizens in Bangladesh also. So due to multiple reasons, this is in news. This thing you should remember, you should have your mind. So when you are giving substantiation to timeline of whatever is happening, 1950s, 1970s, what is this issue? Naga Peace Accord. When it was signed? 2050. Actually, Naga Peace Accord was not signed. What was signed? Framework Agreement for Naga Peace Accord. Who was the intermediary between government and Nagas? Very famous person. His photo comes in newspaper every now and then. R.N. Ravi. Who is he now? Governor of Tamil Nadu. Very good. Anyone else remember him? R.N. Ravi. Thing is, what was this Naga Peace Accord? Which groups it was signed with? NSC and IM. IM or IN? IM. IM it is. And NSC and IM. That was like separatist group. K is still banned organization working from Myanmar, all these issues. So tell me, what is Assam Accord or Naga Peace Accord? What was issued? Specifications of these, it was 15, the framework agreement was signed. Even today, the real full agreement was not signed. What is issue? Reading newspapers. R.N. Ravi was in news because these Naga people are saying he changed some wordings of the agreement. And using some word change, the agreement is now against them. Major issue is they want separate flag and separate constitution, which is too much to give. Now, if we see government approach to insurgency, what government can do? Autonomy to a great extent government can provide. Even in constitution there is 6th schedule. 6th or 5th? 4th, who is saying 4th? Okay, yeah, mainly higher autonomy is provided under 6th schedule. And whatever autonomy is the demand, government can resolve it. But sovereign power government cannot share. With any organization, any big it is, if they are demanding separate state should be there, that is something too big to ask. Okay. What else we need to discuss here? How will you approach this question? This part of the answer. Reasons for survival of armed insurgency in Northeast. One way is very redundant method, syllabus wise, think according to the syllabus. Cultural, main syllabus, historical aspects, geographical factors, social factors, political factors, economic factors, and security factors. There is one more. Kya? Every question you should not do. Every question you, whatever template we are discussing, ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए like you are following a formula and applying it. You should mix it up. What is other approach? State wise. If you have enough thinking capacity, think according to what are insurgency and issues faced by each state. Assam we discussed, Nagaland we discussed, other state also think of it. Yeah, tell me what are cultural issues? You told now 200 plus tribals already in Northeast and 400 it is. Okay, all 100. Hundreds. Hundreds of tribes are creating issues there. And these tribes are having fight with itself. Like we speak about Greater Nagalim. What is the issue? This is Nagaland. Greater Nagalim's Nagaland is irrelevant. Greater Nagalim's Nagaland is too much. Acquiring other areas, nearby areas, Assam's areas, everything they want. And there are other tribes also.
Which tribe is demanding greater?
NSC and we told now. Oh, that is organization, exact tribe. Nagaland issue is like there is only not one tribe. 40s of tribe is within Nagaland also. And these all tribes you need Greater Nagaland. Like that is the demand. Not just one tribe. So cultural ethnic tensions. What else? What is problem if there is tribal fighting? What is the problem? Remember this blockade. Where it is? Which tribe, which group is creating this? Mostly Bodo, Greater Bodo. What they does? There is like there is no connectivity option. One NH is providing facilities throughout the Northeast, but they conveniently block the road. Then whatever their demand is, they are like forcing the authorities to give consideration to their demand. Historical factors. Somebody discussed this. British policy. What is British policy? How is it influencing insurgency? What is British policy towards Northeast? 2-3 aspect is there. Why British was not interested in Northeast?
Difficulty.
Highly, there was no resources. Tribal system is there. Very difficult to collect revenue, establish system. Zoom. Tea plantation, yeah. That is there. Apart from that, there is very less influence. Because from other, if Bengal we consider, considerable amount of revenue is coming from Bengal. Comparing to that, this area is highly problematic. So British followed policy of isolation. What else was there? Forest policy. What was it? Indian government you are saying.
It was adopted till
1980s something. What else British policy was there regarding Northeast? Another very important aspect you should think. Would be isolation. What else?
considering these tribes as criminals.
What was that? PVT. Mhm. That is post independence. In British time, another act was there. It was continuing itself. Can cite that. One other aspect is Northeast, many states, if you look at the demographic data, you will see some very high Christian population. Why? Missionaries were very active in Northeast, and British was also supporting it. Why? They thought they will act as some kind of resistance to nationalism will not spread to those areas. Okay. So these are historical aspects you can connect with insurgency going on. What else? Geographical factors. I don't think 2/3 area is forest. What else? Where is connectivity with India? This is only if you consider Northeast and in mainland India as two separate elements. The only connecting is this aspect. What we'll call the Silguri corridor. Chicken neck. How much it is? 23 kilometers. It is here. It will be blocked and 2/3 area is hilly. Where is plains? Assam, when Brahmaputra is flowing, there we have some plains, and in Tripura we have some plains. All other northeast is hilly areas. So what is problem with hilly areas? Very difficult even for agriculture, very difficult for any industries to establish. And due to this connectivity gap, what you will do? Industries where they will get or where they will export if they are producing something, where they will get the raw materials. Everything connectivity issues, geographical factors, they are contributing to developmental gap. Some project is going on now, 100, what is it, 500 airports in India, something like that. 500 or 100, something like that. Under the program, some airports are being built in Northeast also. But still, it's very something which have happened 20 years back, they are just catching up. What else we could have done to improve the situation of Northeast? Connect these with Southeast Asia. What was our policy? Look West policy. Who came up with this? Look West, activist. Everyone know who came up with it. In 1990s, I guess, P. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister at that time. Now we have Look West, we gone into, sorry, Look East. W came. From Look East, we came into Act East. Situation changed. In IR, we discussed something, BBI and all these things. We are trying to, recently one thing came out. What was it? Kaladan multimodal project. Some development is going on, but still a highly non-connected, isolated area. Bangladesh, yeah. What is political factors? Border disputes, which with country? China we have, Andhra Pradesh, sorry, Arunachal Pradesh is China's according to China. Major parties, even within the state there is border disputes. Assam, Meghalaya, Assam is having border disputes with most of these states. Sometimes these go to fight also. I have heard in news recently. What is this? Parachute politics? No, everything. Very good. What is parachute politics? idea is the majority of population is poor, and there will be some elite class who are really rich, really very rich, and they will be MLAs, MPs, they will be holding this post, and they will not be residing in Northeast, they will be residing in Delhi, they will be residing in some cities, but they are MLA from Northeast or MP from Northeast. What is this package politics? Announcement of will come very colorful way, but implementation will be pathetic. No monetary system, कितना खर्चा हुआ है. Okay. Economic factors, all developmental factors we discussed. There is no investment. Security factors, FSP issues. We'll discuss in next question. Fair enough. What next you will write? Way forward. And it should be very brief. Naga Accord, Peace Accord. We already discussed what is issues in this. Whenever border security, infrastructure, border infrastructure, all this connect with Shekhatkar committee. Development Act is policy, already told. What is border huts? This is a new term. What they will do? Which borders? Mostly with Bangladesh borders. What they will do? Trade, like in agricultural, more products they can facilitate the trade. Yes. So this is very innovative option. SHGs, NGOs connect, joint exercises. Tribal issue, what is one major issue forces will be facing? Forest, thick forest area, hilly terrain. So joint exercises with Bhutan, with Myanmar, all this very important. We conducted something, surgical strike, Operation All Out is regarding J&K, right? Okay, yeah. Surgical strike in which year it was? 2019? 19 was Pakistan, right? 15 May, I think. Whatever it is, idea is Indian army is entering Myanmar and doing act with these insurgent groups. Yeah, can give 4 or 5 recommendations and finish the answer. What else? You have covered all these aspects in your answer. At least way forward is there, reason is there, and timeline, some timeline you are trying to attempt. In solution, what you will do? Ultimately, this is a political solution, but in order to facilitate, there is need for addressing all other gaps which we are discussing. Insurgency operation also, like left-wing extremism, last 1 decade less than 50%. Insurgency operations are also showing very much downward trend itself. Okay. What is last question for today? This is a very old question, 2015. And how much marks it is? When it was asked, it was 12.5. That time, the separation was not there. We'll do it for 15 because there is so much part to be answered in this. Tell me what is different parts of this. Then read the question. Sorry. Human rights activists are constantly, activists constantly highlight the view that armed forces FSPA is a draconian act leading to cases of human rights abuse by the security forces. You're going. So we have a very long statement. After that, we have different questions. Sections of FSPA is asked, opposed by the activist. Evaluate requirement with reference to view held by the apex court. It was some Supreme Court judgment came that year, that's why it was apex court is asked. So that is not too much relevant. You might not be able to remember or connect with it. It is very old. What else? What body parts we will write? Approach is very same. What you will give to substantiate the statement, long statement? Any data, any opinion, something like that. To substantiate the statement given. That should be small part, not to one page. What next? Cite the case of Iram Sharmila. States are demanding this. People are demanding to remove this, right? Abhi hua tha recently. Yes, yes. That's why a question we put. Like something it is in news every year. You were saying something? What else? Anything? Which one? It will have a name. Write that. Iram Shamila, how much years? 16? Not 16. She was fasting for removal of this act. Something like that you should give. We'll see when we discuss.
That they have uplifted this.
Recently, government uplifted from many places. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. You can start with this. Problem is this question is more in an attitude of issues. So if you are citing it is being lifted. So what I have done is I have given this data what you are speaking about. Recent government lifted from this year itself. Remember, 2-3 states district wide it is lifted. So yeah, I have written for this model answer or discussion. Put that data in the conclusion. You can start with recent news also, no issues. Thing is, it was not matching with the tone of the question. So what are the other parts? Then it's all very straightforward. What are the sections of the act that is creating issue or being opposed? Critically evaluate the requirement of the act. So basically you have to do an analysis. Why the act is problem? What is the need of the act? Here you can cite government stance. Government is saying still FSP is required. What is the reason for that? You will cite it here. Okay. Then you can still have space. You can give a way forward. It's a diagram or a small part. Then conclusion. Move ahead. Clear? So we will start with just simply say what is a FSPA. What it does. Idea is we already told law and order is whose matter? States matter. And what does this act does? It gives power to armed forces, central armed forces, to have a role in the law and order of that state. Okay. What it gives is special powers. What is special power? We will see next part of the answer. And where it is in disturbed areas. Justify. Government argument is, what is government argument? Where this act is imposed. Disturbed areas. Disturb means not just a law and order disturbance. Where there is insurgency, very active. Police cannot handle those issues. Like if an insurgency operation is going on with multi states involved, police cannot be very effective to it. That is government argument. Like we will see in the next part. Government argument is where the limited forces or established system cannot stop the issue. There only we are implementing the FSPA like Draconian Act. Okay, you are asking from political aspect. Internal security is something you can There was recently one case, what was that? Privacy versus internal security, which one you give? That's always in news. Pegasus. Pegasus is something related to that. Which one you will give more importance? Privacy of citizens or internal security? Internal security, you have some flexibilities. Exact I am not remembering, but that is the base of it.
Powers under Article 55.
That is the basis for this. Very good. Can be. Anything else? Anyone had to add something? Article 34, martial law. Something has to be researched. I am not well aware of it. Article 34, where it is imposed? It's not hardly seen in news, right? Political reasons can be. Go ahead. What else? How do you substantiate this part? Tell me. What we are trying to do? We are going to give some substantiating element to the statement that is given. Take pick. Take it. So what I have given is we are analyzing some commentaries of different groups. Okay, different commentaries by different groups or committees or something, 1, 2, 3 you can cite, that will suffice. We don't need too much data into it in this part of the answer. Human Rights Commission, everyone is opposing this act. Why? So much violations, human rights violation, constitutional violation, all these. Human Rights Watch, IDSA, Santosh Hegde Committee, Justice Jeevan Committee. What does this committee say? It recommended repeal of the act, but government overlooked it. What saying? So this is one approach to substantiate whatever the statement is given. At least cite 1, 2 example or organization, 1, 2 studies which have done something on it, and say that this is creating human rights issue or whatever is being given in the question. What is next part of our answer? Different sections of FSPA. What are different sections? Have you read any act? Any act? What is section 2 of most of the or any all act? Definitions. So what is issue in FSPA definitions? Exact definition is not given on what is armed forces, what is disturbed areas. Disturbed area means this authority can declare disturbed area, but when it will be considered as disturbed, the criteria for an area to be disturbed, that is not provided in the act. Yeah, section 3, that is, there is lack of clarity, vague definitions are being provided. And major issue is not here, major issue is regarding the special powers. What is the special powers these armed forces will be having? To shoot anyone if there is a threat to security aspects, search without warrant. What this problem with this? Right to privacy. So many cases against security forces regarding women, violence against women, all this came from search premise without any warrant. What else? Arresting on merely on the grounds of suspicion. What issues you will connect with? Fake encounters. People are being arrested, people are done something and they died. What they will come up with? Some encounter stories, all this. Destroy fortification by possible use of terror. Thing is, they don't need to prove there is a real terrorist threat. Even a suspicion is enough to take action against you, and that action can be shooting and killing on site also. Even that is substantiated. And lastly, there is legal immunity. Only with XYZ permission of the central government you can start any action against paramilitary forces. Okay. What is this section 5? What the issue being talked about? Arrested person has to be handed over to the nearest police station. Arrested person to be handed over to the nearest police station with least possible delay. Again, what is the issue? Very vague. Least possible delay means it can be anything. Secondly, where it is being, if in other parts of India, what is the status? If you are being arrested, what is to be done? "24 hours you have to be presented in front of magistrate. Then it will come something like 14 days custody or whatever it is. Sometimes he will be left free also. So when other part of the country you are going before a magistrate, here even the timeline is not specified and you have to be handed over to the police. So there is so much of vague and so much scope for misuse. Okay. Move ahead. What will be next part of answer? We'll have an argument analysis part of it. What are the argument against the act? Human rights. Cite some data, how many people are being killed, something like that. Basically it is a violation of Article 21, violation of Human Rights Declaration, Human Rights Charter, everything. What is Article 21? Right to life and personal liberty. What is this? Can we substantiate these acts because there is something like, what is due process and procedure established by law? What is procedure established by law? If law is being followed, then it is okay. Here law is being followed and somebody is shoot, then is that okay? Where does that come from? The new process, it's not enough. Following the law is not enough. The process has to be just, has to be rational. Where does that argument come from? Due process, Maneka Gandhi case. So what is Article 19 issue? You cannot hold meetings, possessions. Political. Which one? Yes, they are also arguments. You can cite one. If you are not citing there, that may not be asked needed in every question. Human Rights Committee, UN Committee, that will not be needed in all questions. You can cite that also as arguments. Is question may we have a need for giving, otherwise you can do in the first section, you can give some data, give some example, give some cases, do that and you can use that article, reports, whatever we discussed here. No limit on use of force. Usually how police operate, what is problem when this paramilitary or armed forces is coming? What is fund of the police when handling an issue? Use minimum force, least force possible, least damage, you have to settle the matter. When armed force is happening, they don't have this limit. They have to destroy the enemy or destroy the XYZ. Yeah, police will beat in the leg, shoot in the leg. All these things come from there. Yeah. Arbitrary arrest, yeah. Preventive, only preventive, what is? Preventive detention is possible under Article 22. You can write. Here there is no preventive detention, also has some XYZ criteria, nothing is clarified here. Violation of constitutional directive, whatever it is. Arrest to be not made on suspicion. Like in other parts of the country, you cannot be arrested just because on suspicion. Whatever reason XYZ should be substantiated, there should be rational, there should be significant amount of doubt on you, then only arrest can be done. Here there is only mere suspicion is enough. not under purview of NHRC. What is NHRC? Human Rights Commission. That right is also avoided, not given to the people of these areas. More you can cite for 5 minimum. That is the agenda. What is against? What is government view or in support of the AFSPA? What is arguments? Yes, we told this is applied only when there is significant security to the threat to the integrity of India or sovereignty of India. And this cannot be handled by police forces. Only at those areas we are implementing AFSPA. Police cannot handle a cross-border insurgency issue. Myanmar se issues are there. This cannot be handled merely by state police. So in that zone only we are using AFSPA. That is what XYZ government is saying. What else? If it is being implemented from 1958. 58 to till now, many places it's being implemented. And one day you go and repeal them. In other side, you are giving a free hand to the terrorist. Terrorist or insurgency operations can go on unchecked. Then most common argument is morale of the armed forces will get down if this act is repealed. They are working in a very high, like what is their issue we already told. Like law and order maintenance is not what is their trained for or their forte. They are trained for security, fighting operations, all these. But they are giving so much of burden and so much of work. So we need to give special protection also. So these are some arguments given by government for support of the act. However, what is collective intelligence so far? Right now, if you see, government is also of the view that something need to be changed, and there is some progress regarding made on those regard. Like we will discuss when in conclusion, many states it's being lifted, and many states political offerings are given that FSPA will be removed from this state. So even political offerings are coming, even if it is not coming today, it will come in near future at least. So what else you can cite? Some of the very important cases regarding AFSPA. What is this? The idea is they are giving humanize if so many committees. Next part we will discuss. Yeah, recommendations by, we'll start from here. Recommendations by committees, most of the committee, Jeevan Reddy committee we already saw there. Take pick everyone together. So many committees are recommending repeal of the act. Which committee? Second ARC is saying the same. Jeevan Reddy committee is saying the same. So if a repeal is not possible, what Supreme Court is trying? At least humanize the act, at least limit the damage, at least soften some aspect of it. So that we can see here. What is this? Naga People's Movement of Human case. The main idea is somewhere FSPA is imposed. It according to law it is minimum imposed for 6 months. Now there is no review what is the status after 6 months, and it will be continued indefinitely for X number of times. So that should not happen. Some periodic check should be done, some monitoring mechanism should be there. If an area is improving, then we should have some institutional framework for removing that area. All this were discussed in this case. What is this? Extrajudicial Victim Families Association. It's a very famous case. Like what the final judgment came. The argument was around facts. How much was the number? More than 1,500 families and data will be submitted to the Supreme Court saying that whoever died is not terrorist, not militant, not insurgent or anything. Common people have died, and they have been died in fake encounters. There is no such a thing as encounter. That was the case all about. So what does it say? What is problem with encounters in FSP areas? You cannot initiate action against whoever conducted whatever. So that also should be given some XYZ. Complete immunity is always an issue. And what is the recommendation? If a death of a person is happened, irrespective of he is a civilian or insurgent, whatever, that case should be investigated properly. What is the last case? Indrajit Barua versus State of Assam. What does it say? Article 21, what does it say? Right to life and property, and if some constitutional violation is happening, it is duty of state to protect, ensure that people's right is not violated. And this is applicable to FSP areas also. Don't think that fundamental rights is not applicable when FSPA come into force. So some cases you can cite at some areas that will give some depth to your answer. Why we are discussing this like this? Because exactly discussing whatever happened in 2015, that is not going to help us. Some question come, use some case studies, use some arguments by organizations. You can use it in introduction, use it in conclusion, wherever it is. Okay. Conclusion, what you will do? Last part of it, way forward. Like one more section if you need, you can add. Idea is in long term key is phase out of FSPA. But if phase out is not possible, whatever directive Supreme Court has given, implement it properly. Implement a code of conduct, all those aspects. And conclusion, may you can connect with recent happenings which you were saying. In some states, it's being lifted in Assam, Nagaland, Manipur. So, yeah. So you connect with that and conclude the answer. Okay. What else? Okay. Tomorrow topics. Border security. Border security means it includes all things. What else? Borders and coastal airspace is question nahi hai. Maritime, all these aspects. And money laundering. Okay. And last class, after that, next day we will have cyber security. Cyber security is one area where question every year one question is coming. So we have enough 5 questions. Anything else? So that's all for today. Thank you. Everyone. How was test? Today we are discussing border security and money laundering. How is it? Should be very easy. Not easy. Lengthy. Okay. Any other comments? You written all last? What is status? 2 you written. Why you left? What about you? 2. Okay, you seen the workbook? Doing something, writing, filling. Something is going on. So many columns are left. Only border security mein which one filled hai? Pakistan is filled. After that I think Myanmar is filled. India, Myanmar. Baki sab you have to fill it up. Committees, way forward, everything written hai. Whatever we are discussing in the class also fill it up in the workbook. Okay. You attended last 2 classes. You can connect many examples, many arguments we have been using in last 2 class questions. Very similar pattern here also. quite similar, same line topics, only money laundering is little different. Border security, northeastern issue, Myanmar border, all same issues which we discussed for insurgency, you can connect here also. Come. So what we have done is, what is this? We have done a basic framework for border security. Okay. The idea is whatever you have to write on border security, think on these lines. What is the order followed here? Can make an inference. Similar to GS syllabus wise. If you search online, you will get something like this. For our ease of remembering, we clubbed it into GS syllabus lines. How much points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything will not be relevant. At least 3, 4 in every border you can think of. That will suffice. Similarly, for general internal security threat of India. In one question we discussed this, but beyond that, do a similar framework for internal security threats India is facing. In general, in which you can applicable in almost all questions. Club most of the threats into some kind of framework like this. Okay, give me some example for each of these. So, socio-cultural threat, how it is impacting in border issues? Migration. In which border it is major problem? Bangladesh border. Have any data? Now it is? Very good, very good. Tripura case. But that is from Bangladesh only or from other parts of the state country also? Bengali population is there, right? However, what is geographical one issue? Tell me. Border security you can connect. Hilly areas in northeast, big forest areas. What is one data? 2/3 of northeastern area is hilly areas. Only Brahmaputra plain and Tripura there may be some plains, except all northeast is hilly areas. Political sovereignty issues in borders. Surgical strike, transgression by China. So many you can connect with. Everything in J&K border issues, LOC, all this. Myanmar coup, geopolitical. You can connect Myanmar coup or things happening in other countries in geopolitical. It's more legal. What you will write?
100 amendment.
What was that? Enclaves exchange with Bangladesh. Anything else? Free movement regime. Very good. Airline permit is not a border issue for say. Free, what is this? FRM? Free movement regime. FM. This is exactly border issue. What is it? Give me a brief. For Myanmar border, within 16 kilometers, you can go here and there without any visa or any other documents. Tell me geopolitical. What you are saying? Myanmar coup. What is impact of this? More than that? Beyond that? Migration of whom? Rohingya Muslims. Economic issues, cite me something. Smuggling. Any data? What is major smuggling issue along Bangladesh border? Cattle smuggling. Defense security, what you will write? You can connect anything? Anything else? Think on lines of limitations of border security forces. Lack of operation, not modernized, old ways of doing surveillance, technology surveillance is not implemented, all this. Technological, what you will write? Drones, e-fencing. What is e-fencing? Using laser, all these technologies. Thermal imaging, where it is proposed? Bangladesh it is. Pakistan is there. Bangladesh is also there. Mainly in areas where rivers is flowing, where riverine areas, you need something beyond manual fencing. So overall, you know enough examples. That's why I told something we discussed, something we heard, all these same issues we are going to discuss in these question also. So this is first question. Cross-border movement of insurgents is only one of several security challenges facing the policing of border in Northeast India. Examine the various challenges currently emanating from India-Myanmar border. Also discuss steps to counter the challenges. So what are different parts you getting? Tell me. There is similar to what we are discussing. There is a statement. So you have to give something to substantiate the statement. The statement is also having different arguments. Cross-border movement is only one of several security challenges. So what you can do? Write something about this. Then somehow try to connect with other issues. You can make this an introduction also. If no other introduction is fitting, you have a statement, you have to substantiate it, make that a part of the introduction also. What else? Now it is more easy. There is one more issue in this question. Can anyone figure it out? Policing is in the statement, right? That will go here. In the question, what is the next question? How you address this word? What is difference between, sometimes if question is what are different security challenges along India-Myanmar border, and suppose question is examine different challenges in India-Myanmar border. Can you do something to give a substantiation? Anything else? Okay, you have to give an analysis whether this is challenge is there or not. Anything else? You're saying we have to give government what government is doing, that part also. Anything else? Thing is, if question is having examine, and in this question how much part you make? This part cannot take, this is only 2 or 3 points, not carrying that much weightage. If you only write challenges, after the third part will be steps to counter it. So what we are trying to do, around 20 points for 50 markers. So how much points you need here? Very high, 8, 9, 10 points is required. Generating 10 points is not easy. So what you can do? And we have a keyword examine also. What we have done here is, we will discuss what are the challenges. Now we will discuss why these challenges are coming. Here we will give reasons, gravity of the challenge, as you told. All this we will discuss here. That can be a part of why. Failure of security forces, failure of governance mechanism, all this. So instead of going straight into challenges, we are trying to give little bit more dimensions to it. If question is exactly what, then we cannot do it. We have to sit and generate 10 points. Here we have a scope to think little bit deep into it. That's why we are going into it. Next, steps to counter. इसमें कुछ कर सकते हैं? Discuss a keyword. You can include both. Way forward, you can steps. In that sense, you can finish the answer. No, it is directly asked, right? If here we should give what may 3-4 points, why may 3-4 points. Here also it should be 5 points at least, 5+ points. Steps taken. Okay. You are saying the way forward as next part. That you can shorten it up. This cannot be that much shortened. Okay. Clear? Go ahead. Introduction क्या करेगा? Bangladesh, Hills, Nagaland 2/3. Who is this? Prakash Chandra. Very good. Multiple security agencies, no cooperation. Very good. Okay. Yeah. What you will do for introduction? NSC and K. You have cited somewhere in the answer. Not in introduction. If not in introduction, somewhere you have written. What else? We are giving some data also. If you read newspaper or if you check data, you will see find data XYZ kg of XYZ drug is being caught. Studying that data is not feasible. Give some easy method, 150% or 1.5 times. Okay. Got the idea? We are giving a substantiation to whatever the statement is given. After that, we have divided answer into 2 parts. What are the challenges? Then why these challenges are occurring? And what is your thinking framework? Border security issues we have discussed. Socio-cultural, geographic, political, sovereign, legal, geopolitical, economic. All this will not come into effect in every borders. At least think 4-5 you will get. So tell me, what are major issues? Insurgency, everyone should have written. One group. You have to give example, you have to give more depth, some more to it. Have a data, cite the data. Insurgency operations you cannot leave out because that is the major issue in India-Myanmar border. What else? Drug trafficking. Cite some data. Chinese transgression. What is Chinese issue in Arunachal Pradesh? Arunachal Pradesh is part of Tibet according to Chinese version. Infrastructure gap. What data you will cite? There was a committee we were discussing yesterday. That is for way forward. Another data like developmental gap. What is Northeast GDP? Per capita GDP of Northeast is 27% lower than national average. Which committee is saying this data? Northeast Council, Northeast Council. 4-5 is enough. We are dividing answer into 4 parts. Okay, if you have more points, write it. This can write it anywhere. There is no strict demarcation like. There is some. Which part of Myanmar border is not demarcated? Myanmar border is mostly demarcated. Only left part is tri-junction between India, China, Myanmar tri-junction, that is not demarcated. So this lead to poor management of border in those areas. You can connect like this. What else? Why these challenges? Speak about this. What is major issue in Myanmar border? Myanmar border is fully occupied by tribals, Nagaland, all these states. Problem is, even though the border is demarcated, there is clear border in the map or in the ground also. Problem is that tribes are having some tribes here. Tribal map, if you draw, they are very contiguous. Nagalim has parts of Myanmar also. So tribal, they have to travel here, they have to travel here. Even though we have a demarcated boundary, it cannot be made completely fenced or like that. So in order to secure this, there is free movement regime, which we discussed around 16 kilometers in both directions. What it lead to? In free movement regime, they can carry whatever they can carry in hand also. It's not like only person can go. They can carry what they can carry also. So this lead to smuggling, arms trafficking, all this. Exchange information, all this. What is the golden triangle? Should have written this. We are discussing it from IR. Which are countries? Thailand, Cambodia bhi hai. Whatever. Got the idea, right? Golden triangle. What is this? Difficult terrain you will write. Geographical factor. Limitation of border security forces. What you will write? Technology is not updated. Assam Rifle is managing Indo-Myanmar border. BSF, you cannot say that. Like earlier it was like this. Different agencies were managing border. Then this coordination issue was there. Now the idea is one border, one force. That idea is being implemented. Like whole Pakistan border is managed by BSF. Similarly, whole Assam border is managed by Assam Rifles. But you can cite something like when army is coming into picture, there may be lack of coordination issues. Surgical strike, something like that is happening, then army is also being involved. So this part you can address. Where is this? One major point is missing in this. Coup in Myanmar. That should be included. Clear? Most of stories, examples we are not discussing, all everything is covered, nothing new is being here. One next part. Steps to challenge, address this. Here also the idea is when we are discussing border security, don't limit it to only security forces issue. Expand your thinking and expand other factors, bring in other factors also. That's why this picture coming to border security, you should not limit into BSF issue or Assam Rifles issue. What is Naga peace accord? After all, border has to be settled, insurgency has to be stopped. Naga peace accord we discussed so much. What is it? IM, NSC and IM. Idea is framework agreement was signed in 2015. Still the full agreement is not coming into force. What is major issue? Demand for separate constitution and separate flag. Technology, e-fencing. In your workbook, open the workbook. Take the Myanmar page. Where is it? Page number 23, 24. So many new words you can find. Comprehensive border infrastructure project. Integrated check post. What is integrated check post? Why it is called integrated? Check post means there will be transfer of something. Both side in every check post, both side will be there. No? Why we call it integrated? Human will also be going, trade will also be going. That everything will go to same check post. Border hearts, yeah. What is it? Bangladesh it is. That is for promoting trade of local artisans. Anything else? Border area development program. These are like standards. Few things here are very standard. One thing is this comprehensive border infrastructure project. Second, integrated check post. Third one, this border area development program. All these three will come in every border issue. Whichever border issue, way forward or government initiatives you are discussing, it will come into force. If any specific example, like in ICP, we have given an example here. Similarly, if you have any specific example, write it down here regarding each border. वो कैसे मेंशन करेगा? मेंशन कर सकता है. Give me how you will mention. Development issue. Northeast में how Northeast can solve the developmental issue? That is having more trade, more economic integration, connectivity. In that all this comes. Southeast Asia, Act East. This is a part of it. Anything new to discuss? FMR regime. There is some sort of strict checking is required. Even though we cannot take away, don't write like stop FMR regime. Even though it is creating issue, saying that stop it will be very insensitive to tribal demands. That may affect insurgency, all these problems will still create. But some kind of regularization is required. Developmental initiatives, modernization of forces, Shegatkar committee. There is detailed recommendations in the workbook. See that? Okay. You can easily generate 5-6 points. Anyone done something more? Something to contribute? You might have written something. Steps to counter means step lena hai.
Way forward.
You can include one more part. steps, government initiatives, that also you can be part of the answer.
Like that the vibrant village program for other borders can be extended to.
Yes, yes, you can write. Like for Naxalism, we were discussing inner, what was that? Inner area development program. Similar program, that program is run by CRPF, right? Similar program, BSF or Assam Rifles, you can connect with that. No issues. In way forward, you have flexibility to innovate. You can write some innovative solutions also.
Panchayat to village panchayat.
Yeah. Political penetration. Very good. Move ahead. So conclusion, in security question, little difficult to get a very solid conclusion. Holistic approach. One other approach we discussed is Naxalism related to that. Multi-pronged strategy. What are 5 dimensions of it?
Security development, psychological, political penetration.
Very good, very good. Security is for 2. Security, development, governance, political, security aspect, community engagement. This is 5 for government strategy for excelling Naxalism. Community engagement, political penetration, all these are relevant in border areas also, border villages, border, whichever development is saying, community engagement should be part of it. Okay. One more question also we will see, similar, very much connection. So read the second question. Tell me which parts you have written. Analyze internal security threats and transborder crimes along Myanmar, Bangladesh and Pakistan borders, including LOC. Also discuss the role played by various security forces in this regard. So what is good thing about this question? 3 different countries is given and you have 2 different parts to answer. What is issues? What is way forward? 3 countries, even if you give 3 issues in each, you will get more than 20 points. 15 to 20 points will come very easily. What are different parts? Tell me. Different security challenges. You will divide it in Myanmar, what is non-LOC areas? Punjab, Gujarat, Rajasthan. 4 parts you will get. What else? Role of security forces. How you address this? How you address this? Take the workbook again. In every border, the first point is government initiatives or government approach. First point is whichever border security force is managing that border. Assam Rifles in Indo-Myanmar. So write something into it. What are Assam Rifles is doing? Is there an internal issue? Fill that much. There is in syllabus also, there is last sentence. What is it? Mandate of security forces. So this is only a reference question you will find in last all years. So what you have to do is in these borders, within that itself write about those security forces. So that will cover that syllabus part also. Rest, this is very easy question. We already have enough points. All should have written this very well. So this is what I told. You don't need to follow exactly same thing, but the approach is create a dimension list for thinking on internal security issues. List down various internal aspects and make a framework and fix it in your mind. Whatever security question you have to generate points, you think in these way. Like in border security, we divided it in syllabus wise. Not required to do the same, but think along some kind of framework is required. Okay, and put it in the workbook. If you are using the workbook, put it in the workbook also, and thinking line also should be part of your note or whatever notes you are making. Only don't make it a place where only data and examples are filled. Invest some time on writing this how to think aspect of every dimensions of that. Move ahead. This is introduction. What do you write introduction for this? Some data regarding border issues. Some data to cite border issues is an internal security challenge. Some example where some issue came from border and created issues. Something like that you can cite. Close the slide. So what is first part of the answer? Internal security threats and trans-border crimes. There is a word trans-border crimes. How will you address? Will you go and split this also? Internal security threat and trans-border crime. If you threat split that also, it becomes very big to handle. So one approach you can do is, what we have done here is, we are discussing different kind of threats: political threat, economic threat, coastal security, marine threat, and all these. And to substantiate this, we will give some related with some crimes, trans-border crimes, which is creating problems. They can be clubbed. It's not totally very different aspects. But if you have got a question, you should have something in the mind like, don't forget all this. Don't go into the mindset we simply have to write the issues along the each borders. Getting 3 borders are given, we know so many issues along the border. Still, the idea is respect the question, respect what is being asked. Here what is asked is internal security threat and trans-border crimes. So what you have list down some threats. These are the threats India is facing, and these are the crimes due to which this threat is arising. Connect with whatever is being asked. Whatever knowledge you have, connect with what is asked. Getting? What have you done? Anyone wrote this threat about the threat part of this answer? Threat and crime you combined. Anything wrote this like this, something like this? Political threat, economic threat. Got it. Good action. Looking good. Okay. Examples what we will say? Tell me issues on Bangladesh border. Sorry. Myanmar, I don't think we need to discuss. Tell me something on issues on Bangladesh border issues. What is problem with Teesta River? Do we have any agreement? Problem is West Bengal is having different stance, central government is having different stance, and at the end of the day Bangladesh need more water because it's all agriculture is depending on this. It can relate to clashes between India and Bangladesh, cooperation will be lost. Sovereign matter, we are discussing political threats. Connected with, like, whenever this Prime Minister, Bangladesh Prime Minister visit India, Teesta will be always in news. something will be signed, but nothing happens on reality. This is like an irritant issue between India and Bangladesh. No solution for continuing long years. Illegal migration. What else we have? Recently there is a report on this. Anyone remember? Bangladesh illegal migration, like I think India today. They have done something like investigative journalism, all these things. And there were some recordings, data on, I think 15K you give me, then I will bring one person from Bangladesh to India. And the guy is asking whether you will bring Aadhaar card, ration card ID, voter ID. And he is saying everything we will provide. 15K means full package. One admi with Aadhaar card, with ration card, even with voter ID. Voter ID means is offering citizenship, 15K for. And there is one more part of it. Like he is asking whether you have done it previously. And I have 15 साल से यही कर रहे हो. So illegal migration is one very big issue around Bangladesh borders. Cattle smuggling, counterfeit network, all these we have discussed somewhere are very common issues. Anything new? There is a border maritime issue with Bangladesh also. What was the island name? Tell me. Forgot. I also forgot. There is one controversy, like Rohingyas is being transferred there. That controversy is also going. Something like that. 1 lakh Rohingyas is being transferred. Bangladesh was planning, and what was issue? Isn't it good thing? They don't have a country, give them an island. It is not a stable island. They are saying they will create some fencing around the island and transfer 1 lakh people. But fencing is not sustainable, and sea level is increasing, all these. Long term, you cannot depend on that island. Yeah, fill it up in the book. Pakistan issue, so much issues. I don't think. One thing is cyber attack should be part of it. Tell me name. Bashanchar Island, already settled. Rohingya Muslims. So Sir Creek dispute, what is? Tell me something about it. Why is so much dispute in Sir Creek? What is the point of interest? What? Yes, there is potential natural gas reserves. So that one reason. Second reason? Okay. More common issue? Fisheries, one of the biggest fishery ground it is. What is border issue? One river is there. India is saying it should start from here, border. Pakistan is saying border is here, not here, not in the middle. Cyber attacks, that should be part of this. Border issues don't leave cyber attacks. We discussed all these. Mumbai attack, Kudankulam plant, energy security also you can connect with it. Start, go ahead. What is next part? Solutions we are discussing. No, role played by various security forces. What will you include? How you approach this? It's quite tough part. Like you will miss content. In the other part there was no end to the content, you can put it. Here what you have written? Tell me.
First BSF.
Your country wise you have written. Force wise, okay. BSF and Assam Rifles. Only two are there, right? Anyone else is there? Indian Army is also there.
CRPF only.
Okay. Or each 4 issues. So role of each forces you have written
Include
into Tibetan.
security.
IBSF. Where it is coming? It may be holding a small part. Keys, whichever, what happened? Intelligence agencies. Okay, IB, raw and all. You can cite, but don't make it too big point. 1-2 line you can take for it. Okay. Should share the PPT. किधर टेलीग्राम में? It will be difficult. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Go to YouTube. So you have done with each security force. What? Tell me, Antar, what have you done? सत्यम क्या किया है? You drawn the border map. Then क्या क्या force क्या क्या कर रहा है? ठीक है. You also done map. क्या नाम है? प्रकाश. Tell me how you approach this question. Ronak. Okay. Yeah. Tell me. No, this part I am asking. Role of security forces. Okay. So what we have done here is all security forces duties is divided into primary duty and secondary duty. What is primary duty? Guarding the border. Whatever major issue like insurgency is going on, then curbing it. Smuggling is going on, curbing it. All those come under primary factors. Secondary में क्या आएगा? Civilian issues, civilian pandemic में कुछ कर रहा है. Where is some examples? Where is it? Yeah. Who is it? BSF donated 1 day salary to PM CARES fund during pandemic, and they were active during for what? Awareness building around border areas. So whatever that is not directly related, disaster management, Assam floods, everything, these security forces are being enacted. So primary duty में ये भी आएगा. That is which all war you will include? In Bangladesh issue 1974, which one is 71 war? What BSF did? Mukti Wahini. Whose was it? Mujib Rahman and all. So what they done is India was supporting these guys. So India was training these Mukti Wahini and all. Who was against them? Pakistan army. At last the war happened and Pakistan army surrendered. Famous peak was there. Mukti Wahini was rebels. If you strictly terms, they were rebels in Bangladesh. Freedom fighters. You can better word you can use freedom fighters. What else? Skill development. Roshni scheme. Somebody told. Whatever development initiatives, integrated check post, all these you put it in the secondary responsibilities. Primary responsibilities, you put whatever it is directly related to it. Kargil war you can cite. ठीक है. Conclusion, I don't think it requires so much of time. Write something positive about it, border security force or something. Okay, move ahead. Third question, what you've done? This also very, this has something we have discussed this. Remember? Which question? Or ground workers. Jamaat Islami question, first class I guess. So what is the question? For effective border area management, discuss the step required to taken to deny local support to militants and also suggest ways to manage favorable perception among the locals. So it's a 10 marker. It will have some comfort. Two parts, what it will be? Steps required. What next? Ways to manage perception. Okay. So how you generate points? Here one way of discussing is, we already seen how our ground workers are creating issues. How we approach that question? Remember anyone? How we approach role of our ground workers in continuing the militancy or all this. So role of our ground workers, we see, make a framework like this. Suppose if a terrorist attack is happening, before attack, what is the role? In conducting the attack, what is the role? And post or after attack, what is the role? And what all role they play? All these ideological base, recruitment of people, militant cadres, technological, logistic support, smuggling, politicization of terror activities, shielding against counter militancy, stone pelting. All this discussed in that question. So this you can put it as a diagram, put it as something like that. Take pic if you want. Take together everything. Go ahead. This is not key part of your answer. Make this a diagram. Make this a very small, concise part of it. So if you have this coming into your mind, then generating next point is very simple. Think solutions for all of this. If the framework is coming, then this coming is very easy. Now one next part we have to do is think solutions for each. That is also government step is not asked. Steps to be taken is asked. So you have flexibility to write. So this is that question. First class we discussed overground workers question. Ideological based systematic entrapment. What is it? Remember? What is a systematic entrapment? Very young age, 7 years, they are being starting to be brainwashed and training into militant groups. Logistical support, political demands. Yeah, all these. Now what are solution to this? Take pick. What are solutions? Why deterrence? Deterrence means what? There should be some fear, something to stop the people going into violence. How it can be built? Strict action, something anti-militancy operation that should not be stopped. Breaking ideological entrapment, how we can do this? Education, cite some schemes. employment opportunity, Roshni scheme itself you can cite. Any other education schemes relevant to J&K or something? Himayat. What is this deradicalization measures? Already radicalized youth, they should have some systematic approach how to bring them back. Otherwise, if we left them in their own, they will go back to the organization. What it will have? Different parts. Two, three parts. Tell me how you can think. Not just in this question. I'm approaching, you have to solve deradicalization issue. How will you solve it? First thing is you need to map them. Mapping, how much is the gravity of the issue. Then comes all this rehabilitation, all this approach. Then there should be a long-term vision why this is happening to solve this. Counseling, all these come with rehabilitation, in that it will come. Counseling, all these approaches. Trust building. So what is it? Blockading logistical support. Borders should be secure. Arms smuggling is happening through borders, then there is no end to it. Intelligence gathering, community participative border management. UAPA legal action. We discussed something around data regarding this. How much it was? Overall UPA conviction is less than 3%. Someone is saying less than 6%. Recent data is, I think, 6%, less than 6%. And what government is, how government is countering it? State government are creating all issues. Central government is having above 90% conviction rate. That is data given by minister, not if not making up. All this point we already covered. Connectivity, road, infrastructure, mobile. What next? Ways to manage favorable perception. That is next part of the question. How will you do this? What you did for re-radicalization, de-radicalization? Yes, yes. Where it will come? It will not come anywhere. Yeah, you add a new point. Religious leaders, that madrasa issue, that can also be part of the solution. Rest the solutions all are very, very similar. Give me an example for this. There was one human shield issue. One second. What is that? Human shield issue. In front of jeep, one man was kept. What was the name of the general? I think it's not fair to use that. So, thing is, in front of jeep, one army was tied and he was taken up. And what was the explanation by the army for that? At least that general? Self-defense. Otherwise, they may be attacked and there may be more violence. So, they done this and lessened the violence. So, whatever happened, it creates a very bad perception about army, bad perception about government, all the system. So, these should not happen. What is this media plan? In which context we discuss this? Left-wing extremism. Media plan is creating some active profile in all media so that government and other agencies aware of it. Yes, yes. Social media regulation. This is very must. Why? Example. ISIS recruitment, how it is happening? Twitter. Yes, yes. This part also you can address 4-5 parts. It's a 10 marker only. This also we discussed. Where we discussed? We discussed a Bihar model. Sandesh. So what they have done, that is in respect to Naxalism, conducting regular elections. PESA Act, implementing strict implementation of PESA Act. In border areas also, strengthening local self-governments is very much key. Wherever issue is going, local self-government is like, if that is functioning, then whole part is being settled.
We can pay for the pay compensation for the counter-militant operation, the collateral damage.
Yes. Insurgency. For insurgency, we have this surrender policy. That's why you are.
Building my counter terrorist operation was वो building damage.
Okay. Compensation for military damages, something like that. We don't have anything already. Something is there. But good points. The point is, if some counter insurgency operation happened and some damages is there, then there should be some compensation to that guy. School buildings, all this. Surrender policy also you can cite. Anything else? You have something to add? Go ahead. All these very similar question. That's why we don't have anything new to say. Tomorrow we will have a little more flexibility. What is tomorrow topics? Cyber security. That is totally different. So we'll have to speak some new examples. Cyber attack on eggs. Cite that in exam tomorrow somewhere. Then cite it like that. So yeah, not going to discuss this. Go ahead. This is little different question. We have, what is it? Discuss how emerging technologies and globalization contribute to money laundering. Elaborate measures to tackle the problem of money laundering both at national and international level. How much marks? 10 marks. 10 marks, 2 questions, 4 parts. It's very easy. Tell me different parts. Role of 2 parties given. One is emerging technology. Emerging technologies contributing to money laundering. What is next? Globalization contributing to money laundering. What is next? Measures to tackle. We'll have 2 parts. National level, international level. All done the same structuring. You also? At least you have thought the same, right? Not confusing question. Yeah. Anything else? I don't think anyone will think. We have 4 parts. Very easy. So how you generate points? Take the workbook. If anyone watching online, you can download the workbook from the Telegram channel. Where is money laundering? Page number 29. This definition, little bit I regret for keeping it here. It's quite very complicated. Find a little bit easy definition for money laundering. FATF definition also little bit complicated, so we'll discuss one definition here. Simple definition without any Vienna Convention or something like that. Go like this. So yeah, we will discuss with the answer. How will you introduce this answer? Either you can start with some data. And what is data? FATF 2 to 5% of global GDP, and it is 2 trillion up to. How much is India's GDP? 2.8, 2.9. 3 हो गया? Okay, 3 trillion. And money laundering is happening at a level of 2 trillion. It's almost comparable with India's GDP. Either you can start like this, or if you are not getting any data, define money laundering. And this is complex definition. Better go for some easy definitions. What is money laundering exactly? Suppose you have XYZ. You have, suppose a person have money which is not accounted, not in tax books. Now he have to use it, government will catch him. So he will do something so that the money reach back him as a legal money. This process of conversion is called money laundering. And how it is being done? Take the workbook, there is a picture. Take the workbook. There is 3 steps given, 3 steps of money laundering. Placement, layering. Tell me what is placement? It's not just splitting, right? What you will do after that? You have to put it somewhere. From taking here, you have to put it in some banking system. You can divide it into small amounts, all this you can do. What is integration? No, layering. After placement, layering. What is layering? Multiple accounts, multiple transaction you will do, so that tracking will be very difficult. Integration, bringing that back. It will, how it will come back? Investments. How much India is having investment from Mauritius? Second largest, or so in the top. And where it is coming from? It can have significant part of all this. Go ahead. So this question, what we have to connect money laundering with? Emerging technologies. And next, globalization. How will you do it? Either go with that approach, like think of 5 different technologies and apply that. What are 5 different technologies you will think? At least 3 different technologies you can connect with. Tell me. Blockchain you will obviously connect. Cryptocurrency, blockchain, that everyone will connect. What next? Swift is, how it is related to emerging technology? Swift is a very legal formal route. If Swift is not being followed, we have issues. Anything else? Other technology, tell me. Darknet you can connect with. Illegal online activities you can connect with. Next. Artificial intelligence, how you will connect? How? Machine learning, how? How you will connect with money laundering? Fake IDs, go ahead. Thing is, who is checking money laundering? Departments like ED, FATF. How they check? If a transaction happened, they check whether it is suspicious transaction. And this is all done digitally. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, all this come into picture. They will do some XYZ, better software, better applications, better all these. They bring it and cover it up the layer that is like monitoring layer of the surveillance of the FATF or regulatory organization. Clearing? Darknet you told, cryptocurrency you told, AI. Anything else? AI thing is money laundering is happening. XYZ money is transferred from here to here. Now how this being catched or caught? There will be some monetary mechanism, right? Who will be doing it? Government, obviously. On global level, FATF, all these guys, regulatory organizations. Now how AI come into picture? They will design this transfer in such a way that they can somehow go ahead of this monitoring mechanism technologically. Use of drones.
That to generate
Organized crime, that is generating money. It is organized crime, you can relate. Don't too much. What system? How do you catch them? That you are asking. How will send? I'm not getting it. Hmm. I'm still not getting. We'll discuss after the class this. I'm not. Yeah. Tell me, tell me. Come on, guys. This is not. Which movie you are relating to? Yeah, can be. I'm not fully countering it. Anything else? Come on. You have so much imagination. After drones, what next? You have something to add? क्या नाम है उसे? Thing is, one approach is you can go with think of different technologies. Other approach? Yes, it's very old technology. Still, you can cite. What else? What else you can? What is the other approach? One very general approach you should follow is in all money laundering question is go with these approaches. First approach, placement, how some technology is being part of it. Think of layering, how some technology is being part of it. After that, integration. Okay, that is being done here. We have, this is your standard framework for all money laundering answers. You are generating way forward, you are generating challenges of checking money laundering. Everything go with these placement, layering and integration. So what you can say? What examples are given here? Pick everyone, whoever want. Hello Gautam. Namaste. Who else? Yeah, go ahead. So what is examples given here? Cryptocurrency, how it helps? Start with that. You already familiar with this. How it helps in money laundering? There is no regulation in India. May be regulation nahi hai. Is it banned in India? It's not banned, but it is not regularized also. So somewhere it is unclear, gray area, and most of the jurisdiction it is not regulated properly. So it's a very effective tool for doing on money laundering, organized crime funding, all these. What else? What is this? Non-fungible tokens. Digital property. Like how will it will come into picture in money laundering? Integration step. They can buy worthless piece for 10 crore and transfer the amount. AI we already told. Suspicious transaction you can cover it up. And what is these two steps? Disruptive financial markets. neo banking, so many alternate new bank is coming, new generation banks are coming up. Some of these are not under complete regulation of regulatory bodies, RBI and all. What is this? Faster payment systems? ATM, UPI, something like that. UPI is still very formal, but there are other systems also coming up. So what it happens, which layer it helps? Layering. You can do multiple transactions in seconds. Okay. Thinking line is this itself, 3 different heads. Now the second part is, after new technology, you can cite darknet also. Not written here. Drones, cite very cautiously. Keep it as a new, it's not still new means it's also subjective. Where we put new. What, how you connect with globalization?
Investment opportunities.
What else? What you were saying?
For integration of money.
Example? You are making a very specific point very confidently, and what is the basis for this argument? What is basis for this argument? You read somewhere. Get some examples. Shell companies. How it connect you? How will you connect a shell company to globalization and money laundering? Let's see. Offshore accounts, yeah, part of it. Tax havens. It's not required to be island. Yeah. So how, what is first point? Yeah, you can very easily transfer to different jurisdictions. Access to tax havens. What is tax havens? Give me some examples. Panama, Mauritius. Shell companies. What is shell company? Company without active business. They are only for showing the transaction or doing other things. What is this base erosion and profit shifting? Company, what company does? Suppose a company is having, this is India. Suppose a company is having business in India. What they does is they establish their headquarters in Mauritius or somewhere. After that, they will show that all this profit is being generated in the Mauritius, and so we have only to pay tax in the Mauritius, and there will be 0%. So in effective, they are not paying any tax. Arm's length, that is, trade should be arm's length. Yes. Got what he is saying? What is arm's length trade? For example, like suppose Coca-Cola company want to get this bottle from somewhere else. They will buy from a subsidiary company for very high price. Market rate of this is say 1 rupee. They buy it for 100 rupees. So effectively what will happen? Companies' profit in India will be very low. So they don't have to pay tax in India. And there it is coming it as trade account or whatever. They don't have to pay tax there also. And for checking this practice, government come up with arm's length, all this. Arm's length, what it means? Even if you are doing transaction with a subsidiary company, you have to be fair, you have to be rational, you have to be, market principles should be followed even if it is your subsidiary company. Yeah, take. This also. Go ahead. So, what we done to check this? Arm's length is to check this practice. What we done to BEPS? What is our approach? Tax treaty is the major approach of government was. There is something like pay tax where there is effective management is there. Companies have to pay tax where the effective management is placed. Even though headquarters in Mauritius it doesn't give a right to all the tax will be paid in Mauritius. Effective management of company where it is working, there they should pay the tax. Double taxation agreement is also part of it. POEM, yes. Place of, what is it? So, what is solution to this? Next part is solution, right? At national level, international level.
Complexity of economic system being increased due to globalization, like many new areas are coming up, like Dream 11 and
Dream level.
इस तरह की नई नई gambling
Gambling, you can connect with that. Where you will put it? Globalization or new technology? Anywhere you can put. Globalization also you can put. Thing is, he is saying, what are you saying? New companies like gaming companies, Dream 11, Fantasy 11, gambling. Yes.
difficult to regulate and keep.
Anything else? Anyone have written? What is solution to this? What is national? You can cite. How you relate with that? Garib Kalyan Yojana. This is something like drone. Write it on your own risk. Write it on your own risk. Don't use. Go ahead. This you can all understand. There is something new in this. These points are given in your workbook. General recommendations of FAT. Just go through it when you are revising it. Something should strike in your freezing of accounts, terrorist accounts. Some sign like keywords should come into your answer. Don't go for by hurting all this. Whenever revising money laundering, just go through it. For that purpose, it is given. Tell me these ideas. This is something new which I haven't discussed. What is this minimum global tax proposal? More. Anything else? Every company should be taxed 15% of where it is operating. In which context it came into force? Yes, most big companies are paying 0% tax. That is the issue. And which group proposed it? Why G7? Which time it was proposed? After, during COVID, pandemic was going on. Why? Pandemic was going on, USA was facing issues. And USA was one country who declared highest transfers. Like COVID transfer, direct transfer to the unemployment, all these things. So USA was needing so much money, so one of our approach was boom कर रहा है. India was good of it.
IT sector था भाई boom कर रहा था तो
They want to. So the context was developed countries, majorly USA was struggling economically, or at least government revenue was not coming. So they want something. So they put forward this idea: 15% taxation on every companies. What is India stance on this? India was very happy. India really wants something like this. We are facing is we are struggling with this, but ineffective. Nothing really moved. There were some countries raising opposition. Problem like which country was it? Ireland. Tax haven was Netherlands or Ireland. Some countries were having tax rate less than this, 7%, 12%. So these countries' problem was why they are kept like this? To attract investment. They are not tax havens per se. They are legal countries. They have put the taxation level very low to attract the investment, and their economy is functioning with that. Something 15% will be detrimental to them. They were not happy, and developing countries also, some countries not happy. So overall it doesn't move on, but it's a very fantastic idea. Way forward, wherever you write those. What is this information sharing pact? There is something like that. If a US citizen go and buy property outside the US, that data has to be shared with US regulatory body. US has this agreement with most countries. India has agreement with some countries. Like we have similar agreement with which country? Which is always in news? Swiss bank, Switzerland. And Switzerland has given some data of this account data, all this to the government. And what government is doing?
USA is saying
Switzerland given XYZ data to government of India also under some information sharing, intelligence sharing agreement. And government, what government did? It will, if government leak it outside or say it outside, it will be violation of the agreement with Switzerland, and government is not opening it up. A Supreme Court case was there regarding it, and government's argument was this will be opening it will be violation of XYZ. Some cases government is very strict about privacy. In Pegasus it is FATF, you can cite Pakistan, grey list, blacklist, game is going on. Where it is now? It is out of grey list, right? Basel committee, this is, they bring up this, you were saying, SWIFT. So this has to be improved, like banking system is facing so much of threat. What is big threat banking system is facing? What bank does? What bank does? No yaar, bank किधर से mobilization करता है? Money is somewhere else. They are taking this money and they are redistributing this money. Bank is like an intermediary. And now what is coming? Before CBDC, people, why this cryptocurrency came into the scene? What was history of it? Why cryptocurrency came? Yes, its origin you can connect it with, when was the global financial meltdown? 8 or 9? 2008 global financial meltdown. What happened? Bank crashed. Which bank? You were saying Lehman Brothers. Then bank, it was a very established bank, it crashed in one day. And people lost all their investment, all their transaction, everything. And some huge section lost trust in established banking networks, established investment networks. And they came up with something, this cannot be trusted. We need something which have some stability. And they then from this cryptocurrency came. What is good thing about cryptocurrency? No. Here crisis happened and people lost money. That is one part of it. Second part of it, how when a crisis happens, economic growth is low, then what government do? Pumping money into the system. And there is no limit how much money government can pump. And once this is happening, there will be inflation, value of money will be going down. All this affect investors. So investor confidence on money or whatever system, financial system, monetary system, all this was gone in this 2008 crisis and afterwards. And in this context, we need something which we can trust. And cryptocurrency came. How they find the solution in cryptocurrency? It cannot be unlimited. There is only X number of cryptocurrency. You know the basic now. Like if something like this, if here you are, you can mine it very easily. Small system. Now the next level of cryptocurrency, accessing it will be difficult. And the highest will be very difficult. Still doable, and after that there is that much of cryptocurrency only available. After that you cannot mine it again. So there is some limit on how much you can pump into whatever crisis happen. This was the idea behind cryptocurrency. Now when it came, when it become hit, what happened? This is having volatility much higher than the established currency. Dollar, how much it vary from 70 to 80. Cryptocurrency 50% crash हो रहा है, even with a Elon Musk one tweet करो, it can go anywhere. Now yeah, one cryptocurrency came, what happened? Like regulatory is not required, bank is not required, all this is happening itself. So government thought something we should also do. If we sit back, these guys will take all this. So all the governments in the world are developing their own central bank digital currency. Recently India also launched. For what it is? It is not for common man, it is for secondary market or something within bank transaction. India also launched. India is also planning. What is the idea of this? Cryptocurrency, it may be held by private people. This means central bank is directly giving the money. And what will be the impact of this? Need for bank is gone. If central bank is having a system where you can start an account with central bank and you can transact directly, then the need of the intermediary, what the role is, intermediary role the bank is playing, that is not required if this system really catch up. So banking has so much issues, so much of economics not fully related to this. Still you got all the picture. So how will you conclude this answer? Something you can positively write. So what is for tomorrow? Cyber security. That is totally new topic. We will discuss something new examples.
Cryptocurrency कैसे limited?
Cryptocurrency is limited by technology.
Number of coins limited है,
Number of coins are limited.
Bitcoin की number of coins limited.
Bitcoin ka number of coins are limited. Like it is having a ledger, something like this. Something like this. When you are saying you are going to mine the first cryptocurrency, it will be very easy. Even with very small MB system, you can mine it. Now you reach next level. Next cryptocurrency mining will be more difficult. Next will be more difficult. Now if you really want to mine a cryptocurrency, you need supercomputer, you need all huge systems. Yes, yes. That is why we are saying when quantum technology. When this technology come into force, this crypto will fall in a day. Because this is having high computing power. And this can just one minute में पूरा cryptocurrency कितना बचा है पूरा को mine करके लेगा. So this can risk factor all these system which is being built. Our total number is limited. This is for Bitcoin. But now there is also flexibility. Some other coins are coming where they can control somehow, they can increase somehow. Exactly, I don't know, but maybe Ethereum, which model I don't know. Bitcoin is very fixed. Other currencies are but coming with flexibilities and all. Okay, so tomorrow cyber security. Come prepared. I will by morning I will upload all the workbook and come prepared. So thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. So what is this? Speaker on. Column it, sir. Speaker is on. स्पीकर से साउंड आ रहा है क्या करना है नो नो वो ऑफ करो इज इट रिक्वायर्ड ठीक so 5 questions we have all written. How many you have written? 4. 5 you have written all. What's your name? Divyanshu. Your first time coming. कितना लिखा? 4.5. Within time? You? What about you? 4. Okay. So you see in the workbook. Use किया data, diagram, anything. Use something. So we are discussing only last 5-year paper. And some question has been taken like FSPF from previous year also. But last 5 years. And you got 5 questions from cyber security. So what does it implies? Every year one question is coming. And if you are preparing it, prepare it thoroughly, very thoroughly, like whatever it is asked you should be able to do. And very quality answer you should be making. Because it's one of very predictable areas. Where is one other any area you can say? Something like this, every year one question is coming. Border security. Left to extremism. Not just security I am asking, in whole syllabus. Anything, anywhere. Role of governance. Globalization in society. Almost consistently every year you will find one question regarding that. Something related to new technology, food processing. Define different types of cyber attacks. And some definition is given. After that, you on your own. Do some Google search. Do whatever you are getting from any source, just fill it up. Online, anyone watching, this book you can download from the Telegram group. Go ahead. First 3 questions very much synonymous like questions. Look at the first question. Discuss different types of cyber crimes and measures required to be taken to fight the menace. How straightforward it is. Tell me what are different parts? Types of cyber crime. Then measures required to be taken to were you able to make any mental framework? How to think about these different types of cybercrime?
Information based economy.
You are thinking? Tell me. Speak.
Economic crime like cyber fraud.
Economic crime.
Information related crime like pornography.
Example.
Child pornography.
What else?
Cyber war या cyber terrorism.
State actors, cyber terrorism.
Non-state actors.
Individual based. Anything else? Anyone did anything more?
Mainstream crime with the help of cyber space like
Organized crime, relation to organized crime, using radicalization of those examples.
human trafficking.
Trafficking. Another approach along that device based. What it will be? Give me some examples. This is like sectors. You are connecting with different sectors. Device based means
So like malware, virus, worms, Trojan horses will come under this.
like your technical definition of different types of attacks. You are going like that. Malware, virus, ransomware, all these will come here. Another approach? Anyone tried?
Website or app based.
Website, online, some other means. Yeah, tell me. Here we are discussing different types of cybercrime. That we will do in coming question. Next question is threat or something. We'll discuss that. Different types, how will you categorize? How more way you can categorize? We were discussing some very similar things for a long time. Are you able to prove this? When you are going to write different types of cyber crimes, is this coming into your mind? We should think on certain aspects. We should have some approach to this rather than simply writing 1, 2, 3. Are you devoting some time to thinking on what lines I can think of? Device lines. Something like that is coming into your mind or not when writing? I am asking. You have anything? Not in this question, but other you have done something. Okay. Measures. How will you approach this? Legislative, institutional, international. Personal. Okay, technology. There is a global cyber security index. Gone through it? There is a diagram given in the side of it. Voice not clear. Let me check. I hope it should be clear now. Who is it? Yogesh Kumar. Yeah, you see in the diagram? What is it? What you have to take away from here is how you use this. This index will come in newspaper sometimes or other. When the index is published or some news is going on, the index will come in newspapers. How will you utilize it? One way is taking data from there. What is India's rank? 22. 12. This index is why USA first is given. This is like first country having good protection countries put first. In that order, India is 12th. So another way of utilizing these reports is have a brief look at what are the dimensions the report is having. What dimensions we have here? Legal measures, technical measures, organizational capacity development and cooperative measures. Like these are different dimensions of global cybersecurity index. So when you are making notes or doing something like that, if this can be applied to a way forward answer, can be readily placed. So make this diagram, take a note of what are the basic dimensions of the report. Not just leave it away on the data only. Getting? Move ahead. What you will write for introduction? Everyone write some data. Anyone use graph? At least 2 data, if you know, you should use a graph. Minimum 2 data you can remember. In the workbook also we have given 2 data, right? Same report? It's a different report, right? Which year it is? We will check. If something is to be updated, I will update in the group. So anyone use graph? Here we have given a data. Like 2015 it was 3 trillion. By 2025 it will be 10 trillion. The idea is either you can, if you know data, you remember, you start with what is cybercrime definition. Not very apt, but still if you don't have any data, you can start with a definition also. Another approach is you should start with data. And one more thing is, if there is any possibility of including a graph, 2 data, minimum 2 data, you remember, plot a graph. That will give some difference to your answer. Anything else? Anyone done anything else in introduction? Go ahead. So different types of cyber crimes. In workbook, what order is it is given? 2 categorization it is done. Based on target and based on source. Either you can study like this. Here another categorization is shown. What does this include? Let me check if voice is okay. Hope so. Yeah. Here we have another type of categorization. What it is? Type 1. Suppose a cyber attack is happening. The computer itself is the target. What case it will be? Data theft. All this. The computer itself, the hacker want to get it. Data inside the computer, the target is the computer itself. Here what it is? There is nothing to do with the computer. The computer is being used for some other criminal activity. We told about organized crime. So organized crime will come here. All organized crime, child pornography, hate crimes, intellectual property theft, all these, there is nothing to do with the computer. The idea is using the computer, if take photo, take together. Yeah, the computer is being used for all crimes. Yes, ends and means. Okay. So what is our idea? We'll discuss some examples. Some kind of categorization is coming into your mind. You told economic, personal, all these. That is okay, very fine, no issues with that. or this is another approach, or another approach is given in the workbook. Thing is, something should strike in your mind. Even if you can divide it into two parts, then two, three examples, points you can find, then it will suffice. Yeah, after writing you will remember this भी A भी लिख सकता था.
So like we can divide it into three parts like cyber crime, cyber warfare, and another one cyber terrorism.
Cyber crime, cyber warfare, cyber terrorism.
Crime is in context of mostly individuals. Terrorism is like non-state actors, and warfare is related to state.
ठीक है, not bad. You can do that, no issues. So give me some details of these examples. Till 9? ठीक है. Have you heard of this? Write it in your workbook or whatever notes you are making. What is MyDoom? Heard of it somewhere? MyDoom is biggest computer virus in history of viruses. How much loss it created? 38 billion in 1 year. And what was the year? 2004 mein 38 billion means, what is India's external trade now? It is in news.
1 trillion. No, sir. 400 to merchandise.
Merchandise कितना था? 400 was our target for 22 and we crossed it somewhere. So after how much? 20 years nearly, our merchandise trade is 400 billion. So 10 years back our merchandise trade will be maybe less than that here. 20 years back, less than that. So that much gravity it created in 2004. And it affected 5 lakh computers. How is it spread? Mass emailing. So the idea is, if you remember the name, some data, that will suffice. Structure you think, you get the dimensions, then these are substantiation. Especially talking to you. Structure, then this. It should not be like, you should not list like this in the answer. Should give some arguments, then to support that you should use these examples. If you simply list down this, it doesn't make any sense. What is this WannaCry ransomware? What is ransomware doing?
Lock the computer and ask for
Denial of services. Denial of services and then asking for
Denial of services.
ransom.
And what is specialty of ransomware? Let me see. You have a computer, ransomware will come and lock the computer. You cannot access your own data. And they will ask for some money to access the data. So what is specialty of ransomware? Which year it came? 2000? Which year it came? 2017. Year is not that important, you can cite recently, no issues. So, yeah, what was specialty of ransomware? They were demanding money in bitcoins. Further money source, there was some way to track. Now Bitcoin is also coming into picture, then it becomes very easy for which system it was attacked? Not MS of Windows, Microsoft systems were being attacked, and that too some old version systems which were using. And India, a lot of government office still use old not updated system, and many were affected. Even very high level offices were affected. What is this? This is a very recent one. Or should I have been hearing it? Heard somewhere? There was some private agency, Oil India has hired for investigating this. Same thing, ransomware came and locked the systems. Around 1 week, whole headquarters was not working due to this. What is Stuxnet? Stuxnet? This is little different. What is difference of it? This is by state. Cannot say that much it is state because officially nobody claimed it. But unofficially you can say it was by Israel and USA, made to attack what? Nuclear program of Iran. Stuxnet, where you will cite this? You are saying cyber crime, cyber warfare, cyber terrorism, warfare you will categorize this, state is being involved. Ukraine power grid attack, where you will cite it? There was some issue going on between Ukraine and Russia during that time, not the recent one. Crimean crisis that came up in 2015 and all. So that issue was going on and some kind of a pressurizing method, they attacked the, which one? Ukraine power grid. That also created considerable losses. Mumbai power outrage, we discussed it. What is issue in writing it?
State has also
Government came up with some statement like this is not due to cyber attack. But how you can still use it? Allegedly, or New York Times is the one who came up with the news. First time there is cyber attack due to the power outrage happened. So cite those. If you cite that, then you cannot be questioned. Your argument will stand. What else? Kudankulam plant. We discussed it somewhere. What happened in Kudankulam plant? Something like one system was connected to internet, outside internet, and through that they get into the operations. And from which it came from? North Korea it is. These groups were behind it. Lazarus Group B, they are from, basically from North Korea. ROCU 2021, what is it? Password hack, like passwords being leaked. And how many passwords? 8.4 billion password. What is world population? How much? 8 billion. So you can see the gravity, how much big leak it was. Blue whale challenge, what it is?
it was a game that used to manipulate children for suicide.
Thing is, teenagers were somehow given a challenge, and last challenge will be to suicide. And hundreds of people have suicide. So where you will categorize this? This will be under my doom. Something like typical virus. Where it will come here? Malicious code. Ransomware, where you categorize? Here or here? This here? Here.
Yes, sir. Computer is the target.
Computer is the target, right?
And the target is
Stuxnet, you will categorize in cyber warfare. Where state role you have to explain, that example you will give Stuxnet. Ukraine power grid also similar, very similar case. Mumbai outrage, some argument on critical infrastructure, power grid attack, you will give Mumbai power outrage, or Oil India also, it's a PSU, right? It's also an attack on government system. Critical infrastructure, you can include that. So, blue whale you can connect with organized crime. Computer is being used for some other crimes. The other thing we discussed, radicalization. What is it? Recruitment of ISIS through. That will also you can write in cyber attack also. Move ahead. All written good answers with some examples. 3-4 examples are coming. Some categorization thinking is also coming. So how will you do this part? What is this? Measures required to be taken to fight cybercrime. Voice okay. So how you approach this? There is, take workbook, where it is, first page, second page, dimensions of cybersecurity. Either you can go with this diagram also, like global cybersecurity index diagram. Then you can write legal measures, technical measures, organizational measures, capacity development, and cooperative measures. So tell me some legal measures. Something is very going on in news. Data Protection Bill 2022. All those will come under legal measures. Technical measures, tell me something. Which one? Zero trust based environment for devices. Anything else? How will you connect local manufacturing with cybercrime?
Developing indigenous devices.
Yes, yes. Give me an example. Indigenous technology. Very good, very good. 5G infrastructure. Which company was? Huawei. What was the issue with that company? We discussed it somewhere. When we discussed this? IR class. So what was problem with that company? This company was right. This company was having capabilities and they were installing throughout the world this 5G infrastructure, not just in India, Australia, UK, all this. They were having very in the front. Then what happened? There were allegations that the company board is having people from Chinese army. After that, all countries closing the relations with this. So indigenization of technology, if you are writing it, you have to substantiate it with some solid examples. You were telling insurance yesterday. If you are writing a very specific point which I can question it, then you should have something very solid argument to substantiate it. What else? Tell me other technical measures you can think of. Security audit, vulnerability mapping. Yes, yes. Organizational, tell me some organizational. Certain you can write more in organizational also. I4C is, yes, 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 something like that. What you can do more?
We can develop offensive capabilities.
Capacity development, you can write that. Offensive capabilities. Somewhere it is written, right? Why we need offensive capabilities? Anyway, militarization is going on in every field. Cyber command. What about cooperative measures? Tell me some examples. Cooperative means you can connect it with different countries, different groups, BRICS. Budapest Convention. India didn't sign it, right? Why?
It's drafted without consultation.
That was the issue.
What was the issue?
Some other issue was the part of it. What was it?
IP, there was some breach from IP.
Anything else? Any other? Osaka Declaration also. That is G20, right? That is having this thing is India considered data as a part of its sovereignty. Data which generated in India is a part of Indian sovereign data. But this Osaka Declaration, it is saying that data should have free cross-boundary flow. So yeah, some examples regarding that you can cite. This is another approach. We discussed approach from workbook, this cybersecurity index. What here we have done? This is another approach to generate measures or government measures, everything. Here we are dividing cybersecurity into 5 parts. Identify different attacks. Whatever example you said same, it all applies here also. Identify attack, vulnerability mapping, somebody told, right? Protect, technical measures, whatever you told, you can write in protect. After come, detect. Some attack happen, sometimes what happened is, even after a long time you know you are being surveilled. Respond and recover. Okay. Whatever you put Pegasus, what is issue with Pegasus? What is Pegasus? Tell me that first. Spy software. Built by some company, what is name? NSO, something like that. Israeli based company made this spy software Pegasus. Why is the controversy regarding it?
There was no need of a click for it to initiate. There was a group of journalists.
I'm not hearing. You tell.
Sir, no need of a click or opening of an email for it to initiate. It will initiate
So,
automatically without any
how will it come into phone? Even missed call is enough. You don't need to attend the call or you don't need to click it. What else? What is the controversy?
सर एक इंटरनेशनल जर्नलिस्ट ग्रुप ने एक्सपोज किया कि अराउंड 50,000 लोगों का
Yes, yes. Issue was some which group it was exposed? Remember? Leave it. Some group exposed that this software is being used for spy so many people around the world. And around 300 people in India were in the list. Including politicians, journalists, activists, all these people were there. Now, what is again issue kya hai? Then NSO came up with a statement. This is not a normal spyware. This is a very high level software and its price is extremely high. We only sell this to governments. So if only a software is there, that is only being sold to government. And somebody else is saying there are 300s of Indians being, that software is being used on 300s of Indians. Then who will be at the wrong place? That is what opposition is saying, Indian government is using it. What Indian government is saying? We don't have money. Indian government somehow, Supreme Court built a committee and that committee also didn't find exact evidences and it got carried away. It can be like other government also spy on Indian people. It's not like Indian government can only be accused. Not supporting any government, but still that is the whole matter. Somewhere in the answer this should also be part of it. In example, at some level. All these first 3 questions all are similar. There is same examples you may have to repeat or one time we discussed, there is nothing much to discuss again. So this is another approach, dimensions of cybersecurity. I think more easy approach is this one. This is what you can think of. Legal measures, technical measures. Thing is, one approach should come into your mind when you are writing answers. At least itna aana chahiye, I should have some strategy to approach this question. Whatever dimensions you are trying to generate. Okay. Anything else here to discuss? This is like government schemes. Everything is given in the worksheet. No details are given, you have to fill it up.
सर अवेयरनेस मेजर्स में कल्चर ऑफ सेल्फ करेक्शन
Culture of
सेल्फ करेक्शन जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है तो साइबर थोड़ा सा वो सोशल मीडिया का
Self-regulation, you are saying.
Self-correction. So information you get through social media, just post it with authentic source.
How it come here? It is a very effective.
Social media.
How it is related to cybercrime? What you are saying is, I think, fake news, this thing. Argument I take, no issues, but give me substantiating element. Move ahead. Whatever argument you make, thing is you should have something to substantiate. Give some examples like that company we told now. You were saying something? So anything else? Data protection bill that is in news 2022. We'll discuss later. These are like government initiatives we have given. After that, think on what more should be done on all these regard. Okay. Let's move ahead. Conclusion, you will write something. Not spending time on it. Addressing cybersecurity should be, cybercrime should be one of the most important. Something like border security, it should be given that much importance.
India has a target of $1 billion digital economy.
Yes, yes, you can write that all. This data you can write. What is going on with this Paytm, UPI? Formula, what you will say? Digitization of economy. Payment system, everything is going online. So whatever it is, the risk is increasing. Some protection system we need to update. Data is the new oil. You can cite it in conclusion. Okay. Move ahead. What happened? Yeah. Let's look at the second question. Keeping in view India's internal security, analyze the impact of cross-border cyber attacks. Also discuss defensive measures against sophisticated attacks. What is difference in this question?
Impact of that cyber attack.
Cross-border. When examples you are giving, you should focus more on cross-border attacks. Majority of the attacks are cross-border itself, coming from North Korea, China, Russia, these countries. Anything else? Defensive measures, you will write very similar points. Impact, how will you think? Tell me different parts first. This is also 10 markers. So different parts. One is impact of cross-border. Whatever is given in the question, copy that. Don't try to make your own heading. Cross-border. What is next part? Defensive measures. So how will you think this part? Different syllabus dimensions you will think of. Economic aspect, individual aspect, political aspect, all this. Yeah, you can, introduction, you can start with some data. So we are talking, there is this word, cross-border cyber attacks. So simply cite that, you will remember this data, or whichever data you are studying and going, you will remember that. But you will not be knowing which one is cross-border, which one is from India. So what to do? Anyway, most of these are coming from outside India itself. So write something like this. A major share of these are being coming from outside or cross-border itself. That means making a fair guess with whatever enough data you have. Don't make the opposite guess. Don't write something which is obviously countered. Okay. Now, yeah, what is this approach? Similar to what you have told. Individual, what will include? Privacy breach, data theft, credit card, financial theft, all this. There is one data, 18 out of every 100 Indians. 18 out of means nearly 20%. That means we have 10, 12 people here, 2 people's data is already linked. What next? Organizational level. After individual, we have organizational level. Take everyone to it. Yeah.
They are asking keeping in view India's internal security.
Connect with internal security issues.
तो सर इसको ऐसे लिखना ज़्यादा बेटर नहीं इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी
लिखो, no issues, लिखो. See, individual data, data theft, financial laws, all these are also part of internal security. Cannot separate it, right? You can go with economic threat, whatever it is. So in organizational, what you will write? On private companies, give an example. Then on government organizations. Oil India we discussed, that thing we can give as an example. Airline breach, this is also very recent I think, this year. Which year it is? This year itself. Yeah, any other examples you can give? Which one you are saying? Zomato, password breach, something like that. Domino's car, you can write anything. SBI is also having some issues. MasterCard. After that, national security level, what all you include? Major thing is critical infrastructure. Other things also you can include, economic aspects of it. Now, how cybercrime is a problem to global order? How threat to democracy? Very good, very good. What is Cambridge Analytica scandal? Explain more. Which social media? Facebook. And what happened?
It was used to change perception of the voters. Data profiling of the voters, what they like, what they don't like, how will they vote, swing votes.
Thing is, Cambridge Analytica got raw data from Facebook. Then using this data, they profile the voters. Profile means, suppose you are totally against Trump, totally against, no Trump supporter, and you are somebody like a neutral guy. So neutral guy's data will be categorized, your data will be categorized. And what they do? When they send the political ads to you, some kind of ads will be shown so that you can be influenced. Same ad will not work with that person. So to that person, some other method will be used. So depending on psychological profile, depending on race, all these things, profiling of Facebook users were done and campaign was influenced.
So that thing is not an issue at all because it is like targeted marketing it is done, but then Facebook gave that data to Cambridge Analytica.
Yes, that raw data is still being used, it is being told.
Without the permission of
What was one more issue with this? Cambridge Analytica was having some link with Russian companies. So indirectly it was told Russians were influencing US elections. And which Indian parties have account with Cambridge Analytica? Come on, your ruling party also have some. Facebook in tech, correct. Move ahead. Stuxnet. Rest all you will write. It's all very easy. The Indian parties are also part of it, Cambridge Analytica. You don't need to write all the American story. Write it from, I say लिखो party का name भी मत लो. Write like national parties in India are also part of this. Maybe they have disconnected now. But when the scandal came in 2000, which year it came? 18 or something. That time, Indian parties were also part of this, Indian political parties. Move ahead. This is also what steps you will take. Very same steps what you have earlier thought, same it will come here. Conclusion also should praise India. India should play a leadership role.
Cyber command we can give.
Cyber command. That will come in the measures to be taken, right?
It is just recommended.
No, I am asking where you will write the cyber command. It cannot be written in conclusion.
It is recommended. It is not yet.
ठीक है. Move ahead. Third question. This is also very similar question. I don't think we have much to discuss. Discuss the potential threats of cyber attack and the security framework to prevent it. So what are the different parts? Potential threats. You can read this. After that, security framework. This will be same what we already. Secure potential threat, how will you address? Economic, whatever you are saying, you will apply the same here also.
Won't we use India's potential because of that the threat is happening. Like we have the highest number of internet users, then youth population, and because of that the threat is coming up. So we should address that.
You were saying why threat? Why threat is happening? That is a part of your answer. Where you added it?
In the main one.
Like you made a one more part heading here.
No,
Then
only two parts. Why and then security framework. Potential threat means
show me answer. Bring it, bring it. Thing is, at somewhere you should have different types of attacks. Even though it is okay, don't make too much of it. If you are only writing why, then there is issue. If you are making one more heading, a small heading or diagram and showing why the threat is major issue, then it is okay. Major part of your answer should be different types of threats, different threats, this being created by these, all these. Anything else? Anyone has done something new?
So can we write the threats divided in three headings like each threat of cyber espionage and cyber terrorism and cyber warfare?
Where are you getting this? You named three same headings. Where you got this? Okay, you can divide, no issues. Cyber crime, cyber, then you write about different threats these are creating. You can write. What else? You have anything to add? Same you have written. So this is some data. 1.25 lakh crore loss in 2019 due to cyber crimes in India. Added some word that is not in this book. Move ahead. So what structuring is done here? Start from here. Personal level, what is the different threats? Then private companies, government organization, threat to economy, political threats. Give me some other examples of political threats. Cambridge Analytica we told. Diplomatically, how this cyber crime is influencing. Think from like different countries, China, India, how this cyber crime is playing a role.
Whatever country it is, whatever country does the cyber attack, the blame will go to the neighborhood.
Very good, very good, very good.
False flag attack, sir.
False.
False flag attack.
Thing is, some attacks may not be from China. Some other country can make it look like the attack is coming from China, and that can influence India-China whatever relations is going on. So this is another political example you can cite. Anything else? Government website, that is direct. Anything else? There was one issue like one Israel minister posted something against Pakistan, and Pakistan minister posted a nuclear threat on that in Twitter. Thing 4-5 years back. Thing is that news it came like social media mein first time nuclear threat happened. What happened was Israel, some minister or part of government guy criticized Pakistan. And Pakistan, some minister, he was maybe outspoken guy, he went there and made a nuclear threat on Israel. So misuse of cyberspace is like, it can happen in many ways. Anything else you can think of? Stuxnet you will write anyway. This is same answer, same part. Nothing new here.
सर इसमें फ्रेमवर्क पूछा है तो ये डायग्राम में यहाँ पे टेस्ट रहेगा
Diagram?
ये जो इसमें दिया है ये वाला डायग्राम फ्रेमवर्क की बात हुई है
Oh, this will be more apt. So we will come to fourth question. We have 5 questions today, right? Finishing time. All questions are very synonymous. So how was this? How many of you have written this? You written. Decently? क्या लिखा है?
Sir, I didn't know anything about that. क्या होना चाहिए वो record की?
You didn't know anything about Cyberdome. Still you wrote 2 pages. What क्या लिखा है?
Sir, various aspects, like, I just knew that it came from Kerala. It was a program in Kerala to tackle cyber attack. And then various aspects can be assigned.
Yes. Rest you made up. What else? What anyone else have written this answer? You written? You written. What you are aware of? You written? You came late, right? You written. क्या लिखा?
Kerala police handle the cyber threats.
Very good. This leaving. Close that. Yeah, when in actual exam it was quite tough question. Why it was tough? It was in news. When you go back and search internet, you will see Hindu में आया है, Indian Express में भी है, सब जगह है. But in exam it's a little tough. Why?
Very specific.
Because it was a state government initiative. If it were a central government initiative, you will be more aware of it. When it's state government and nothing is given about state, if one word policing is there, then it would have become a little more easier. So will you address this? What are different parts? What is Cyberdome?
Cyber and its various aspects.
How it will be useful? It is a government initiative. How part you still can write. Even you can guess out and write something. And what will you do for this kind of question? Suppose question come with you don't know anything about the thing. And if question has this kind of a part, how security can be resolved?
Think about what are the issues with internet crimes and what we should do. That must have been
This is more, you can think the AI yoga. It is very much feasible to think like this. But there can be some other question, it is having not this much of connection also. So how will you handle those? Thing is, you have 10 marker, 2 pages. Don't go for filling 2 pages in this kind of question. Where question you are making guesswork, where question you are not completely sure of, you still write. If you can make some thinking.
Like that question of like Gopalpura protocol was asked.
Gopalpura protocol. There also you can guess it, right? It was in ozone line. You can guesswork and write some points. Do that. I am not saying to leave the question. Don't leave the question. Even though the protocol is not given, the question was having earlier parts regarding ozone, something, atmosphere. So attempt the question, but don't overplay it. Don't go for filling 2 pages, 15 marker, don't fill 3 pages. Stop at 2 or 1.5 page in this case. Okay, invest that time in something which you can credibly write. So these 2 things you will do here. How you will explain, then what is Cyberdome, you will give some dimensions of it. How you will use this data in future exam? Anyway, this is not going to be asked. Cyberdome is very less chance, a state government project itself. As a case study, as a way forward we are writing, use this. Cyberdome can be used in there. Basically, what is Cyberdome? What was the context when it came? Where did first corona case reported in India? Kerala. We discussed about blue whale. Which state was most infected with blue whale in India? Kerala. Something going on in Kerala, we'll catch it first.
Tomato flu and all flu, FMDs,
Nipah virus. They have better surveillance, that can be one reason also. So context was when blue whale came. So many teenagers from Kerala was also part of it. So whatever policing we have, the cyber crimes are evolving day by day. Blue whale is just a tip of the iceberg. All other aspects, financial, data theft, all these are evolving. So government needs some kind of a modern approach to policing. Old policing method will not work, and we need response very quick. And child pornography, these kind of things are being reported every day, and if old police station method we adopt, you have to go to police station, file the complaint, all these processes will be very delayed. And taking an action like against a website, it needs some institutional approach. So all these was trying to be solved in Cyberdome. Even though it is a state government approach, it was having a high visionary attitude to it. It is a technological research and development center of Kerala Police Department dedicated to prevent cybercrime and mitigate cybersecurity threats the state's critical infrastructure is facing. Very straightforward definition. What it does actually, it brings all stakeholders under one platform. And who are the stakeholders in cybercrime? Government departments, Home Ministry, law enforcement agencies. What is that? Give me one agency. ED, NIA at national level, if you like, all this. Industry, academia. Why we need academia? Cybercrimes are something not static. It will be updating every year. We need our system also to catch up with the pace. International organization. Which organization? Financial, okay. Some, forgot the name. Some organization? ITU. They were adopting the standards of the organization. Experts, public domain, society was also even a part of it. How society becomes a part of it? Ultimately, the reporting should come from the society. Grievances should come from the society. Society was actively integrated into whatever approach they are doing. And it was very much popularized. Awareness, social awareness, all this was given. So this much is you can write on this CyberDome. After that you go and check how it resolves the cyber crimes. How will you use this data? Here also same thing. You are not going to write this again. But in all other questions we have written way forward. How to address the menace of cyber security. So copy data from here. Copy different words from here. Which words you take? Understanding different steps of approaching the cyber security is being discussed. This most are taken directly from the website, CyberDome website, and you can see that you can have a connection even just reading it. Understanding cyber threats. That is first part of solving the problem. Even if you don't know you are infected or you are being surveilled, how will you solve it? Awareness building, social people should be part of the solution. Cyber intelligence, what is it? Take. What is cyber intelligence? We had a project, something like Project Insight. Anyone remember? What you have learned for prelims? What is Project Insight? What is it about? Income Tax Department. Project Insight means same name, different schemes are there. Income Tax Department, some scheme was like that. What it was doing? Forgot. Thing is, they collect so much data from social media that is available. Suppose a person is having very low income and he is making trip to European countries. Vijay Mallya, he is already rich, he can make. But if somebody is not reporting the income and he is officially a poor guy and he is making so much trips or something he is doing. So this kind of act, they will track down from different sources. They do the big data analysis, all this. Then they get the intelligence, this guy is doing some money laundering. They collect intelligence by they bring different data from different domain into one place, then do the analysis and catch the wrongdoer.
There are some example of few beggars from Delhi.
They were crores and
They actually go out foreign trips with. I don't have a passport.
right. So similar like that, they will analyze the social media content. They will analyze, collaborate with other media, other options which we can access. Then do the virtual policing. It's a very good keyword you should use somewhere, some other answers. Monitoring online activities of sex racket, child pornography, cyber terror activities, all this you can do. Defense and expertise skills. Yeah, you can write. You can write. Expertise and skill development, you will, anyway we have discussed all this. Collaborative platform. One platform, good idea about this is, everything will come under one platform. If you have any issue with cyber related any problem, you have go there and report. One organization is responsible for doing everything. Otherwise it become very scattered. Police is there, then other units are there. Incident response capabilities. What is that? If some attack happened, response should come very quick. If you really want to minimize the damage. Even though you have capability, you have the institutional system to implement it in a very short span of time. So that is incident response. Cyber forensics, what it is? It's very most important point in this slide. Cyber forensics, what it is? Even an attack happened, you understood attack happened, you given a police case. If the case has to stay in the court, there should be evidence. And traditional method, evidence collection, everything is very weak. So we need tools so that online evidence can be collected. Online evidence can be processed in such a way it will be worked out in the court. So all this will be done by cyber forensic groups. Identification, seizure, acquisition, authentication, analysis of documentation, preservation of digital evidence, all this. Use these keywords in other answers. That is the point of discussing. Not Cyberdome is not our point of area interest. Research and development, you can start academia, partners, IIT Bombay. I think which IIT is having role in this? IIT Madras? Move ahead. So if this question doesn't have much parts, you can write a way forward. And what is the most important way forward? This is a state government project and it should be implemented in all states. And it should be some type of it should be implemented at national level also. Another important point here, standards for cyber policy. There should be some established standard for cyber policing activity. And whatever Cyberdome is doing today, it can act as a like general standard structuring for cyber policing in future. Move ahead. Conclusion, should we discuss anything? Visionary project, replicating every state and national level, that is the key takeaway from all this. Last question, how much time we have left? We are very fast today. How many of you written this question? You did know the data, what is status, how you written? Didn't know anything. Only committee cyber related hai, itna pata tha. Little bit you know. This question is also, it will not repeat. BNC Sri Krishna committee is gone far. So why we are still doing it? One thing, you will get an experience of how to write question where you don't know anything. Some question will come like this. So how to approach this question, you can get an experience. Mainly this is data security, this is a committee related to it. You can cite this committee in so many answers.
So, but this data protection bill is in news every day.
Data protection bill will come in news. So this can be a question for future, next year. Even if an act, it become an act, then only it can be a question. In that also you can use this committee. Even if nothing happened, it stayed as a bill. Whatever cyber security question, you can cite the BN Sri Krishna committee. Okay. And specific details knowing is not that much important. What are different parts of this question? Tell me. We have a very long statement. Data security has assumed significant importance in the digitized world due to rising cyber crimes. The Justice B.N. Sri Krishna Committee report addresses the issue related to data security. How will you address this part? Then the question is starting. We have 2 lines of statement, then question. What in your view are the strengths and weaknesses of the report relating to the protection of personal data in cyberspace? So what are different parts you are going to make? These are 15 markers, keep in mind that. We have 3 pages to fill. So you try to divide it into as much as parts as possible. Tell me which are different parts you can think of. Like that we will do in introduction. Data security importance. Just what else you will write here in body? Rising cyber crimes, all will come go here now. Body also you are writing about cyber crime. Okay, anything else? Context. It is a part of introduction or not? Or context which committee was formed. Puttasammy judgment. Good, good. These all are like introduction type. What in body you will write? Tell me. Recommendations of the committee. Recommendations of the committee. This is also not asked. Exactly not asked, but you still write because 15 marks, 3 marks you have to write. Introduction, any of these you can write. You can cite about cybercrime, importance of cyber data protection, all these you can write. Or you can do this also, very good approach. What he said, context of when the committee was formed, Puttaswamy judgment in 2017, all those you can relate with. That will come into mind when that time, when you are going in the context of the committee. After 5 years we are discussing, it's a little tough this part. But this obviously anyone can do. So tell me, first part will be recommendations of the committee. What next? Then we will write strength versus weaknesses. Write 5 points, 5 point here, you can somehow manage. I have to take care of that also. Same point if you write, it doesn't look good. Make compromise here. That is best you can do. Anything else, any other parts you have written? Anyone? Way forward. Scripting has to improve here. Okay. Move ahead.
In this question, how much can we, so there is a scope to expand the introduction because there are so many things. The question itself has touched upon rising crimes, community contacts and all.
Extend some little bit, but don't make 1-page introduction. That's too much. Some little bit expansion you can do, because strength and weakness only that you write, it's very difficult to write that and fill 3 pages. So this question there is flexibility. Write little more on the committee, context of the committee, write little more on recommendations of the committee, way forward you include. These are all not part of the question, but still you can put it up. Still major part of your answer should be this only, strength and weakness. These are all like less than 1-page stuff. So what is this? Data security defined kiya hai? Very redundant. You can start with data also. Every question we are doing data, that's why for some change. After that we are given some examples why data security is getting very important. So give me some data for this digitization of economy. Like these are the factors why data security is important. Give me some examples, substantiating element for all of these.
1 trillion by 2027.
1 trillion digital economy. What is next? What is data on this payment system? How much online transaction is happening in India? Recently there was Prime Minister told something data. Remember? Your notes should be having it. So how much it is? Have something? Prime Minister made some comment like 40% of number of transactions going on is become already online in India. And there is some report that it will be tripled in next 3 years. Already we are going at an aggressive pace. 40% of transaction is going online. Now we are saying that in next 3 years we will triple these numbers, value also. What is the digitization of essential services? What is very best example related to pandemic?
This
COVID, everything was done online. And when COVID came, what was the problem? Criticism of it?
people were not having
Poor people will not access. It will be very difficult for them to book online. But somehow everything was managed. Even only online platform was available. No offline system was put for anyone. And it worked out very well. Comparing the size of India, rural population, all this we think from that perspective it worked wonders. What else you can cite? So many things you can cite. Arogya Setu was there. E-Sanjeevani. What is E-Sanjeevani? E-Sanjeevani. No, it was not Bihar. It is Government of India. Health. Maybe some other scheme will be there in Bihar. E-Sanjeevani basically is a government app. You can get it from App Store. It is like teleconsultation app. You can consult the doctor through the app. Digitization of land records. What is the scheme name? Government scheme? Swamitwa scheme.
There is Karnataka scheme.
Bhumi. It's very old, yeah. When I was preparing, I was using that. Still stuck there. Use something new. Swamitwa is new. Rise in cybercrime, so much data we told. You write something like that. Rights perspective, what you will write? There was some Supreme Court case. Right to internet access is a part of fundamental right. Jammu and Kashmir 370, that issue. Supreme Court told that. Right to internet access is part of fundamental right. Which fundamental right?
21.
Sure? Any other suggestion? 19 or 21? There was a prelims question, right? Yes, yes. Right to internet is a basic right. It is in some other case it was right. It was a basic right.
In Kerala's High Court, it
Kerala High Court case
said it is.
it is. Yes, yes, yes.
Then it said that it is under 21A and 21 according to Supreme Court because it comes under right to education also.
Right to do trade is part of Article 19.
That was Kerala High Court.
What else? What else you can cite? Anything else? Right to be forgotten. That is all part of committee, right to privacy, all this. Right to privacy part of which act? 20? There was one prelims question. Right to marriage. Right to marriage is a part of which act? 21 or 19? 21. Yes, yes, 21 itself. 12 lakh crore what? Okay, digital transaction, that data you are saying previously. 12 lakh crore in 1 month. October. Yeah, so what are basic recommendations of Sri Krishna committee? How will you use this data? Tell me, how will you use these provisions? You need only few points. You don't need to by heart all this. If a new committee comes, then go and by heart that. Some other committee is formed regarding this new bill going on, then we will by heart it. Provisions of the bill go and study. 2022 bill aaya hai. That's in news recently. Go and study that. Balance of interest means what? Who are the stakeholders here? One is individual, your data. Who is using it? Some company, Facebook. So there should, Facebook has certain interest in it. Most of the social media are free. Let's have a discussion on it. Free social media is good or bad? Recently, Twitter came up with a blue tick. How much price it is given? $8 per year or something like that. Per month it is. Very good. So, what do you say? Paid social media is a good or bad thing? Or free social media is good or bad?
Fifth industrial revolution is based on free social media.
Anything else?
But if when the social media is free, the users are the product, they are the target of the ad companies. So
There is no free lunch. Something is free, then you are the product. How Facebook is generating money? Advertisement. All this personalized advertisement, how it is coming from? Data manipulation, data utilization, all these. So, paid social media argument is free will create lot of issues. Free has ethical issues. If you are giving it for free, some other way you are being exploited. And thing is, you don't have any control. Control over what? What you see. Algorithm is deciding what you see. And what is the principle of that algorithm?
Whatever is viral, whatever is
Not viral. Maximum revenue for either the social media company or the advertisers. You should buy the product. That is maybe the fundamental idea of the algorithm. Free speech, everything come later. Or whatever good principles we say, virtues, that all is secondary. For primary idea of the algorithm will be generating more money. Echo chambering. So free social media has some issues. Then is Twitter's proposal a solution to this?
So eventually they will start asking for more and more of money for different things, like their in-app purchase.
What is Twitter doing? Twitter is not changing free to paid. Twitter is still free. Only the blue tick, if you want, you have to pay. And what is the issue with this? Earlier, how the blue tick was given? To government employees, like government ID card you have, you will get. Otherwise, you are a famous person, they cross-checking, after that you will get. So there was some sort of reliance on it, credibility to it. Now anyone can pay it and you can have it. Impersonation issue, misuse issue. Like even a terrorist you can have it. Then you cannot say this cannot be given to XYZ person. Jesus Christ also having blue tick. Very good. So yeah, but how will you manage this? Your data, you have some interest. It should not be misused. It should not be XYZ. Company also have some interest. So how to manage it? That was some kind of balanced approach was proposed by these companies. You have autonomy on your data to XYZ level. Company also have some interest. It cannot be completely checked out. Legal obligation, what does it mean? You should be informed of everything. If your data is being collected this way it is collected, this for it is used, it will be stored like this. All this information company has to make some information, you should be aware of it, as well as regulatory body, if something is there, should be aware of it. Now define personal data. How is the committee defining personal data? What is difference between personal and non-personal data? Everything you search in the phone, is it personal data? No. Then difference, tell me, don't read it and say, think something of it. Identifiability is the key. If with that data you can be exactly identified, this is done by this guy or this is this related to this person, then it is personal data. Any other data which cannot be directly linked to you, then it is non-personal data. Consent based processing, precondition should be given for everything. Committee also said consensus should be taken for every processing your data, but there are certain aspects where consensus is not that much required. In which case? Security aspects, policing aspect, government wants some data, then they can have some lenience in that. Law and order, welfare, all this come into it. Individual control over data, that we already know. Enforcement model, it told there should be a separate data regulator specifically for this purpose. Amendment to other laws like Information Technology Act.
Sir, if any question we are giving the argument of state should have some control over the citizens' data, then we can cite this.
Committee, you can cite. This committee, the recent bill is also having that same controversy. Government can have more flexibility. Company, we are saying so many strict rules, but government can have higher flexibilities. What is GDPR? Why by whose it is? European Union. Why this is important? It is like first your best comprehensive data protection law regarding all these. So whenever you are writing answers, we should look at this GDPR law as a model law. Even though this committee and recent bill also you doing the same thing, but it should come into your answer also. And what is the difference between GDPR, that is European law, and American law regarding data? Data localization, it's everywhere issue.
GDPR says that data has to be stored in
Thing is, US law or US consider data as the primary thing. Data is the most important thing. What GDPR considers? Individual autonomy, privacy, these are the most important thing. Data in itself is not the important thing. And this gives so much importance to privacy, all these companies. There are so many regulations kept on companies, obligations kept on companies. So that's why we should follow this model instead of US model. US model is more like a business model. If data is being transferred, you should be paid. Commodity, that kind of view is US law. Anything else? So these are strength and weakness. I don't think we should discuss this. This is old back and there is no need to go depth into it. Go and do one exercise. Recent bill, 2022 bill on cyber security. Make strength and weakness analysis of that. Okay. Anything important? Right to forget. What it is? Right to forget? Why it is put in weakness? Thing is, right to forget has different interpretation. Does right to forget means right to completely delete your data? That is one interpretation. You should have the authority to completely delete your data. The committee didn't said that. What the committee said? You can stop the sharing of the data. You can stop the usage of the data in XYZ form. Right to forget was like little diluted and put in as a suggestion. So that was issue with the committee. Again, surveillance, state surveillance, lenience was provided to state. Data localization. What was issue with data localization? What is data localization? Indian data should be kept in India. Why data localization is also kept in weakness? Exact data localization is itself not told by the committee. The committee told only one copy of data should be here. So that doesn't give full autonomy or control over that data. Okay, move ahead. Now you can include a way forward if you want. After that, simple conclusion. So what are tomorrow's topics? What are left out topics? No specific topic for tomorrow. CPEC is there. CPEC. Prepare these topics and come. After that, we discuss too much. That crescent and triangle. What is it? Golden crescent and golden triangle, opium. Mob violence. What is mob violence? Prepare these three topics and come for tomorrow. Prepare legal aspect to it. Prepare whatever law is saying, article which you can connect with. Golden crescent, golden triangle, CPEC, all this we have discussed. Okay. So that's all for today. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. You're also a new student, right? Kya naam hai? Subhash. How you know about the program? How you know? You itself. Okay, okay. Your name I forgot again. Ronak. So this is our last class. All written the test? Why? You came late. Abhi aaya. Okay. Why? Okay, okay. What about you guys? Written? How many? 2. You written all. You too? 3.5. You also? 3. Which one you left? Second one. What was that? Opium. How was it overall? Easy? Doable? So before starting the questions, this will be our last class. Like we had 5 classes on IR and this is 5th one on internal security. Have a brief look on what we are trying to do. So 5 takeaways from all these answer writing. What was I trying to deliver over these days? What is first one? Write content or more content. You have seen some student with very less amount of study also clearing the mains or getting good marks. So what makes the difference? To a certain level we all need content. Without no content you cannot attempt the question. But beyond that, it is not what content actually matters. So many other factors come into play. And what is it? Like if you go to study a subject, any subject, for IR, economy, anything. If you go with a scattered approach, you studied things from different places, different books, and at the end of the day you cannot revise it properly many times. If that is not happening, then whatever knowledge you acquire, you will be a very smart guy. You will be knowing everything, you will be knowing all concepts, all stories, all news going on the news. But at the end of the day, marks come from replicating in the paper. That needs very focused approach, very strategic approach. So one method what we are trying to do is make your notes, whatever notes you are making, make it exactly as you are going to replicate in the paper. How you are writing answer writing, how you are writing the order of points. Exactly the same thought process should go into the notes. Also, what more? Don't write anything that is you are not going to write in the answer. If the same question come, suppose a way forward come, your note should not contain any word that you are not going to write. Exactly write in the note what is you are going to write in the paper. That much concise note you should make. This content will make a difference because overall, like we have tried the approach in that workbook for internal security. Whole workbook is how many pages? Not 5, 40 something pages, less than 45 pages. And 45 page means that also we have put very liberally. Like even one government act, IT act, we are giving this much space. So IT act only one line is required. Even by giving a liberal approach in 45 page, you are compiling all the internal security. Similarly, whatever examples, whatever things related to internal security should come in one note. 40 page, 40 is enough. 40 is like highest margin you can go. So that's about note making. What next? I have seen many answers. Many of you are doing long introduction, one half page introduction, half page conclusion. At the end of the day, these carry very less marks. If I am correcting the paper, I am not obliged to give so much mark for this. Marks come from only what exactly is asked in the question. What steps is needed, then what steps is needed will carry marks. Beyond that, whatever good knowledge, whatever great things you wrote, I cannot give you marks for that. So, conclusion and introduction, both of these should be very minimum. 2 lines, that is fair enough. And make sure that you are not making any mistakes. If you are making any blunders in this, you are going to lose marks. But aisa bhi nahi hai, if you are writing great things, so much marks will come from here. What next we are doing? Understanding the answer structure. What does it means? How many parts were most of the question internal security? If question is 15 markers, we are getting easily 4 parts. 4 parts generation is not very difficult. Most of the question. And if you are writing in actual exam, you should have at least 4 parts in most of the question. Maybe one question you will not get. That's okay. But most of the questions are having 4 parts, 3 parts very easily. And we were trying to generate in that also, we are trying to give some dimensions into it, trying to divide it further. And one more thing, what more important is, even by reading the question, before starting question, you should have a general space allocation framework. Like in some question, again, way forward is asked. You have a tendency, like some student will go government initiatives. First you write government initiatives, then you write about way forward. It's absolutely fine. But the point is, it should not happen like government initiatives you have written 1 page and way forward you have written very less. You have written like that. Somebody yesterday shown me the answer. It should not happen like this, you also. If way forward is asked in the question, that should occupy more space. If cause is asked, cause should occupy more space. You can, I am not saying to not write anything. Whatever extra you can add, no issues, but it should be in diagrammatic format. There you can do some innovation, less space and less words you have to complete these parts. So word to be innovative means, if a question, core part of the question is asking, what are the features of XYZ Act? Then don't write the features itself as a diagram. Getting? Features you should explain in detail. Rest of the part about why the act came into force, what will be the consequences of this act. Even though this is not asked in the question, you still can include this. But these will be, there you can be innovative. You can use some form of diagrams. You can use some different approach to present that part of the answer. But don't make the core part of your answer itself a diagram. Okay. What else? Once you know different parts of the answer, next step is, in each part you need to generate points. So what we were trying to do, this has been a continuous exercise. We have been doing the same process for every question every day. So we were giving some kind of structure to the thinking. If you are to write causes of XYZ, and you are simply sitting and writing the causes, it still you can write. But the point is, sometimes the answer become very unidirectional. Only economic points you are writing. Only certain aspects only you are writing. And maybe when writing way forward, you will remember, oh, this can also be written. So many times it happened and there is no space and you cannot go back and correct. So what we are trying to do is give some kind of structuring to generating points. At least every question it's still not possible. But your thought process should be like that. You should attempt to give some kind of structure. What a different structure we developed. This is for IR. New guys, just YouTube videos, everything is free and online, it is available. Go back and check how we are attempting IR questions. In IR, around 20 questions we discussed. Maybe 15 plus questions, same format, same thinking approach will work. Only very current affairs related, very specific question, this structure is not working. Thinking format, like think about shared values, national interest, strategic, these aspects. This is also having so many subdivisions. That is also like discussed that time. What is life cycle approach? Which question we discussed this? Terrorism. During, overground workers question. During, before attack, during attack and after attack. So this is not just for security. For any question, one approach is life cycle of the process. And think about dimensions in each step. Getting? Stakeholders means? Suppose if you are writing about BRICS, think about what are different countries. If you are writing about Central Asia, think about who are different countries in there. And think from perspective of each countries. There was a question this year on I2U2. Remember 2022 paper? So in this question, which are the countries? That is also given in the question itself. Who are they? India, UAE, Israel and USA. So one way to attempt this question is think from what is the stake, why India is joining, why India is interested in I2U2, why USA is interested in I2U2, why each of these countries are interested. So think from stakeholders. In every governance question, you can give so much stakeholders. What other approach? Simple, sectoral. Think on political, economic, social, all these lines. Syllabus wise you can divide so you can remember easily. 4 or 5 dimensions still you get. What is temporal? In some question we done like this. In 1970s it was the issue, in 1980s issue, nature of the issue changed. 2000s what is different issue. So think on the timeline. Post-independence question. I don't remember, left-wing extremism, some question we did this. Issue was like this before, then it is changing nature by a decade or time. What is mapping approach? Some question we did like this. Think from perspective of like state perspective, after that national, then something like international, then you add some environmental aspect which will be cross-sectoral all this into it. So that way also you can divide an answer. Another way is direct, indirect. If nothing is working, today we will see a question. If nothing of these is working, think from direct impacts of it. Impact of X, Y, Z, you have to generate points. Direct impacts, indirect impacts. After that we see how to use the reports and indices. One thing is you take the data from this, that's obvious. Some report is in news, you use the data, collect the data and replicate it. What other approach? Just go on through the dimensions of the report. Suppose cyber security index, see how the index is formed. 4 6 dimensions will be there. And these dimensions will be like very much you can replicate in the answer. Like legal measures, technical measures, capacity building, cooperative. You can divide the answer on that regard also. The idea is some kind of structure, if it is coming into your mind, it becomes very easy to generate multi-dimensional points. What else? This was also a common mistake I seen in many answers. So many people are just listing down the examples. Uzair, is he online? Aditya Sharma. Workbook is in the Telegram group, you can download it. And how to use everything is written there itself. Kalam IAS Telegram group, go and download it. Aditya Sharma. Yeah, so what we are saying? Yeah, some students, what their writing approach is, give the heading and give so many examples, 4 or 5 examples. Thing is, examples are very good. Your answer should need examples. But what is more important? You should be able to make arguments. Arguments carry marks. And example should be something like adding value to your argument. Whatever argument you can make if you have a solid example to it. So that is a way to use example, not simply listing down like prelims 1, 2, 3 examples, that doesn't carry any weightage. So your answer should include some certain kind of arguments. These are 5 fundamental things I tried to deliver. Some of students I have seen very much improvement. Your first answers and recent answers are very good. You're writing big introductions. Thing is, how many questions we have for mains? Actual exam, 20 questions. Maybe 2-3 questions you will not have enough content. Content will create some issue. What is left? Still 6-7 questions we will have some content. Still will not be perfect. But at least if you can get 10 questions, very good. You can approach, all these approaches are coming, some kind of approaches you can able to apply. Some kind of, especially in internal security, what we noticed? Every question is super straightforward. There is no twist, nothing. It's very difficult to categorize even one question as a difficult question. So at least in these kind of topics, you should be very thorough with. And in 10 question, you can write very comfortably what you have learned, what you have reproduced, all these into the answer. That makes the difference. If all your answers goes on the average line, then I'm not saying all 20 answer you can do all this exercise, all 20 answer will be perfect. It's fine, some answers will not be, but 10-12 answers if you can bring quality into it, that makes difference. Getting? What else? You have anything to add? Anything to ask? This is our last class. Next week we have, what is schedule? Geography, right? Move ahead to today's program. So, same process we will carry out for this. What is difference with these questions? These are also like current affairs question. These all came into the paper because that year this was in news. Maybe some question you will not having enough data, you will lack of content you will be facing in some answer. That's absolutely okay. So tell me what is the question? Let's read the question. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor (CPEC) is viewed as a cardinal subset of China's larger One Belt, One Road initiative. So we have a statement, give a brief description of CPEC and enumerate the reasons why India has distanced itself from the same. 10 marks. Tell me what are different parts you are going to write.
First, justifying the statement, like CPC as a subpart of One Belt, One Road initiative. After that, something about
You are going to write something about substantiating the statement. This should be very small. Take note in some question after this statement if there is a comment word like comment, explain, elaborate, something like that, then you can give 1 page or 3x4 page to it. Otherwise this statement is there, question is different. So give very less space to this. You can use 1 to data, you can even use 1 to arrow marks and finish it off. You can handle it in introduction. If it can be handled in introduction, handle it there itself, no issues.
Can we start from the One Belt, One Road because the bigger concept has come to the
Yes, that is very much correct. I think we have done the same. You can define One Belt, One Road initiative, you can start from there, then you can refine CPEC. But all the construct should be half page. What more? CPEC directly it is asked, description of CPEC. So that anyway you are going to do. What else? Reasons why India distanced. Can you include way forward in this? If you want, you can. Still, same rule apply. If you have 2 page for this answer, you can take this much for intro, this much for writing about CPEC. From here, this much should be reasons, way forward, conclusion. Getting? Major space of your answer should be exactly answering what is asked. Anything else you can include in the answer if you are including. Make it short, make it innovative, make it in less words. Don't invest so much time, energy into it. Clear? All done the same? Anyone done something new beyond this? Added a map. Very good. This is a question where you should include map. Say value addition. It will take some space also. We can write less than. You should include map. Anyone don't include map? You haven't written. Should include map. You didn't write also. What about you? This kind of question never miss out. Continue. All good? So what you are doing is we are starting with what? BRI. What is BRI? This is too much writing, this much is not required. What is BRI? Connectivity initiative by China. Idea is connecting East Asia to Europe and all this. Reviving old Silk Route. You can just make up the definition also. BRI definition, exact definition may not be required. And this map is exactly not required also. What we need is this map. Okay. So we are starting with BRI. How much it is? How much amount the project is? We'll speak it on CPZ. 147 countries is part of it. You can think the gravity or depth of the project. Which country is not part of it? Or? Which country in Indian neighborhood is not part of it? Bhutan is also not part of it. Go ahead. Then we have told to describe CPEC. So invest some time on it. Then there you should draw this diagram. Very rough diagram, but what should be included in the diagram? Gwadar and Kashgar, even you will forget that also. Gwadar you will remember anyway. Kashgar may be exact location you will forget. But what should be included in the map? It should be shown as passing through some part of POK. Some Jammu and Kashmir should come here and it should cut it. Rest Gwadar you will remember. What is this? This one, right? Okay. So Gwadar you will be getting so many prelims knowledge. If you remember the country, city here, you can cite it. Which province it is? Xinjiang province. If exact city is not getting, then write Xinjiang. Everything will work, no issues. Point is POK, it should be passed through POK. What else? How much is the project value? 62 billion investment project. And who is investing? All investment done is by China. What is China's strategic interest in all this? Access to Indian Ocean. If you see previous map. Yeah. How China trade is happening now? Something like this. Trade is happening like this. Cutting those and happening here. So if they get access to Central Asia through this path, it becomes very easy. What else? Disturbance in JNK will be handled by development. Xinjiang province, yeah, that is a underdeveloped province, minority issues there. There can have more development. String of pearls, part of string of pearls, recircling India, access to nearby India. What else? Pakistan, what is interest of Pakistan? Pakistan is going through so much economic crisis. So some sort of this project, they will be helpful for them.
Plus, it's sovereignty on POK.
POK issue. Go ahead. What is next part of the answer? Why India is not joining the project? We discussed it somewhere. Where we discussed this?
So we discussed only the sovereignty issue.
IR somewhere we talked this. What is the major reason India is not joining? Sovereignty concern. What is sovereignty concern of India? It is passing through POK. According to India, POK is part of Jammu and Kashmir, and Jammu and Kashmir is part of India, and which is illegally occupied by Pakistan. And the XYZ corridor is passing through those areas. What else? This is in news recently. Yes. China is saying that this is a highly economic project, only economy is there, development of everyone is the vision of the project. But India is not happy with that. India is saying this can be used strategically for movement of arms, military vehicles, all those. This is recently in news. Tell me why this is in news. Tell me, what Afghanistan? Thing is, China is trying to include Afghanistan also into the CPEC. One more country is also coming to part of it. And what is India's response? Against it. It's a very sharp response by India. India made a statement like we are issuing a warning against including Afghanistan into CPEC. So very rarely you see a statement like this being made on a country. India should like that itself, like literally this is a warning against including Afghanistan into CPEC. India's stance is first, anything which is not respecting our territorial integrity, we cannot be a part of it. What else? Any other issue? Transparency, openness. Yes. Each countries. Right? Debt trap diplomacy will also come into force. Which country you will cite as example? Sri Lanka. Data, all those. So that same we have written here. Violating sovereignty and integrity of India. Recent crisis is Afghanistan coming into picture, and India issued a statement like this is a formal warning to include any other countries. Very rarely you see a warning from side of India. No respect to international law, which you are speaking right now. Transparency, openness, this should be the part of the project. And this is like unilaterally decided by China. What else? Ulterior motives. What is ulterior motives? It is a dual use. It can be used for transporting military vehicles, military purposes also. Economic non-viability and the debt trap diplomacy will come into it. 4-5 points are very direct, you can think of. Go ahead. Yeah, you want to pick. What are other issues with CPEC? We'll discuss that before going to the slide, otherwise you will keep reading it. Tell me, this is not part of the answer, but since we are discussing it, what are other issues associated with CPEC?
Geopolitically, we will see, so China and Pakistan, since it is the immediate neighbor of India, if both will become the allies in the attack.
China-Pakistan axis will grow. That is we are saying. That will be against Indian interest.
China's maritime power.
One by one. Tell me. Two-front war will come. Same point you are making. China-Pakistan axis, two-front war will be much difficult for India.
China's goal of maritime power.
China's maritime presence will increase in Indian Ocean region. Think from what are issues associated with the project. Is the project going good or?
There were terrorist attacks on the CPEC projects and threat to the life of the workers working there.
So many terrorist attacks. Chinese nationals have died.
They are constructing dams on.
Yes. Recently, some signing MOUs I signed. What else? Sri Lanka issue, how many of you have studied? Sri Lanka issue. What happened in Sri Lanka? Economic crisis. Root cause of it? So many factors. Political issues, fertilizer ban, COVID happened, then that one terrorist attack happened in 2019 or something. So everything it is like a political economic crisis turned into a very big economic crisis. China is also part of that. Now usually a country in trouble, what happened? China will be there to help, at least small countries. We seen in case of Iran. We discussed this so many times. What China did? Iran is going through issues. Like we have discussed in a question, India's trade with Iran is like this. It picked up too high, then it dropped in all of a sudden. After the US sanctions came, US withdrawn from that JP nuclear deal with Iran. Then India stopped trading with Iran. What China did? China signed a 25-year, 400 billion investment deal with Iran.
So ultimately that's their debt trap policy.
Yes, yes. The point is, they are coming to help these countries. What else?
China helps mostly the corrupt countries which are corrupt leadership small countries. Most of them.
Yes, yes. In Pakistan also we are saying.
Same case with North Korea.
North Korea, yeah, it's extreme, more extreme case. So what is happening is it's a small country, if they can increase their influence by spending more money, China mostly will be there. But in Sri Lanka, China backed off. China didn't came for help of Sri Lanka. Why? India was in the forefront. Other organizations were IMF, all these were there.
Chinese economy is also shaking. Like they were currently now 300 billion.
Zero tolerance policy towards COVID. This issue was going. What else?
They rejected their demand for strategic vessels in Indian Ocean because of complaints from India.
There are like speculations only regarding this. You cannot exactly say this is why China didn't came for help in Sri Lanka.
Sir, most of the investment made in BRI project are not returning. Like this.
One major argument is what? Like politically motivated projects, it's not losing interest in Chinese investors. You should have economy going, otherwise spending money is waste. And investment in Sri Lanka is some kind of political motivated itself. CPEC is also having some certain level of political motivation. It's not purely economic. So these projects are losing interest in Sri Lanka. And one country is going to debt trap. And if China made a more interference, that may be like expand as throughout BRI, it may be seen as a, this may happen to, anyway it is being seen, but China if again interfere, it may go out of hand. So many arguments are made, but these are major arguments why China didn't came off to help Sri Lanka. But one thing is sure, like purely political motive is not going to substantiate big projects. Something like CPEC, BRI and all. So, yeah, these arguments we have clubbed it here. Is not exactly part of your answer, only part of the discussion which we are going on. Recently, the project is like in a suspended mode for last 2 years, 3 years and all. Recently, it's again start picking up. Afghanistan talks were there. Some MOU was signed with Pakistan. But overall pace is very extremely slow. Same reasons we cited. Unprofitable but politically correct projects, these are losing interest. Attack against Chinese nationals. And Pakistan is also going through a lot of turmoil. Economic crisis is there, political instability is there. What else?
Trade via land route is much more costlier than the sea route.
Sea route is much cheaper. One aspect is Gwadar. Where is Gwadar? Gwadar is highly undeveloped area. Basic amenities are even not there. And it is near to Balochistan issue. So there were some attacks on Gwadar port infrastructure there. And what was Chinese response to this? They started fencing the project. Not just the project, the city, even the Gwadar city, a major part is being fenced. Like fortification in medieval times. They are building this kind of fortification around the project. And this will again lead to distance between Chinese and all these will come into force. What else you can think of? CPEC as a case study how BRI project will not work. Even though it is too much ambitious, there are people are making comments that unless the economy works out really well, then only this can be feasible. Otherwise, at the magnitude it is being projected, it is not feasible. But that's still an argument, we still have to see. This is a long term project. CPEC when it is ending, I think 2-3 decade project it is, not just a small vision. Let's see, anyway you got some idea. Taking pick together, take everyone. Go ahead. Yeah, what is India's countering to Chabahar? Sorry, CPEC? Chabahar and other investments in the region. INSTC, Ashgabat, these are we discussed in Central Asia questions in IR. It is more like a IR question. Take pick everyone together if take it. Okay. What is next question? We have given this example in so many answers. Northeast, extremism, so many answers we use this. But this is little bit in detail. Let's read the question. India's proximity to the two of the world's biggest illicit opium growing states, what is here? Enhanced her internal security concerns. Explain the linkage between, so same here. We have a statement till here. After that question is starting. Explain the linkage between drug trafficking and other illicit activities such as gun running, money laundering, human trafficking. What countermeasures should be taken to prevent the same? What is good thing about this question? Different dimensions they have opened itself. They are given organized crimes, then we have to go and open it. They are given 3 dimensions. You can think on that lines and add 1-2 dimensions. You will get 5 points very easily. So tell me different parts. How are you going to approach? There is a statement. There is illicit trade happening, drug trafficking happening. So substantiate it little bit. That you can do in intro. You can write about golden triangle and crescent, all this in the intro. After that, give some substantiation to the statement. But this should be very small diagram, innovative. Yes. You can start with data. How much trade is happening, illicit trade, drug trafficking, data you have. You can start with that. Okay. Chalega? What else? Now you go to directly go to the question.
Do we have to write anything about drug trafficking also, like 1 to 11 and 10?
We are writing, right? Challenges we are writing. We are writing about golden triangle crescent. You can add that. If you have data, you can add that. What else? What is first part? Major part of the question? Linkages. Linkages of what? What you have to connect with? Drug trafficking with gun running, money laundering. What else? Human trafficking. If there is any other organized crime you can think of, you can connect with that also. It's not necessary you will do only 3. If any other thing you can connect with organized crime, you can connect with that also. So we have 4 dimensions, one major part of the question. We have 4 dimensions. Think 2 points from each. There will be 8 points, at least 6 points. What else? Countermeasures. Countermeasures for what you will write? For gun running. For gun running, these countermeasures. Focus should be on drug trafficking. The question is about drug trafficking. Linkages all you can write, but don't make it a money laundering answer. 1 point you read, no issues. But overall focus is solution should be in the way of drug trafficking. At least generate 5 points. 7, 8 points will come here, 1, 2, 3 points will come here. Easily more than 15. 15 points at least you will get. Clear? Anyone done anything more?
Sir, how do we get to know that which question we have to write about the way forward?
Read the question correctly. What else there is? Like you are saying, whether we have to write way forward or we have to write government initiatives. Not this? What else?
Asking in which question should we write way forward? The way forward, there is a countermeasures
इसमें
from ideas, sir.
countermeasures means it's way forward itself. Heading should be countermeasures only. Just for standard format I am saying way forward. Heading should be countermeasures. And as a general framework you can think that even though the second part of the question is not there, countermeasures are not asked, but throughout the answer you are discussing some problem. This issue, this issue, this issue. So obvious you give a way forward to it. If you are writing a problem too much of the answer, then at least give some space to write way forward before concluding the answer, even if it is not asked. If it is asked, then give 1 page to it.
So but when questions ask discuss measures, so then already measures are discussed, way forward is there, then how to conclude those answers?
Conclude with some other data, some other examples, some other vision, broader vision. Way forward means very specific points. This act should be amended, this organization, institution should be improved, collaboration should come. In conclusion, write some broader vision like zero tolerance policy towards drug-free India. Connect with some vision, like that you can conclude.
How many points minimum we should write?
We are trying like 15 points, 15 plus points in a 15 marker, 10 plus point in a 10 marker. And most of ये नहीं रखेगा, one part of your dimension. Suppose 115 marker is only having 2 parts. Then I am not recommending you to write 10 points in each part. Point is, throughout the class we were doing like split the into at least 4 dimensions. And generating 5 points is not big deal. It will come easily. Generating 10 points means it's little tough. Even though you generate 3-4 points will be repetition and not related, all these issues will come. So even 1-2 dimensions are coming, think of something to again divide this. Getting? Go ahead. Anything to add?
Can we add a small part, government measures part?
Government measures you can add.
Small part.
Before way forward, you can include government measures also. No issues. Drug trafficking, what is government doing, all this you can. Diagram, yeah. But be a little innovative, don't give 1 page to it, or follow the basic principles.
Sir, can we write like region wise, like north, east, west,
Yes. It should be region wise. You can, like Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle are 2 different regions, Northeast and Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir. Region wise you should think. What else? Anything to add? So what is introduction? Here also you should draw a diagram. It's a very easy diagram, you can draw. And countries, if you don't remember any country, don't cite a wrong country. Even if you cite 2 countries and leave, I understand it. But citing a wrong country into it will create problem. Still, it's not that difficult. These 3 countries you will easily remember. These countries, at least Myanmar and Thailand will come, Laos and Vietnam maybe. At least 2 countries you will easily remember. So diagram should come into this answer. All drawn diagram? किया है. Take pick if you want together. What introduction we have given here? We are simply describing what is the golden triangle, what is the golden crescent, all this. What is golden triangle and golden crescent? Opium growing areas. And who is growing opium? Mostly illicit groups, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, all these terrorist groups in that side, and other guys in here, insurgent groups. Okay. What else? Writing a brief on statement, explaining the statement. What are security challenges posed by this triangle and crescent? Here also, you don't need to list like this. You shouldn't give 1 page to this part. It should be half page. 3 points, that is enough. Increasing drug use on youth, that's obvious direct implication. If you can remember some data, that's very good, 2.1%. You can cite the exact data also. If you can remember, Punjab mein itna youth use kar raha hai. There was some survey, recent survey is there. Punjab population this much percent. You can cite state-wise data also. Or northeast population this much is using drugs. Can use that. What else? Insurgent groups creating issue for India. They are getting money through these channels. Source of income we already told. What is big issue? It's a very major issue. Drug trafficking is happening. They are like bypassing all the security arrangements. Assam rifle is there, that rifle is there, Indian army is there, fencing is done. All apparatus we discussed in border security, everything is placed. Laser fencing, thermal imaging, everything is there and these guys are coming through it. So this is a slippery slope. If you don't check these guys coming through this with drugs, tomorrow they will come with arms. Then they will come with humans, human trafficking. Everything it can go in different proportion. So this is like a small opening which can really go. Take pick, taking. What else? This is like India is getting supply for these drugs from these two areas mainly. And it's not an issue just in Punjab or just in Northeast. Throughout India, the supply of drugs are coming from these two areas itself. Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent. And Red Corridor, connect it with Red Corridor. How will you connect? How will you connect? Naxalites are also using drug as a source of money, as a way to recruit, get more people, young people into it. All these misuse are doing by all other groups, not just cross-border people. Last point is a little bit exotic, environmental concern due to increase in cultivation of opium. All this. If you are writing this kind of a point, you told insurance for some question. This is a very specific point. If I am speaking throughout about security issues and I am saying that it is an environmental security problem also, then what is the tendency of somebody who is listening to it? How it is related to environmental tendency, environmental security, how it is related to. So if you are writing this point, you should give example. Very specific example you should give. Otherwise stop here. If you are giving a point which is look like little different or little stark or little, should I off the AC? Anyone has issues? So yeah, if you are giving a point that is totally different or there can be controversy or question over it, then cite a very specific example. There is pollution issues, there is color change issues in this Kaladan river. Okay, if you have a argument to substantiate. If you have a very solid reference, then whatever argument you make, I have to take it. In one question we done this. Mumbai power outrage. Government is saying this is not a cyber attack to India. But when we are citing the answer, what you will do? New York Times has cited that this is a cyber attack. So if you write New York Times cited this, then it cannot be questioned. They have literally cited it. Then it doesn't matter whether it was a cyber attack actually or not a cyber attack, that will suffice. Getting? Move ahead. So these are linkages we are trying to develop it. We already have 4 points. We just need to link each with drug trafficking. What is narco-terrorism? There are different definitions to it. Fundamental definition is, there is who catch the drug people? Police. If it is a border, there will be Assam Rifles, BSF and all these. So these drug traffickers are attacking these people, attacking law enforcement agencies, attacking even governance or civil governance organizations. So all these elements collectively we call as narco-terrorism. Origin is something related to narcotism. Okay. Now funding of insurgent groups. Insurgent groups really want what? Gun. They want arms. They are getting fund from here. They are getting arms from which country? XYZ country. Breach of borders, we already told. This is like a slippery slope. Once drug trafficking, anything else can come tomorrow. So at least two connections will give 6 points for you. And one more point you are adding, then it will become 8 points. That's enough. Money laundering, how will you connect? Don't read, just think. Tell me, how will you connect? Money laundering, how will you connect with drug trafficking? Drug trafficking will give you money. You can launder this money and use it for any anti-governmental activities. Anti-developmental activities. Like source for money laundering, where it is coming from? Major source of money laundering is coming from organized crime. And organized crime means drug trafficking is a major part of it. So linkage is, money laundering is just a process. And the main source is drug trafficking itself. You can again connect with what? This laundered money means it is a legal money. That can be used for anything. Anti-governmental activities, NGOs protesting against developmental projects. Economic security of the country, it will hurt. All these 2-3 points you can connect. What is next point? Third one? Anything else written here? Expansion of crime network, similar. What is next? Human trafficking. How will you connect this? People are being used to transfer the forced labor. Human are trafficked to this opium growing areas to do the forced labor. Good. What else? Usually these work as a collective. Drug is being trafficked. It will not stop with drug. There will be sex trafficking racket. There will be child labor trafficking racket. So if you are not stopping today drugs, tomorrow sex racket will come. After that, labor trafficking, everything will come. Other? Organ harvesting, very good, very good. You can connect with that. So many crimes, drug trafficking is like something ready to explode. It can go in different dimensions. Try to open up 2-3 dimensions, you will have enough points. What else? Last we are connecting it with terrorism. Drug is being used as a bait to recruit people. Common sense people will not go into terrorism. If you have a way of living, it's very difficult to get you brainwash you. But once I give you drugs, then I can control you very easily. Not personally, but still you are getting right. So it's a funding for terrorist groups. Connected with terrorism also, you will get 2-3 points. Anything else you have done? Take together. Anything else? Anything else? You have written something new, right? Not written the. Oh, you are not. Hawala networks. Hawala network means it's a way of money laundering. Anything new, Ronak? You didn't wrote. You have something? You also didn't wrote. You wrote. I say. Move ahead. What is this? Government approach. This is also not asked in the question. Just for value addition to the discussion, anyway we are doing, that's why we are conducting it. This is very simple dividing government approach. Wherever you are using government approach, you can use this. Legal approach, remember 1-2 acts related to it. Exact year and all is not required, but the name is important. Under this, what is banned? Everything drug related cheese, around how much number they are? 70 plus substances are banned. Cannabis, marijuana, all these are banned under this act. This is for implementation of the above act itself. Institutional framework, we have National Control Bureau. They are like centralized organization for doing all the drug related activities. E-portal seems, anyone written this? It's like centralized portal where all the processes like state police will be involved. When somebody is caught, usually state police catch this first. After that, this all organizations come. So for linking all this, we have a unique or combined portal for this. International collaboration, SARC, Drug Offense Monitoring Desk. Why we took SARC? Because we are discussing about Golden Cross, and there is been this one also, BRICS also, having similar grouping, similar name. SC also have something like this. So if you are writing this, make it short, make it diagrammatic, make it innovative, whatever way you can add. Next part, what it is? That should be major part of our answer. So how will you divide those? Can you think of some case study, interesting case study regarding drug traffic management or drug policy?
There is one social.
What is India's drug policy? We are not okay with any drugs. Marijuana is not legal in India, but marijuana is legal in so many US states. Why? Medicinal in India also you will get.
Limited amount, limited quantity.
Medicinal,
For a research purpose.
this purpose is legal in India also. For medicinal purpose, you will get. For research purpose, you will get. Beyond that, in US it is for recreational purpose, marijuana is legalized. Not throughout the US, in many states. Why? Go and find. What other example you can find? Think of. There is one very, very important example. That is Portugal. What Portugal done? Haven't heard? Swear. You might have heard. What's Portugal drug policy? Not liberal. Liberal is also limit to it. Portugal is beyond that. What Portugal did? Portugal decriminalized all the drugs. Not just one drug, marijuana, or not just one, two. They decriminalized all drugs. And what they told is, if we keep it as a criminal offense, there is social issues associated with this. And this is not a criminal offense, this is like any disease. If people have this issue, come and treat in hospital, not put them in jail, put them in hospital. And they build so much of this, क्या बोलते हैं? Rehabilitation centers. They focused on medical solution to the problem, not criminal solution. Justice point of view se chhod ke, they came out of that. Somehow it worked to some extent. There are criticism against this also, but it's a very famous case study you can use in answers. What else? One, two case study you can have in your answers?
Also, but isn't it like political is liberal, and according to the question is that
Trafficking. We should more focus on trafficking. Right. But drug.
not in this, we should not include this in this answer.
Yes, yes. Just for increasing knowledge, this is there. You can write it as one point, drug policy management. This all comes into it. We are writing about the act, so it will come somehow. What else you can do? Similar level, legal. There should be optimization of the act. How optimization will come? There are different levels of people involved in the chain. Mostly who will get caught is these people, small time sellers, lowest level sellers will be caught. And they will be like local people, localites. They will get caught, and who will catch them? Police. And usually this will be like cross country network, some cross state network, and police don't have much access to it. So we need some system to divide these. How to handle these small peoples, how to handle the big criminal network. What else? There should be more coordination between state and central agencies, because it's cross border, cannot be stopped in one state. Improving intelligence, capacity building, regional collaboration. What is India's biggest problem in handling this golden crescent and golden triangle?
Open borders with
Porous borders. What else? Diplomatic issues are there. Afghanistan, what happened? We had some contacts XYZ with the government which was there. That went away and Taliban came. And we are still staying okay with Taliban, but it still cannot be said as a diplomatic connection. Then we have in between Pakistan. All these country diplomatic collaboration, all these gone. Here Myanmar, we have diplomatic contact, but political crisis is going on. So some level there are issues in conducting regional collaboration, and the solution does require those. Without source से solution नहीं आ रहा है, it's very difficult to control the demand here. What else? Something like solution in education department, health department should be part of it. Drug solution means it's a holistic process.
There was this case study about this district in Northeast where they use sports as a counter. They install floodlights, late night matches. So youth were engaged in tournaments and then they were
Drug reduced. Very good, very good. You can cite that as an example. Mizoram it happened. Very good, very good. What else? Border security. Whatever you have learned in border security classes, give 2-3 examples. Fencing, whatever come into your mind, do that. The addiction centers, social stigma should go. Take pick if you want together. Go ahead. Conclusion, yeah, connect it with some XYZ vision. We are already crossing all time limits. What is this question? How does illegal transborder migration pose a threat to India's security? Discuss the strategies to curb this. Bring out factors which are which give impetus to such migration. Discuss the strategies to curb this. Okay. So what are different parts? Tell me. It is 10 marks. It is not exactly 10 marks. How much mark it is? 12.5 marks. Not many parts, so we put it as 10. Earlier it was 12.5 mark questions. So tell me different parts, how will you divide? It's very direct. How does illegal, how it create an internal security threats? Whatever you are heading, you are given exactly copy from the question. Illegal trans-border as a threat to internal security. What else? Strategies to curb this. There is some irritant in this question. What is it?
After that, the factors have been asked in a low order.
How will you address this part? If factor they asked first, then it would have become very easy. What are the factors was also part of the question? Then we could have easily made this 3 part and we are happy, everyone is happy. But this is like, how will you address this? There is factors asked. Best way to address this is, you cite some factors here, then link the strategy with this. The idea is derive your solution from the factors. You cite some factors, then link it with some solutions. That is ideally you can attempt it in one section itself. But if it is working very difficult, sometimes it's not feasible, give a brief heading of factors. Do 2, 3 and address the factors at some part of your answer. If nothing is working in your mind, you cannot link it with solution, then what you have to do, just draw a diagram of factors before writing solutions and go with your normal structure. But the best strategy is, do factors, write about factors and try to link it with different solutions. Or you can write some solutions, then in substantiating part, give these are the factors it is going to address. Okay. What you have done? Strategies के बाद factors. But this is not a different question. If it is a different question, totally different question after the factors is asked, then I will go with the order of the question. But this is a part of this question itself, factors. It's not totally different. Go ahead. Yes, yes. Cause, effect and solution. You are dividing like this. No issues. Move ahead. We'll do it fast. So, illegal migration, learn one data about it. So, every aspect learn like this. Cyber security, there will come a question. Learn at least one data you should have. In security, most of the question data will come into help. Definition very difficult, you will get definition type answers. So regarding every syllabus, if terrorism is coming, learn one data related to terrorism at least you are going to cite in the answer. Do this for exercise for everything. If you are going like 5 different data on this itself, then go to confusion, you cannot replicate. At least keep focus on one data on all this question come, I will cite this. Okay. So 20 million or more, this exact data is very difficult. There is so many variants in this data itself. Census is saying one, government ministry is saying one data, some other reports are saying some other data. So, so what is first part? how this illegal migration is becoming a threat to India's security. So how will you think in this? We can think from different perspectives, like political threat, economic threat, personal threat, whatever. In that perspective also you can think. So this is another approach I want to show. That's why I included it here. Thing is, if no approach is working, think on these lines also. What direct impact it is causing? You are writing impact of XYZ. What directly impact it is causing? What indirect impact it is causing? Here what we will write? Direct means some illegal migrants are coming. How they are becoming a threat? If illegal migrant is coming, how that person or that group is becoming a threat to internal security? That will come in direct threats. Indirect threat means some XYZ people is coming, how they become a threat to other people, other society, connected with issues of already occupying population. So here we will have, sometimes terrorists can also come with those illegal migrants. Rohingya Muslims, what I told?
According to IB, they are a threat to it.
Whenever you are citing Rohingya Muslim, don't make it a your opinion, like they are good or they are bad. Always cite that there is an IB report regarding security issues associated with Rohingya Muslims. It doesn't care what you think, what your personal stance is. When you are substantiating, writing, wherever you are citing Rohingya Muslims issue, cite the IB report along with. It is under this report India is saying they should be deported back. They cannot be given asylum like Tamilians, Dalai Lama and all these people were easily giving asylum. But we are not providing that to Rohingya Muslims. That is, rationale is based on IB report, XYZ IB report. Take pick anyone else if you want. Okay. Radicalization of refugees, linkages with organized crime, everything we discussed before you can connect with these illegal migrants. Radicalization, what you will write? ISIS, something like that. These ideologies are also coming with them. Indirect threat means what? We discussed northeast issues. Think from those perspective. Border security, demographic re-engineering. Which state it is facing issue? Assam is there. Assam which people? Bodo people. All Bodo struggle is for this. Which another state? Tripura. What is data? 90 above percent was indigenous population at 1947. Now it is around 20, 25. 92 to 29 exactly. So that is big demographic change. People will be, unrest will be there if something like this is happening. What else? Resource pressure. That's obvious. Economic issues. What else? Insecurity, social threat, social harmony may be hurt. Okay. You can use other formats, other thinking also. This we haven't used anywhere, direct, indirect. So that's why we used in this question. So here we are writing some factors. How will you think about migration factors? Wherever illegal migration, legal migration, rural urban migration, back migration, anything related to migration, your thinking should be pull factors and push factors. What is push factor? What forced the people to migrate? What is biggest cause of migration in India? Is like prelims question. Tell me. Biggest cause of migration. There is a report recently published. Migration in India report.
It is marriage. And
Biggest is marriage or employment.
70, no, biggest is marriage because it includes a major part of the females. And second is employment, in the search of employment. It was given in this Kalam IAS.
Yes, yes. Oh, you read those. Okay, okay. What else? What else? Religious intolerance. Where you will connect this? Myanmar also, Pakistan, Hindu, all these, CA, political instability, Afghanistan, Myanmar also, ethnic issues, economic factors where you connect, which country? Bangladesh. Bangladesh is also political also at some point, but Sri Lanka is ethnic. Sri Lanka you connect more with ethnic. Sri Lanka Tamil issue. Environmental displacement, this is like emerging. In future this may be overtake all these guys. This all we create, this also we create itself. Pull factors, what are pull factors? What are social factors, social pull factors? Acceptance, cultural similarity. Economic factors, employment, higher growth opportunities. Lapses in security, border security, we have so many gaps, anyone can come. So when you are thinking about solution, try to link it with whatever the factors you have written. So UN Convention and 19, which year protocol? 1951 Convention regarding this immigration, migration, refugees. 1951 UN Convention and 1967 protocol. Why India didn't join this? India didn't sign it yet, right? That you know. What is our issue with this? That is correct. It was in 1951 and that time partition happened, and that time India was critical about whatever UN Human Rights Commission was doing, and they didn't join that time. Thing is, we never joined it. What is our migrant policy, India's? Refugee policy per se. What is India's refugee policy? For whom we will give asylum, for whom we will not give asylum? What is India's policy regarding it? Whom we have given asylum? Tibetan people, Dalai Lama and all followers. Tamils people. How many are there? 1 lakh. Some Tamils are staying in India. So how is our policy designed regarding it? Ad hoc basis. Government decide depending on each case. There is no one single law. You follow the, like citizenship, we have criteria. 10 years you stay in India, you be here with this much of time. Strict criteria you have for citizenship. Regarding what? Regarding refugee policy, we don't have anything. Government will decide depending on case to case basis, ad hoc basis. So one is reconsider this India's stance on UN conventions. At some point we should join. Even not today, it's not okay to continue it more further. But India is like, even though India is not joining, India is one of the biggest country who is giving asylum to all refugees. And India is not shying away from any responsibility. Comprehensive migration policy India should have. At least refugee policy India should have. One policy to decide set of criteria. Like this was in news when Citizen Amendment Act, that controversy was going on. What the act does? Citizen Amendment Act 2019. What the act does?
Gives citizenship to
6.
religious persecuted communities of Pakistan,
Afghanistan and Bangladesh.
6 minorities.
6 minority communities it's giving citizenship. And that issue was going on, it was being contested in Supreme Court everywhere. So that time this refugee policy, India should have a comprehensive one set of policies to decide all this. Should not be ad hoc. All these were in news. Legal reforms. We need a specific act. How, under which act we are dealing with this now? Foreigners Act, Passport Act, all these. Institutional reforms, one single organization. Because like what happened today is citizenship, all these matters are handled by central government. And who is a illegal migrant, who is not a legal migrant, all this is work of state police. State has to catch the illegal migrants, state has to take after their, where to keep them, all this. That is the responsibility of state. But ultimate what should be done or not, that is decided by center. So some kind of synchronization should be there. Now we can always use different regional organization into it. Move ahead. Even though this is, you want pick, take pick. Even though this is very old question, 2014, but illegal migration is something like evergreen. Can come. Go ahead. So conclusion, I am not spending much time on it. All stakeholder approach. Learn some vision of India regarding this. India can play a leadership role in all this. So fourth question. This is a very specific question. This came because that year this was in news. This was major issue during this time. Which year it is? 2017. So that time this was very much in news. All editorial were coming. Supreme Court case was happened. Supreme Court gave directives to the government. So many things were happening. That's why this came. Today you may not be connecting that much with this. You may not be remembering examples. That's very much fine. No issues. Thing is, if I look your answer, there should not be any structuring mistake. What I want to see is content, whatever you written, it's okay. But spatial arrangement, introduction, conclusion, innovation where you are doing, all this should be correct. Okay. So what are different parts of this? Tell me. Let me read the question once. Mob violence is emerging as a serious law and order problem in India. By giving suitable examples, analyze the causes, consequences of this. So we have a statement. Do something related to statement. You can connect it with introduction also. No matter. Then cause, very direct, nothing to do. Then consequence. How you divide cause and consequence? How will you divide? What thinking approach you will apply here? What you applied in writing answer, tell me.
So like what are the causes, for example, judicial cause or the police administration cause which are leading to such issues, and after that effects on society or
Social, political, economic, religious. 5 points if you connect, how much mark it is? 15. So you have to write little extra here. You can include a way forward. Okay. So 15 mark, we have 3 pages. If you don't put this little extra here and little extra here, 10 points generating, it's very tough. So we'll try to generate 5-6 point here, 5-6 point here. Then we have a way forward diagram. We have something more here beyond content. We can try to include a diagram here also. Consequences same. Whatever you are writing course, same format apply here also.
Can there be something else for consequences? Because it seems mundane, right? Same thing for
But thing is, the points are very similar. Social, here social factors leading to XYZ. Now, it's very direct thinking. The same will lead to something else.
सर इन दैट वे तो फिर ये सोशल पॉलिटिकल ये सब हेडिंग होगा, उसके अंदर वो फिर आ जाएगा ना ये दोनों हेडिंग सब हेडिंग, तो फिर कॉजेस एंड कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस सब हेडिंग हो जाएगी ना. कैन बी राइट लाइक दैट आल्सो?
No. Courses should be your big heading. Then inside that all these subdivisions you can do.
It won't be repetition, same.
You're not supposed to give social as heading. Whatever point you are writing, what is social factors? Cow vigilantism, all this we'll see. Cow vigilantism. So you can give heading like that itself. No need to give mention this social political. That is not required to be mentioned. Go ahead. So intro, what you have done? mob violence definition. Why I took this mob violence definition? Because there was no data regarding mob violence. Best definition will be citing some data. Data is still best in this. Mob violence, you can define, no issues. But if you have XYZ data, why I don't have any data? National, which one? National Crime Record Bureau. They have conveniently stopped collecting data on this. So we don't have any trustable data where there is mob violence, lynching, mob lynching, deaths. We have some unofficial data, it's this much, but variance is very wide. Cannot take it as such. So these guys from 2017 or something stopped collecting data. They collected data in 2017, but saying that the data is not reliable, they haven't published or something. After that, they stopped collecting also. So we don't pick everyone if you want. We don't have a reliable data, so we end with definition. What more? Social law and order problem. How it is becoming a law and order problem, we are discussing. We will keep it short. This is not what is asked. Mob mentality. What is mob mentality?
They won't check on the facts and then just follow the herd.
Mob is kicking someone. Some people doesn't even know why he is being kicked. Just go there and kick and come. Everyone will go into same line. Communalism, regionalism, ethnicity. Give me some examples. Communalism. Religious minorities are being attacked in many cases. Regionalism. Like Bihar people attacked in Gujarat. Yes, yes. Ethnicity, you can connect it with Northeast. Regionalism, state-wise. So many Bihar people are being attacked in Gujarat, all these cases will come. Recent? Jammu Kashmir. Yes, yes. So many underlying hatred in societies. It's not a isolation case. So many things in underlying is going on. Difficult to predict. If it is a drug trafficking, it is still possible to predict. Triangle is there, crescent is there, it is coming from there, you know everything. You just. Yes, yes. Social media. Difficult trial. Whom you will trial? 1,000 people, 100 people came and killed somebody. Who will you trial? And our system is like, you need exact solid evidence against XYZ people. Then only you can convict him. And in mob violence, it's very difficult to find exact. Some stupid people take video also. In that case, we will get some evidence. Otherwise, it's absolutely not easy to get. You cannot convict 100 people, right? 200, 150 people. So these are some associated issues, how it is you're connecting it with law and order problem. Keep it short in diagram or some format. After that, go to some examples or some causes of mob violence. We divide into social, political, religious, law and order issues and psychological causes. What is social cause? Biggest causes is cow vigilantism itself. What is cow vigilantism?
Treating cow as a mother rather than
And problem kidhar aa raha hai? In some state, slaughtering of cow is completely banned, like Rajasthan. In some state, it is okay. Which state? Kerala. So Northeast. Lakshadweep maybe. So the problem is, keep away Lakshadweep. This cow may be smuggled into it. In Bangladesh also we discussed. Smuggling of cattle is biggest smuggling commodity into Bangladesh from India.
creation of many groups.
So this will lead to so many issues. Goraksha. Yes, yes, enough. What else? Caste factor. Lower caste are being attacked. What example you will cite? There are so many cases. Some guy keep the mustache like this and he was kicked. Riding horse. Riding horse, mob become angry. Some examples, question is asking you to cite some examples. So this question has liberty to go into some specifics. Otherwise don't cite this guy's name and all. That is not our point of interest. It's only because the question there was, I just to show put one example. Ethnic factors, northeastern people. There was one case like when corona pandemic was happening, one woman was harassed in Delhi. Like she is brought corona, she something like that was told and she was insulted or done something. Yeah, all over India. Political factors. So many aspects has political color to it. Told about Go Rakshas. So many political elements are underlying. Religious factors. Blasphemy, what it is?
That thing. So 2 people were lynched in Golden Temple.
Gujarat. Rajasthan. Okay, Golden Temple. When?
2 people were lynched.
When?
It was 20th of December last year.
Last year. Let's go. There is more recent case, right?
Sir, also the police, the blue robe Sikhs in the Punjab, they cut the arm
Punjab.
off of the policeman in
That
Punjab.
during
Same case it's a.
Scene of events in Pakistan.
sir, here it was a specific case of sacrilege where 2 people were killed because they tried to enter the holy area.
There was one other recent case. Nobody remembers?
Jesus
In Rajasthan. Some tailor was with video they were. That is not, I am speaking about this blasphemy. What is blasphemy? Speaking or writing or doing something against your XYZ God or XYZ holy, which some community considers as holy. Speaking against it or doing something against it is, some countries it is illegal also. Which country?
Pakistan.
Pakistan, Gulf countries, all this.
Even Punjab came up with one law.
Punjab has law now? Okay. Anti-lynching law. There is no exact law. Why do we need anti-lynching law?
Because it is getting a bigger problem in India.
Thing is, if you go with normal law, it's become very difficult. We told now, trial become very difficult, conviction become very difficult. Conviction rate is very low. So we need some flexibility in handling these kind of cases. Mob mentality, already told same thing. Some XYZ courses, now we think in same dimensions, what are the consequences? Taking pick, take first.
As it is a security question, so in like hierarchy of the point, should we first put like judicial sector and the police sector first?
Yes, you can go with that. Yes. But mob lynching is more like a social problem. You can do that. Don't overthink of it. You can, if it is coming into your mind, put law and order first. What else will you, consequences, what you will write? Institution, police, losing trust. Yes. What else? Anyone written something else? You written same.
Presence of illegal institutions like Panchayat.
You have made a diagram, show me. Anyone else drawn a diagram? So this is like a cycle of mob violence. Mob violence happens, citizen killed, FIR registered. Okay, court cannot affix responsibility. Issues of mob violence you are showing through diagram. Very good. I am saying not exactly this diagram is great. But think like this, if you can include there is a scope for including a cycle, do that. Very good. So in consequences, think on same lines. Again, as you asked, you don't need to exactly write these things. Social, political, religious, law and order, these are not required to be written. You can start your point from here. Okay? I don't think much discussion is required. So, take pick if you want. Riots, hate speech, radicalization, all these issues we have discussed or we have given examples so much. Anything new? Breed other crimes, slippery slope, fear psychosis. What is fear psychosis? Instigating more fear in society, like we versus then them versus us. We are suppressed society. This kind of mentality promoting it. Migration. This you can address. Conclusion, way forward. This is also not part of the answer. Not what is exactly asked. So do this some innovation in this. Anti-lynching law, social media regulation. Somebody was saying social media. Something should be done. Which right you will connect with social media? Nagar. Delhi riots also has some 2020. This also has Nagar obviously have social media. Take pick everyone. Taking. We need more intelligent apparatus. Something different from whatever we already have. What is SOP? We need something which is not that is existing today for handling this kind of situation. We need quick response. We need maybe more faster response than what is already we have systems. Local intelligence is very much important for this. You cannot rely on institutional intelligence only. Some integration with locals should be there. Community outreach initiatives, religious leaders as part of solutions. They should be given more role. Deterrence, some offenders should be given strong punishment. Okay. Conclusion, XYZ you will write it anyway. So anything else you want to discuss? Which one? Conclusion. Anything else we should discuss? Wrap it up. So from tomorrow, next week you will have geography. Whoever is coming, writing, all this will improve very slowly, very gradually. Very impressed with you guys, you are coming daily. Some of you learned about the program very late. Anyway, YouTube videos are there. But thing is, try to come and write the test. Then only you can get the best benefit of it. Okay? All the best. Thank you.